Good flipping morning, ladies and gentlemen. It is another episode of Coffee with a Cup of Yours Truly, Culler. I am your host, Culler Commentary. You know me as the guy that gets rid of all the nonsense, culls it all out, and we'll be doing a lot of that this morning. As you can see by the title, Dolphins are facing the Packers at home this week, coming off a loss to the Buffalo Bills. A heartbreaking loss that was well fought. In my opinion, much respectable. We're going to break that down, provide some context for Sunday night's game, and be done with it to move on to the Packers. Tuanta, or maybe Tuanta Claus, maybe, or I don't know. Santua Claus? What about that one? Well, he's got his sleigh, and he's coming back home, coming to town, bringing the W's. We're going to start winning, and it starts this week. FinsUp, everybody. Everybody welcome who has joined me in the chat, all 12 of you. I know it's kind of early. We'll get it up. Like this video, you'll get more people in here. Share it. Also get more people in to talk to. And make sure you're subscribing if you haven't already. Hit the notification bell so you know when we're going live. I am, again, trying to do this every morning. I was able to make it by 8:30 this morning. My target time is 6 a.m. every morning for coffee and a cup of color. This morning we're drinking good old-fashioned Dunkin' Donuts out of the Keurig machine. And while we're doing that, you can make sure that you're liking and sharing and subscribing and telling all your friends and family, join the tailgate. It's on every night. If it's not on, then we're going to have the rabid dolphin on, Lewis. You all know him. You all love him. He brings the smoke every single time, foaming at the mouth. You got me, Color Commentary. I try to do a night show either Tuesday or Thursday for color commentary, but I'm really trying to focus on getting this show off the ground every morning for you all at 6 a.m. for coffee and a cup of color. So that's going to be my focus for the next few weeks. I want to try to go every day. Maybe my body will only allow every other day. Maybe things there just ain't enough to talk about, but I'm going to try to do it every day. Wake you guys up, give you something to listen to on the way to work. And we'll usually have some pop-ins by El Capitan. Is my mic low? Tell me, guys, is my mic crappy? Let me make sure I'm using the right one. I bet I know exactly why. Yep, it sure is. Look at that. Capitan saving the day. I'm sorry, guys. It must suck. I have to do the intro all over again. Hold on. How about now, guys? Was I muted? Can you hear me now? Give me thumbs up in the chat if you can hear me now. We'll get this right, everybody. A little technical difficulties this morning. Let me know. There's 17 of you. One of you got to be able to answer for me. Let me know if you can hear me. All right. There's the thumbs up. Is it the regular mic? Is it my proper mic? Let me know if it's my proper mic. I'm way low. Don't tell me that. I can't be way low. Went from Tuna to Josh Allen, huh? All right, let me see here. Let's get this going. How about now, Capitan? You got the color voice back, huh? Awesome. Well, it wouldn't be YouTube without technical difficulties, and we'll be expanding on that on another show. Still low? How's it still low? I think Capitan's lying to me. I think Capitan's just low. Check my connection's fine. Let me see here. I know what I can do. See, I'm getting good rings around my voice on my avatar. See, everybody can see that. Zippa says it's good. Dolphineer says it's good. Oh, okay. So now it's Capitan's caught up with the rest of us. He must have been on a really bad delay or something. So here we go. Welcome again, everybody. I am your humble host of Coffee and a Cup of Color commentary. And again, like and share, everybody. We're going to be talking about Tuanta and his sleigh. Santua Claus bringing his sleigh home to Miami. Hopefully bag full of W's for us. We'll see what happens, but I think we're getting back to our winning ways this week in the Packers against the Packers. I'm going to disseminate and provide some context for last week's loss, a heartbreaking one, and we'll be done with that game because it's over. It's done with. Can't change nothing that happened. We can only fight going forward. So appreciate every one of you that's joined me in the chat, all 20 of you. And let's see how many likes we got. We got 19, 20 watching, 14 likes. There's 6 of you that don't know how to use your right hand blinker. It's too easy to do. In the meantime, you can also check us out every night of the week with the Fins Tailgate. Join the Fins Tailgate. Go to Patreon. Become a member. That's the way we're doing things now. Until further notice. If you want to represent your membership to the FinMily, then go to patreon.com/TFTG. Catch El Capitan every night of the week, other than the nights that you got Rabid Dolphin with Lewis. You got me. I try to go every Tuesday or Thursday night, but I'm really trying to get the morning 6 a.m. gig going on for you all. So that's going to be my focus going for the next couple weeks. Just to repeat for those that didn't hear me when I was going through my other microphone. And of course, you'll always have the Dolphins debrief around providing us content. DTA, he's had a couple shows. They really great. You all turned out great for him. He appreciates it. We appreciate it. And we love you all for it. And then, of course, you got Ali bringing the hype every Saturday night for Late Night Exhale for Sunday's game. And since we are playing on Sunday this week, I'd imagine he may not be going. I'll have to see. He may need one of us to cover, but we'll get him to check that. But one way or another, we're going to have Late Night Exhale on Saturday night, hopefully with its main host, Ali. And of course, if you want to support the channel through donations, you can hit Cash App, $, the Fins Tailgate, or Venmo, the Fins Tailgate. Super chats are down at the moment. We're trying to rectify it, but there's other ways you can support the channel that are more cost efficient to you guys as well. So we're not too concerned about that. Of course, you can hit the link in the description below for Fanatics. All your officially licensed gear, NFL, NHL, NBA, MLS, MLB, DEA, FBI, all of them. No, I'm kidding.
but all officially licensed for all of the major sports. Fanatics. Link in the description below lets them know we sent you. And of course, you can hit Backroom Collections for all your custom memorabilia, autographed memorabilia, custom artwork, all kinds of great stuff. Hashtag TFTG in checkout for 10% off. And that also lets them know we sent you. And much appreciated. Of course, you can also represent with the Fins tailgate gear like these flip-flops, this sweater, which is going to be needed here in the next month or two. Maybe a beanie, tank top. Hey, some of you New England fans down here might want to get this tank top. No reason to root for your team anymore. And hats like this one. Of course, a flag. Tumblers like that. Shirts like that. And all kinds of stuff like that, including a Fins Tailgate coffee mug with all your favorite personalities from the Fins Tailgate on it. And of course, you also got now me. You want to buy me a cup of coffee? You can go to buymeacoffee.com/colorcom. And for as little as $2, yeah, hey, McDonald's coffee is $2. I'm sorry, people, in case you didn't notice, 16 ounces, $2 now. But for as little as $2, you can buy your boy Culler a cup of coffee. It'll allow me to drink more with you on the show. And if I get to my goal of $100, I'm going to buy a new Keurig machine. Shout out to Keurig. They make a great product. Just got to keep it clean or keep buying new ones. And of course, you can also see the link to the Patreon for TFTG right there. It'll come back around. Then there's the link to buy me a cup of coffee. buymeacoffee.com/colorcom. CULLERCOMM. Get over there and do it. Also, shout out to all the audience that showed up right now. We got 26 people watching. Love every one of you. Lewis, first one in chat this morning. Shake Money, how you doing, Shake? I'll get with you after the show. I got your text from last night. I just fell asleep. Jose Valdez, good morning. How's it going? Dud Fins Suck, also known as Michael K. The very first person, and you guys got to know this, Michael K ran right over to buymeacoffee.com and bought me a coffee last night. Now, you cannot let this Buffalo fan show you up. This Buffalo fan thought he was going to go over and show up all you Dolphin fans and be the first to buy me a cup of coffee. Well, he got to be the first. Just don't let him be the only one, because then he's going to have that on you guys forever. Like, you can't even buy, you know what he's going to say. Don't let Michael K show you up. Anyway, I'll be done with that talk. Roadrunner, how you doing? Capitan on the road on his way to work. We'll see if we can get him to pop back in for a spell. Give a thought or two. Adam Sadowski, how you doing? No excuses, mate. I know, none at all. Dolphineer, thanks for the help. Tech support. Zippa, how's it going, Zippa? The man with the master plan. Philip Montero, Ryan AP, how you doing, Ryan? Mansa Chill, how you doing? Mountie Fins, and of course, Cap for Life. Corey Walker, New Finland. Anybody else that comes in at this point is going to have to get the welcome in spirit. So everybody knows you were welcomed when you get here. Anyway, this game Sunday. Do I really need to talk about it? I mean, it is what it is. Yesterday, I was messing around on Twitter, like every day, when I'm just looking to see who's saying what and who's complaining about what. And I must say the algorithms changed a little bit. I don't have so many people on my timeline anymore, like, you know, hyper praising Tua. And I say hyper praising because the guy deserves a lot of praise. I mean, he's quite improved his game a lot. I know not enough for a lot of people out there. Maybe not enough for me. I don't know. We'll see. But so far, he's really, improved a lot and does deserve quite a bit of accolades. But I noticed that it's not like, like left hand of God talk anymore. And I don't think it's because people are, those people went away or anything. And I don't think it's because they're being quiet, because I think we all, even the detractors that are still detractors that wanted them to do more Sunday, still have to admit that we went toe to toe with Buffalo in their house under some really, really adverse conditions. Not just the weather, but the travel, the mental, aspect of losing 2 in a row out on the West Coast, all of that. The unsurety of our quarterback. Can he really play in the big game? Good morning, 88 Hardaway. All that stuff. But I I don't think it's because those people have gone away. I think it's because the algorithm has changed. Now, call it who and all that, but I honestly think that what was designed to get people to react by always putting stuff across their timeline that the algorithm has decided they don't like, the easiest way to get people to react is to aggravate them. And the easiest way to aggravate them is to say something that they consider negative or they don't like. And so I think it's like really changed. I don't think these people have gone away. I still see some people of the same people saying the same things, but those are ones I follow. Not like rando people just constantly slobbing on, the Tua train. And so that's good news. It was nice. But I did see a fan, and I don't want to, it was just a random fan, but bless her heart, she was asking for people to reply and comment the positive things we could take from the game Sunday to make her feel better, because she couldn't find a way to feel good about anything. She was really having a hard time with the loss. And so I made a post, and I just want to relay to you guys what I said to her. First, I'll read the tweet. That's all I can do right now because we'll get to that on another show. But yeah, somebody's not too happy with somebody else right now in the social media world when it comes to the top, because we may have discovered some things about our host, our platform host, in regards to how they feel about another social media platform, and we'll tell you all about that one day, very soon. I'll leave that up to Capitan. But I wanted to pull up what I said, and I'll read it to you. That way we don't get anybody in trouble. Yeah, Jose, I no longer get Alexander's tweets. That's what it amounts to. Good morning, JMCPT. How you doing? And also quickly, Dolphinier, I'm going to get into that. But yeah, I think after what we saw, we need to continue that, continue that run train. I really like what's going on with our run game right now, for sure. We need to continue it because we're going to need it. But the weather should be conducive to lighting up the scoreboard. So this is what I wrote to her. I said, they meaning Buffalo, they give up an average of 17 points per game. We scored 29. We also scored 5 points per game, 5 points more than our point per game average of 24. While on a cross-country road trip, to a hostile, miserable environment against arguably the second best team in the NFL. Oh, and we led in the fourth quarter. And that's pretty much how I feel about the game. I hate the fact that we lost. I know we could have won it, so it is heartbreaking. But to be honest with you, at full strength, at the beginning of this season and all throughout the season, at full strength, I can't imagine us ever having even come close to competing in that game. Even if we would have won both games out west and we're at full strength, I'm just not a believer based on our history, based on most teams' history. I'm not a believer that a team can come across country like that in those circumstances in a hostile environment. Hostile also because of the weather on top of that. Then the game gets flexed to a day earlier. And let me tell you something. We kicked their ass. We lost the game. That's self-evident, but we kicked their ass, and they know it. I mean, yeah, Josh Allen did Josh Allen things. Our offense, you could say our offense stalled a little bit. Defense is a little leaky. But remember where we're at. And who we're playing. Now, that's no consolation for the fact that we still lost to them. But under the exact opposite conditions down in Miami, we beat them in arguably a similarly close game. Of course we lost. I never had us even competing in that game. Not because of us, not because I believe that Buffalo is that much better, but because I just didn't believe a team could do that. And there is no moral victories in December. I agree. I'm not trying to take a moral victory. I'm just simply trying to express to people that we've got the goods to compete. I think Stephen A. Smith was spot on with his assessment of that. That all could crumble Sunday against Green Bay. We could go out there and lay a complete stinker. Tua could stink up the joint, and we're right back to square one. Absolutely. We could go up against that top 5 New England defense and lose to them. Although they have no offensive game to compete with ours. And then, of course, the Jets. Great defense, but as Detroit showed, can be beaten by a good offense, which we're supposed to have. And then when you look at the playoff situation, I mean, look, I don't know if Tennessee can compete with the team that I saw Sunday night. Whether we lost or not to Buffalo, this is what I'm trying to express. I don't think Tennessee can beat that. What we saw Sunday. So, yeah, that's predicated upon getting the same performance we got Sunday. against the Buffalo Bills. No, Tennessee cannot beat that, especially not in better conditions, supposing there would be. You know, and that's a big supposition. I get it, but it is what it is. So I think we're in a good spot. We could have been in a better spot. I didn't want to be, oh, it's time to pray everybody else loses and so we can get this and that seed and the other seed. I didn't want to be in that position, but that's where we find ourselves. So what? Let's focus on beating the Packers in front of us. And yes, it is an important game. Every game in front of you is your most important game of the season at this point. I'm not sure what a DP is, mind over matter, but hopefully it's not a bad thing. So there's things we could have done. Good morning, Jules. Oh, and also good morning, mind over matter. There's things we could have done. The snow started coming down. We just got away from the running game. I don't know why we had the snow driving at our back. We had momentum. We absolutely owned their defensive front. Absolutely. And so it was tough to watch our coach get away from what was working, you know, to get us down and secure and mop up that win once we took the lead in the fourth quarter. That was tough. That's what we need to do. That's the next step. That's the next hurdle. That's the next milestone for us as a team. Are we that team that can go up in the fourth quarter and put away the game with a long, sustained drive against a desperate defense like the Buffalo Bills? And Mansa, I don't disagree. You know, they were coming in the red zone, sure. And it is absolutely appalling that people would actually make fun of me from the Buffalo fans in our chat, make fun of me because I had a problem with it. Like I'm some kind of baby or something. I mean, somebody that's immature enough to throw snowballs on the field is also immature enough to put a coin inside them. And the funny thing is, it's not just our investments that people have to worry about on the field, you know, because I've been on record to say that they're one finger injury away from losing their entire season because their whole team is predicated on Josh Allen. Let Josh Allen slip on one of those snowballs that was thrown out on the field. Let that happen. Just saying. We'll see how many snowballs get thrown for the rest of his career. You know, it is what it is. These guys are $1 million investments, man. You're not going to throw snowballs on the field and jeopardize that. That's just dumb. They used to have a rule for crowd noise where the ref would end up delaying the game and warning to penalize the defense if the crowd didn't settle down. They eliminated that rule, I believe, in 2006. And then we saw the rise of the 12th man out in Seattle shortly after that. So it was interesting to see the refs implement some kind of on-the-spot rule like that to say, hey, you don't stop throwing snowballs, we're going to penalize the defense. Another thought to consider, Buffalo fans, before I get off this subject and move on to the next week. Another thought to consider is, did you ever think that Dolphin fans could just show up the next time we're in Buffalo wearing Buffalo gear. I mean, I think you know what I'm getting at. Look at that. You guys are just getting shown up all over the place. Maston Park, man. I just got a notification on my phone. Maston Park has purchased a cup of coffee for Culler. I appreciate that, Maston. Maston Park is a very stand-up guy, also a Buffalo fan, but a very, very stand-up guy. And before we got before we started having difficulties at YouTube, Maston Park was actually an official member of the TFTG family. So shout out to Maston Park. Great guy to debate with. You know, he's honest with his takes. He lets us have ours. Much easier to debate than Mark. Yeah, another Buffalo fan showing support. So get over there, guys. buymeacoffee.com/colorcom. Anyway. So, you know, it's just a matter of, you got to think, people. I'm just giving you a friendly advice, Buffalo fans. I don't really care about throwing snowballs. I get it. It's just a gag. Oh, no. I had a Buffalo fan say, oh, well, our guys had a snowball fight after the game. Yeah, okay. Tell the owner that. See what happens. I mean, I don't know. Maybe I'm overreacting, but right, Newfoundland, exactly. And not only that, but next game we'll show up in Buffalo gear, so they can't say that it's that it's Dolphin fans doing it. Good morning, Canes89. How you doing? I mean, you're just setting yourselves up. Anyway. I'm going to go over some of the stats for the game real quick and then move on. Let's see. So Tua, 17 for 30, 234 yards, 2 touchdowns, 0 interceptions again. Sacked twice for a loss of 17 yards. Josh Allen, 25 for 40, 304 yards, 4 touchdowns, and 0 interceptions. Sacked twice. Hey, we got him down, guys. That's what we needed to do. You know? From what I've seen in the reports from McDaniel DF, it looks like we probably will see Jeff Wilson Sunday, unless they determine that Green Bay is an easy enough opponent to beat that they want to go without him again. That's always a possibility. Give him more rest. Josh Allen was Buffalo's top runner, 10 carries for 77 yards. Not bad. That's actually holding him down for us. Well, not bad, considering I think he probably rushed for more in our first game. But his long was 44, and we got to find a way to stop these running quarterbacks from breaking one on us like that. It's like once a game with them. These running quarterbacks, we break containment somehow. Our spy gets drawn out, whatever it is, and they bust off a long run at the wrong time. Singletary had 13 carries for 42 yards. Cook, 5 carries for 34. So as a group, they did put up 150 yards of rushing on us, which isn't really, I mean, collectively, that's actually not bad when you got constant fresh guys coming in. But we could have done a little better. They did that on 29 carries. Us, on the other hand, only carried 25 times for 188 yards rushing as a group. And the man of the hour, the guy with the tomahawk power, Raheem Mostert, 17 carries, 136 yards, a long of 67, finally broke one, still didn't cross the goal line. But dang, with numbers like that, you would expect him to. And if he had, we win that game. Another positivity. Savon Ahmed, who has done nothing, in my opinion, but run into a brick wall all season, had a pretty decent showing, 6 carries for 43 yards and a touchdown. And I believe his long was 11. I think that's the one he took to the house. That was a, 1st and 10 from the 11-yard line or something, and or whatever down it was. But it was nice to see us be able to take a touchdown like that in the red zone. Right, Mansa. So Allen this season, 109 runs for 705 yards. Let's pull up the color calculator. The old color calculator has malfunctioned, ladies and gentlemen. I spilled a cup of coffee on it. And I tried to save it. I wiped it with some end dust for electronics. And it still, when it dried out, it still got sticky and the buttons are not pushing and now it's not turning on. So the color calculator is retired. And now we are using the color calculator part 2. I know, Pseudo Spike. I know. It wasn't my fault. It was arthritis. I kind of like had a stumble and coffee went everywhere. I had to buy a new keyboard and everything. So anyway, we'll see what that amounts to. I don't doubt your numbers are correct, Mansa, so we'll go with them. What was it again? Where'd it go? Dang, there's already been that many chats since Mansa said that? No. Where'd it go? It stole your comment away, Mansa. Oh, here we go. 109 runs for 705 yards. We'll go with that. So I'm sure all of you have already done the math in your brain. That is 6.4 yards a carry. I mean, the guy like takes 3 steps for 6 yards. You know what I mean? So I don't know. I know what I wanted to do. We're at what? 8 and 5. We're 9 or 8 and 6 now. So that's 14. So okay, so we'll do that. 705 divided by 14. 50 yards per game. How is he only rushing for 50 yards per game? That's actually a low season, it seems like, for him. Mr. Yagami asks, would you take Aaron Rodgers on a 3-year deal if possible, Color? Well, we'll find out by the end of the season just how competitive our current quarterback can be. I mean, some of us, we all range on a spectrum of different levels of belief, but we do still have what we have, and so we still have 3 games plus whatever we do in the playoffs. But I'm not so sure. I'm not so sure. Yeah, I know, Maston. Quite the irony, huh? But I'm not so sure that I don't want to say this because everybody will call me a hater, but we have to be realistic in the idea that the Dolphins may just do something similar to Tua that the Rams did to Jared Goff. I mean, we have to be realistic in that possibility. Unless you're talking about, hey, we get all the way to the Super Bowl and Tua wins MVP, then he's getting the bag. I mean, it don't matter what he does after that, you know. But as far as Aaron Rodgers go, if you're talking about we find ourselves in a situation where we do want to upgrade at quarterback, it has to be, for me, it has to be at least 3 years, and he has to be ready to play 3 years. You know, if he thinks his body can handle another 3 years and he's ready to do that, that's fine, but I want that commitment. I don't want no retirement in South Florida, if you know what I mean. Otherwise, we might as well stick with a guy that could possibly get us to the Super Bowl, whether he wins it or loses it. I mean, based on how we played Sunday, we have every bit of chance to go all the way. We just have to do things the right way, and we have to do it consistently. We have to get hot, and our defense has to tighten up a little bit. And our offense has to be a little more sure scoring, if you know what I mean. Like the other night, if we just run that clock down and we put together a long, decent drive, we probably win that game. You know, if our defense clamps up a little bit. Now, granted, I'm not blaming the defense because I know it's Josh Allen. I know what we were, but he had the snow driving in his face. I mean, that guy's just a champ, but we could have overcome that. So the people that are blaming the defense stand on that ground, and their ground is solid. We could have clamped down a little more. That pass interference call, I mean, there was already holding. Maybe they upgraded the pass interference on ticky-tack. But the fact that there were 2 holds by 2 different players, I mean, I don't blame him for doing that. A 5-yard variety wouldn't have hurt us necessarily. And then you got the drop football by Sherfield. Sure. Fin Precision makes a good point. I blame Sherfield. I mean, I don't, but that's what the comment is. I don't know about 150 million, but yeah, actually, yeah, Jose, 150 million for 3 years for an Aaron Rodgers. That, if that buys you a Super Bowl, then that's absolutely worth it. I mean, you're talking about guys wanting 300 million right now for eliteness, if you want to call it that. Pass was too low, Yagami, but it could be argued that it had to be there. I have heard that argument, and that argument is fair to Midland. You know what I mean? Because we used to talk up Dan Marino all the time about having a gift to put the ball in a place where only his receiver could get it. And dang, that's close, man. I mean, it was right on him. You know, I hate to say it, and I know. Let me preface it by saying that no, I don't have the physical ability to play in the NFL. That's correct. But if we're talking about quantum leap, and I could be inside Sherfield's body at that moment with my mind, I would have made that catch. I'm sure of it. So, hey, there's a lot of plays that happen like that throughout a game that we can say, if we had that, we would have won the game. So I'm not going to blame Sherfield in that way. Tyreek had one right on his hands, too, in the corner of the end zone. So, you know, I mean, there's a couple, and this isn't to blame because this is amazing, but there was at least 3 times Sunday night where Mostert was a shoestring away from taking it to the house at least 3 times. Now, that's the second game I've noticed that. I forget who it was against earlier in the season, but maybe the Jets or somebody, where he's just like keeps gashing them for 10, 15 yards, and it's like one flick of the toe away from taking it to the house. Just one of those. He got his long was 67 yards. That's usually the type of run that goes to the house. And I think Ahmed might have I don't know. He might have been the one to clean that one up. I'd have to look all again, but still, you look at that stat line, you have a long of 67. You think that went to the house. Now, if he'd have had another one of those, which could have happened 3 times. You know, tackling continues to be atrocious. You're right, Mr. Yagami. You're absolutely right. But that's baked in at this point. We still only give up 24 points a game, and I know that's a lot in relation to a team like Buffalo or where we've been, you know, for our own defense. I know that's a lot, but we have to say, man, can our offense score more than 24 points? Aren't we supposed to have a high-powered enough offense to score more than 24 points a game? Because that's what we were at going into the game. As I mentioned, we scored 5 more points than that. So shout out to them for getting something right. It just wasn't enough. And given the circumstances, I think we played good enough to beat them. Given all of the adversities that I mentioned that I thought we were going to be destroyed on, even if we were 100%, I thought we would be a half step behind them. And a half step behind Buffalo, no matter how good you are, is a bad day at the office. You know what I mean? You know, so I can't say I'm happy with a loss, but I do believe that our performance was good enough to beat them 5 out of 10 times. 50% of the time, our performance Sunday night would have beat them. That's something I think we can hang our hat on. I think that's something that encourages us going forward for the next 3 games. And I don't say this lightly, but Green Bay is one of those teams that if we play, and you guys, I want you to clip this part. So burn it into your brain, this caveat, because everybody's going to accuse me of predicting a big win against the Packers without good reason, and I'm not doing that. What I'm saying is, if we play on offense the way we played Sunday night, let me repeat that. If we play the way we played Sunday night on offense, while cleaning up a few of the things, the drops, Raheem Mostert gets through one of those shoestrings. We roll the Packers. We absolutely have to roll the Packers if we play the way we did Sunday night. But you have to remember that caveat. We have to play the way we did Sunday night to accomplish that. We didn't get that against the Lions. We didn't get that against the Bears. We didn't get that against the Texans. Well, maybe a little bit with the Texans because we were shutting them out at halftime, and we did take Tua out of the game and start running the ball. But and Maston Park says, I think some of the Dolphin fans are sleeping on the Packers. D, They're made to stop the pass. Yes, just like we were sleeping on the Texans' pass defense. But it's only the fans sleeping on them. I'm sure of that at this point. I would hope. I mean, maybe that's a homer belief. I don't know, but I would hope our team itself is thinking of those matters, Maston Park. The fans can overthink it all they want or can underestimate all they want. I don't believe fans' thoughts affect the outcome of our game unless you're talking about the crowd noise on a field goal attempt. Well, we don't get that anymore because we've got nothing but purple sitting in our stadium for an NFC North matchup anyway. And I suspect there's going to be quite a bit of green in our stadium and not of the blue mixture like ours. I will be at the game Sunday, though, for anybody that wants to try to come find me out. I mean, whatever. Just be nice. Ali was kind enough. Ali can't make it to the game, so he was kind enough to sell his tickets to me. And as such, I am treating myself to a birthday gift to go watch my football team play on Christmas Day. And the nice, beautiful, cool weather of Miami. Oh, I know Aaron Rodgers can still sling it, and he probably will. And I'm pretty sure, Cat for Life, that I'll be at the Jets game. You going to be at the Jets game, Cat for Life? Is that what you're saying? That'd be cool, man. I'd love to shake your hand. Yeah, Jose, I was thinking the same thing. We should be able to run on the Packers. We'll look into that. I want to see exactly where they are ranked and all that. Chubb's been a disappointment in the respect that G14 classified, welcome to the Fins tailgate. I don't think I've ever seen, I haven't, maybe I didn't have, but don't remember. My apologies, but this time of the morning, I'm sure I'm getting people in that I don't normally see. So I appreciate you coming by. Tell everybody, like and share, subscribe if you haven't. And, but appreciate the comment. Says Chubb has been a disappointment. And I would just say, from the respect of, good morning, Batman. And yes, I am. From the respect of, how much we gave up, the nature of the deal, the nature of the contract, all of that stuff. I think we're probably a little disappointed. However, we have seen an effect, I believe, down the line that has positively affected Jalen Phillips into being able to get home a little more often. I believe it was Jay Zan that pointed out to me that was that worth the deal, you know, and kind of equated it to a wide receiver that you give up a lot for and you only get wide receiver 2 production out of. And it was a very fair point. So I think from that perspective, yeah, he is a little bit of a disappointment. But at least we can say we've gotten the side effect that we at least wanted. Because if they take out Jalen Phillips, maybe we would be seeing some of that production from Chubb. Because they got to choose one or the other. Lorenzo Ice T Thomas, how you doing, man? Everybody make sure you're catching Lorenzo. I forget which night it is off the top of my head, but you're welcome to tell everybody, Lorenzo. He does a show over on Miami Sports Music, chopping it up about fantasy, and it's really enjoyable. So make sure y'all are checking that show out. He's got some skills when on the mic and is real pleasant to listen to and follow. So make sure you're checking him out. And he says Aaron Rodgers is a stationary target compared to what we've seen the past 3 games. And our pressure win rate from our defensive front will be higher than it has the past few games. I tend to agree with that. The thing we have to be concerned about is obviously his pocket presence and his ability to put the ball on a dime from really odd positions. Batman is saying Lorenzo's show's on tonight, Tuesdays at 8 p.m. All right, cool. So yeah, but you're right. We should be able to get home on Aaron Rodgers. I mean, Josh Allen has that ability too, you know, and we still got home on him, and he's a runner. So, and we've seen this all season, Lorenzo. We've seen it all season. Seems like every quarterback we've had to play, we've had to deal with that ability. Even if it wasn't like, even if they haven't all been Lamar Jackson or all been Josh Allen, look, Justin Fields put up 100 and a billion yards on us. You know, he was projected for 53 yards that game. His over under on from Vegas was 53 that day. You know, and it's our Achilles heel. It really is. I just really solely believe that if our offense is on track, we can overcome that. And when we start bludgeoning teams early, it's a little easier for our defense. It really is. Maybe they shouldn't need that, but they do at this point, given what we've seen on injuries all year, what we've had to put together, the questionable situational play calling. But I'd also say that, look at the Texans game. We put up 30 points on them, okay, right out the gate pretty much. And we're shutting them out. Then our offense, we changed our offense, and obviously it slowed things down, and they were able to come back in some garbage time and put up 15 points on us. And it looked like, oh, same old thing. But remember, at home, we were only giving up 15 points per game. So somehow, some way, that law of averages, that was going to happen. I'm just glad it happened the way it did. Now, what I want to see, because if we do that against a team like Buffalo, agreed, running the ball helps. But if we do something like that against Buffalo, sure, we might not be up 30-0. And they may come back and score a lot more than 15 points. But if we're on that offset, then you're talking about what? By halftime, it's 24-7. By halftime, it's 17-7, and we end up winning the game 28-24, 29-25, instead of the other way around, where they had the initiative at the end of the ball game with the snow driving in their face. And that's not the fault of our defense. That's a good player that you don't want to have the ball last. Ideally, we needed to have the ball last, and we did have a chance to make it that way. And we blew that chance. Let's be honest. That doesn't mean we're going to blow that chance every game. We had that chance. You know how long it's been since we've been in a game like that? And I want to also point out, this is for the NFL. You owe us. I'm not gonna begin to go down the road that everybody else is with the referees, because I don't roll that way. I believe our offense has the ability to overcome the referees every game. So I'm not one to cry about all that stuff. What I'm more concerned about is, hey, we keep doing y'all some solids, NFL, and we get nothing for it. We probably got you the highest selling jersey in the league right now, I'd argue, next to maybe Patrick Mahomes. We still get referees all over our back like we're some kind of dog team. And don't think I don't know that y'all favor and look the other way for the teams that y'all think are the darlings of the NFL. Don't think I don't believe that. Well, we ain't no dog team anymore. And we proved that Sunday night. We did you all a solid because you flexed our game to Saturday night to a network that nobody has the ability to watch nationwide. Nobody pays the NFL network. That's why you put it on there. That's why they didn't want to give it up. Because they knew they needed to milk everything they could get out of the few people that are willing to give their cable companies money to watch your network. The romper room that it is in the morning. I've got 55 people watching right now. Everybody like and share. Get it to be more. We get this to 100. We get this to 200 people watching every morning. And we'll give something for other people to watch besides a romper room every morning. No offense. Yeah, it's free on Spectrum, but not everybody has that package, Yagami. Like you have to get the sports package. Like you have to get a certain channel package to have it included. And not everybody wants to pay that. And there's a lot of people cutting the cord. You know, and it's just is what it is. I'm just saying there's a lot of people that don't have the ability to watch NFL Network. And I'm pretty sure that the ratings for that game were through the roof, as good a game as it was. Because you know what I felt like I was watching? And this is why I'm encouraged by it. This is why no small victories, no moral victories. I get it. But when I was watching that game all the way to the end, I felt like we were watching one of those games that we never get to be a part of, that we haven't been a part of in 25 years. One of those games that everybody's talking about on Monday morning. Wow, did you see that game? What a hell of a football game. Between two good teams, two great teams. It's almost making me tear up right now. Because we've been so starved for a game like that. Win or lose, man. We kicked their ass. And they know it. We punched them in the face. First quarter of that game, I couldn't feel nothing but, wow, look at our guys. Look how big and strong we look compared to them. I felt it. We definitely belonged. And I just did not expect that. I didn't expect that for a team traveling from the West Coast on a 2-game slide into the horrible freaking conditions that everybody expected them not to be able to play in. And there's been people that argue, oh, as soon as the snow fell, Tua couldn't overcome compared to Josh Allen. Okay, well, maybe. But it's not always going to be that way. And if it is, I think we learned our lesson. Not running the football. I mean, the NFL owes us. We made that a game Sunday night. We made it a game. Buffalo was going to do what they were going to do to no matter who they played Saturday night. Buffalo was going to do whatever they do. It could have been 32-7, or it could have been a great football game where it came down to a last-second field goal to make it 32-29. That's a great football game. That's a Patrick Mahomes versus Josh Allen. That's a Joe Burrow versus Patrick Mahomes. That's a Tom Brady versus Patrick. That's that type of game. And I'd have to be honest. If I'd have to question your love for the team if you aren't proud of what we all did. All 53 of our guys did Sunday night. I'm not saying you should be proud of a loss, but we kicked their ass, man. And guess what? In order for the Buffalo Bills to have to get to the Super Bowl, they're probably going to have to go through another one of our ass kickings. And I'm at least happy with that. How you doing, Mr. Polk? Crazy Dolphin, a.k.a. Angry Dolphin, in the house. How you doing, buddy? Josh Allen is the next Elway, who asked a very pertinent question earlier, and I wanted to get to it. I didn't mean to ignore you. Josh Allen is the next Elway. Where was it? Because it wasn't a question I expected out of you, given your name, but it was a great one. Something along the lines of, what does Buffalo have to do what do they got to clean up or something like that? Look, I mean, y'all need to run the ball with somebody besides your quarterback, because your whole team runs through your quarterback. And when I say you're a finger injury away from losing your season, part of that's because I'm a Dolphin fan and I'm trying to stick it in your craw, but that's a reality. That's why I know I can say it. Diggs, we can keep going, because here's another part of your guys' issue right now. Diggs ain't very happy right now because he's not getting force-fed the ball. And that could be a vicious cycle going on with him, where he's just not able to get open and there's just not timing right and all this and that. Good morning, Miss Fins. How you doing? I hope your show was great. Everybody make sure you're catching Miss Fins at 8 o'clock. Normally, I'll be like a little earlier than that, so you can get us both. But either way, you can watch us both in reruns, so both do a great show. I'll be joining her tomorrow night for League-Wide Wednesday on her channel. Also a very fun show. We go through all our league talk, league picks, talk about the other teams, make all our picks, talk about some impact players, stuff like that. So down to the wide receiver area. Top receiving performance. Welcome back, Jalen Waddle. 3 receptions for 114 yards and a touchdown with a long of 67. Well, I know Diggs is not mad, but he's like getting frustrated. You know what I mean? Maybe I'm reading that wrong. We'll see. But I think the Bills, they needed to, really, if you ask me what they needed to do, they needed to get back Cole Beasley. Now, they didn't utilize him the way they could have Sunday night, but in some respects they did, because when you have Josh Allen breaking one like that, it's very likely because Cole Beasley drew away our spy or something of the sort. So it could be argued that they saw that. That is meant to open things up more for Diggs. Although we seem to have that locked down Sunday night. Tyreek Hill, 9 receptions for 69 yards and a touchdown, 13 targets. By the way, Waddle had 7 targets. The rest of the guys got 1 reception. On the other side of the ball, Stephon Diggs, 5 receptions on 9 targets for 60 yards, no score. Gabe Davis, 4 receptions for 56 on 6 targets. And the running backs had a couple. Isaiah McKenzie had 2. Dawson Knox, your leading receiver, 6 receptions for 98 yards and a touchdown with a long of 45 on 8 targets. That's another thing you needed to start doing more that you were doing last year, was getting Mr. Knox involved a lot more. Between him and Cole Beasley, you guys were eating the team, the league alive. That was actually your meat and potatoes, with Diggs on the outside, getting those quick scores. But to be honest with you, your meat and potatoes was Knox and Beasley with a little bit of a running game, which obviously had to start coming from your quarterback, considering Zach Moss fell off a cliff and whoever your next guy up fell off a cliff, and Singletary had a couple good flashes, but now he is what he is. 13 carries for 42 yards. I mean, you got to get your running game going again, and you got to get Dawson Knox back involved. But that's as much as I'll give the Buffalo Bills advice, because it's not my team. But here's my issue. And I'm not singling out Gesicki. This is a Mike McDaniel question. Their tight end had 6 receptions for 98 yards. Our tight end had 1 reception for 5. You don't think we could have got another touchdown of production if we'd have gotten, maybe not from the tight end, but if our tight end had maybe 60 yards on 3 or 4 receptions, do you think we have an extra touchdown, ladies and gentlemen? Put a yes or no in the comment section. If Mike Gesicki had 60 yards on 4 targets, do we overall in the macro have another touchdown every game? And I'm not blaming Mike Gesicki for that. He got targeted 1 time. I just can't figure it out. Cole Kmet, 2 touchdowns against the Bears. Who else? No-name tight end, Quentin Morris, 1 reception, 14 yards, and a touchdown on us. Some no-name tight end. Apologies, Mr. Morris. I'm only saying that because nobody in our fan base ever heard of you. It's not your fault. I'm not trying to dog you. I'm trying to illustrate a point. Durham Smythe, 1 reception for -2 yards. Where the hell's our tight ends? And why are we not utilizing them? We've played teams this year where if you look at the stats going into the game, they were the worst team against tight ends, yet we have no production out of our tight ends. I'm just saying it might gain us 1 more touchdown per game. You think? Maybe? Just maybe? I'd argue that the Detroit Lions have the type of offense they do because they utilize their tight ends before they traded him to the Vikings, of course. I don't get it. I just don't get it. Tua did fumble the ball, but we recovered it. It wasn't a turnover. Got to hold on to that thing, guy. Just get rid of it. Do whatever you got to do. On the other hand, Josh Allen had 2 fumbles and lost one of them. Shout out to Mr. Phillips and Wilkins on the recovery. Leading tackler on the Dolphins, Cater Kahoo, 7 total tackles, all solo tackles. Good job. Keon Crossan, 5 solo tackles, 6 total. Christian Wilkins and Jerome Baker both had 4 solo tackles with 6 total each. Landon Roberts, 5 solo tackles, 1 tackle for loss. Zach Sealer, 3 solo tackles, 5 total. 2 tackles for losses. Sealer jamming it in again, blowing up them lines. And I think for the most part of the first part of the game, we were kind of we were owning both trenches. I mean, we were owning both sides of the ball at one point early on. And I was a little encouraged to see our defense kind of, I mean, I know it's still the Bills. They still scored 32 points. I get it. But they're doing that to everybody. You know what I mean? You got to go into that game knowing it's time to put up a 40 burger or we're going to lose this game. It almost came down to that. We would have had to score 33 to win. Xavier Howard, 4 for 4 tackles, 4 solo. Javon Holland, 4 tackles, 3 solo, who went out of the game for a minute with a neck injury, came back with a horse collar on, was a little bit affected in his head movement. Yeah, unleash Channing Tindall. I'm talking about Cameron Good, too. I mean, we brought him up and tried him out a little bit. I guess they see things I don't see. Maybe he ain't as ready as I want to believe he is. All of our guys had some kind of production, though. The numbers drop off from there. On the other side, Tremaine Edmonds is their leading tackler with 8, 6 solo. Matt Milano with 8 total, 3 solo. Half a sack with Daquan Jones. But for the most part, numbers look about even. Neam Hines had 3 kick returns for 76 yards. We need to hold that down a little bit. He broke one for 36. Raheem Mostert 1 for 28 yards. Not bad. Jason Sanders 3 for 3. Along of 47 and 2 extra points for a total of 11 of our 29 points. Tyler Bass 1 for 1, 3 extra points, and of course the game winner for 25 yards. Morstead 4 punts for 167 yards, 3 of them inside the 20, along of 59. We don't need to talk about their punter. Miami's box score across the board, 3, 10, 13, and 3 for a total of 29 points. Buffalo 7, 14, 0, and 11. Yes, they got the goose egg in the third quarter, which is why we had a chance to win the game. Good morning, Sharif. Good morning, Bones. We scored 13 points in the third quarter. I couldn't have asked for anything more against Buffalo. That wins us. You should have heard me on the live stream. That wins us the game. 90% of the time, that wins us that game. Especially holding them to a goose egg when they got the ball back in the second half, mind you. Again, we can't knock how impressive our performance was. We really, really gave it. We gave it all. We gave 110%. And it just wasn't good enough under the conditions. All around in the macro. We never had a chance to win that game. Yet we gave ourselves a chance. We fought for a chance. We executed for a chance to win that game. And we had one. This is all I was trying to tell the lady on Twitter. That's all I was trying to express to her. Ladies and gentlemen, we are at the hour and 20-minute mark. I appreciate every one of you. We got 70 in here watching right now. Appreciate each and every one of you. 56 likes. We got a couple people need to get some work on. Flipping their right-hand blinker. Hitting the like button. Subscribe if you haven't. Hit the notification bell to make sure you know when we're going live. And, of course, you can catch us live most nights of the week with at least the Fins Tailgate with El Capitan. If not, the Rabid Dolphin with Lewis. Coming in, foaming at the mouth. DTA with Dolphins Debrief. And, of course, Late Night Exhale on Saturday nights. Bringing the hype for Sunday. And yours truly, Color Commentary. I try to do either Tuesday or Thursday night. But if not, I'm really trying to get the gig going on in the morning at 6 in the morning. Wake you all up. Get you all riled up to talk Dolphins. Give you all that got to drive to work something to listen to. And I appreciate every one of you. You can also support the channel if you'd like to donate with Cash App, $, the Fins Tailgate, and Venmo, the Fins Tailgate. And of course, you can also use the link in the description below for Fanatics, all your officially licensed gear, as well as the link for Backroom Collections. You can also use hashtag TFTG for 10% off at checkout with Backroom Collections, who has everything you need for custom memorabilia, artwork, all kinds of great stuff. And of course, you got all the TFTG gear you can want, including a flag. Nice big 4x6 flag. Ali picked one up and he says it's really worth the money. It's a decent flag. And now, if you like, you can follow the lead of the two Buffalo fans, one of the two of the Buffalo fans in our chat. And you can buy Culler a cup of coffee for as little as $2. Go to buymeacoffee.com/colorcom. Buy Culler a cup of coffee. If I get to $100, I'm going to buy myself a new coffee maker. And make sure you're also hitting us up on Patreon. We just set it up. We're going to set up our memberships through Patreon. And everybody get over to Patreon/TFTG. And make sure you're joining us over there. We're going to start to bring some good content there and some stuff for all our members. And we appreciate everybody that has already taken advantage of that. Again, buymeacoffee.com/colorcom. My cup's kind of empty. I'd have to take an intermission to go fill it up, but I got a sip left. Maybe we get one of the guys to come in and hold down the fort for a minute. But that being said, we're going to transition over to this week. I'm done with Buffalo. We kicked their ass. We lost the game. It happens. We're not out of it. Based on how we played, we have the ability to beat anybody that we have to face in the wild card. And hey, I don't want to think on those terms, but if we win out and certain people lose enough, maybe it won't be as bad as we think it'll be with who we have to face. ESPN has released their new power rankings list, which has Miami Dolphins with no movement ranked number 8. I thought that was quite surprising given a 3-game losing streak. But I think they're recognizing what we really are and what we have the ability to do. And I think they were reminded of that Sunday night. So their explanation from, let's see, who does their, I want to give credit where it's due. It just says NFL Nation reporters. It doesn't say who writes the article. Oh, wait, maybe it does. Hold on. Marcel Louis Jacques. Or Jacques. Marcel Louis Jacques writes, the undrafted rookie, his pleasant surprise for the game is Kader Kahu. The undrafted rookie was thrust into a starting role after injuries to Byron Jones and Trill Williams and has not disappointed. He ranks 5th on the team in tackles and 3rd in passes defended despite not having a full-time role until week 5. He still makes rookie mistakes, but his ascension has called Jones's future with the team into question. And they have us ranked at number 8. Behind the Minnesota Vikings, the Dallas Cowboys, the San Francisco 49ers, Cincinnati Bengals, Kansas City Chiefs, Buffalo Bills, and the Philadelphia Eagles. I suppose ESPN has some pretty high hopes for the Miami Dolphins going forward. That was pretty interesting to see. Looks like NFL just released theirs while the show's been going on. From, of course, everybody's Dan Hanzus. Over at NFL.com. Let's see where we're at. Okay. So Dan is recognizing. Now, I believe, I don't know for sure, but I have a sneaking feeling that Dan Hanzus is a Patriot fan. Just saying. Being up there and, well, I don't know. But he has us ranked 10th, according to the brand new power rankings that were just released within the last hour. Hanzus has us ranked number 10, according to NFL.com. Previous rank number 11. So in a loss, people, this is what I'm talking about. Okay, we get all upset and in our feels and all that. No small victories. I get it. But we improved in the rankings, in the power rankings, in a loss. And Hanzus' explanation, some games can be as encouraging as they are frustrating. Couldn't have said it better myself. The Dolphins let a fourth quarter lead slip away in a 32-29 loss to the Bills in snowy Orchard Park. But Mike McDaniel's team also answered critics who said the Tua-led offense would struggle against top competition in adverse conditions. Tua is actually better than his very good numbers indicate, regularly delivering on-target passes to his teammates, even if they weren't always caught. Miami's chances of winning the AFC East are slim, but this can still be a very dangerous playoff team. They just have to get there first. And it's Tua maybe a little more optimistic than myself, but still, I think that's a fair take. And it improved us in the rankings one spot. So I don't think that's an unfair assessment. And they have us behind the Chargers, Vikings, Lions, ranked 7th, Well, I might be starting to lose respect for this one, but the Cowboys, the Chiefs, the Bengals, the Bills, the Niners, and of course the Philadelphia Eagles, who are also number one on the NFL.com's power rankings as well. So there you go. New power rankings out. So let's see where our opponent this week stands. Christmas Day in Miami. We're going to look at the weather. We're going to look at all that good stuff. As long as you guys are liking and sharing, we'll get into it all. Let's see here. As you know, everybody, I also forgot to let you know that the Packers, our current opponent this week, did defeat the Los Angeles Rams last night 24-12 and do have the ability to make the playoffs. So I think the Packers will probably actually bring their A game. The good news is we're not playing a team that has nothing to lose. Now they may make more risky decisions in general because of Aaron Rodgers and all that, but we're not playing a team that has nothing to lose, which could have them calling the game just conservative enough to let us have our window in. I mean, you might be right, Bones. Bones is a little pessimistic. That's okay. Everybody has, feels the way they do. That's fine. He says, I hope to piss people off. Tua, not the guy. If we're not talking Lamar Jackson to Miami, what WTF we talking about? I know we're not going to the Super Bowl, so I know how this year ends. And I don't blame you for feeling that way. I don't blame you at all. I'm just keeping the hope up. As I always say, hope doesn't require faith. It definitely helps hope, but it's not required. It'd be nice to have a little faith. Maybe we'll gain a little more in the next 3 games. I don't know. Patriots are going to be tough. They have a really tough defense. So do the Jets. And, of course, the game in front of us. As somebody pointed out earlier, Green Bay is built to defend the pass very well. Let me pull up the game cast. We'll take a look at this booger all together. Let's see here. Let me make sure I stop the... It's going to pop up. I know it anyway, but oh well. I'll bring this up for y'all to see too. The game cast from ESPN. Thank you guys over at ESPN for putting all this stuff together. As you can see, ESPN Analytics has us winning the ball game 60% of the time. Almost 60.5. As you can see, Tua, and I don't know, I believe Aaron Rodgers has played every one of his games. But you can see from the attempts and completions that Tua is far outpacing Aaron Rodgers this year. Aaron is thrown for 3,093 yards, while Tua has thrown 3,238. 24 touchdowns, 5 interceptions. His counterpart, 23 touchdowns and 10 interceptions. So there's more possibility for our guys to get a pick. That'd be really nice. See if we can finally get that pick 6 I've been calling for from Noah all season. That would be nice. Of course, Aaron Rodgers is a little more of a stud than our guy. 181 carries for 937 yards, 2 touchdowns. Mostert is at 153 carries, 746 yards, and 3 touchdowns. Pretty evenly matched on the ground, especially of late. We are hoping to get Wilson Jr. back also to add to that committee. Now, this is where the rubber meets the road right here. Allen Lazard, their top receiver, 46 receptions, 627 yards, 5 touchdowns. Tyreek Hill, 109 receptions, 1,529 yards, and 7 touchdowns. That may, in fact, not quite lead the league. Justin Jefferson is leading the league with 1,623, but that's close. Current injury report as of today. Other than A.J. Dillon, his report for today hasn't come out. They have it dated the 19th, and he was questionable. David Bakhtiari, offensive tackles, questionable. Tipa Galil, or Galii, linebacker. I don't know if that's an I or an L. It's an I. Injured reserve. He's out. Over on our side of the ball, we got Elijah Campbell, safety, is questionable. Teddy Bridgewater, still questionable. River Craycraft, questionable. Eric Rowe, also questionable. And Jeff Wilson Jr., questionable. It's a pretty short injury report. I don't know if it's full, but let's see. We'll also have to get the official one pretty soon. This is still only ESPN. Yeah. Keon Crossan, questionable. Jerome Baker, questionable. Those are as of the 17th. They haven't been updated yet. So those are from pregame against the Bills. So likely not an issue. Dolphins are favored by 6. 46.5 over under. Dolphins are still scoring 24.6 points per game and holding teams to 24.6. About the same as it was last week. We should be tying every game. Packers, on the other hand, score 20.5 points per game after a 14-game sample size. And they give up 22, almost 22.5. Yards allowed per game, 360.5 for the Packers, 385.3, yards gained, and 385.3 for the Dolphins. Miami outpassing the Packers 288.4 to 234.2, and the Packers outrushing the Dolphins 126.3 to 96.9. Packers are allowing 196.9 pass yards per game and 148.9 rushing for a total of 345.8. And the Dolphins are allowing 263.6 pass yards per game, 111.3 rushing for a total of 374.9. Dolphins, as we know, are on a 3-game losing streak, and the Packers on a 2-game winning streak. They've defeated the Chicago Bears and the LA Rams. And in their last 4 have lost to the Eagles and the Tennessee Titans. If we expect to compete with the Tennessee Titans, then I think we should have no problem beating this team as they did 27-17. And that was in Green Bay. Game is going to be played at Hard Rock Stadium, as you can see, at 1 p.m. on Christmas Day, covered by Fox. and beautiful Miami Gardens. Game time weather, 65 degrees. It's a little too far out to get a more of a clear picture, but we'll see what they say for Sunday. Oh, they don't even have it that far out yet. All right, fine. Well, here we go. 62 degrees, cloudy and cool with a shower for Christmas Day. Should be nice and miserable. The real feel will be 59 degrees. 20-mile-an-hour wind gusts. Winds out of the north-northwest at 10 miles an hour. 40% precipitation. Cloud cover 90%. We'll see what it says for the afternoon here. About the same. Humidity will be 53%. If the clouds can move out, that'll be some gorgeous football weather, to be honest with you. But of course, we're still, 5-6 days out. So 5 days out. So we'll see how that goes. I think it looks like an evenly matched team, but I think we all know our running game's been getting better. Our running game should outperform that 90-something per game mark, especially if we can get Jeff Wilson back. And we just need to pound it. If they want to steal a victory going vanilla, then we need to get our running game going. Otherwise, light it up. Play like you did Sunday, and we roll the Packers. That's all there is to it. And get off our backs, NFL, because you owe us for that game Sunday. Tickets are still holding at about $137 on the low end. For a game, I guess people want to see Aaron Rodgers. Some would argue it's a job interview for Aaron Rodgers. But I would say if he really wants to do the organization a solid, he can just take the day off. Not that we need him to. No, the key to this game is stopping Aaron Rodgers from doing Aaron Rodgers things. That's ultimately what it comes down to. Our defense is probably going to get a lot of yardage put up on it. In the passing game, I look for a guy like A.J. Dillon to bust through on a goal line situation. It's quite typical for how their game scripts go. And I think if we hold them down, how you doing, Crypto? I think if we can hold them down, get our average at home. Let's see what that's gotten to. I got to pull back up the new and improved digital color culator, and we'll find out how many we're holding point teams to at home now. It's been a while since we played a home game, so it probably hasn't changed much. But I do want to remind ourselves with the math. I don't like the new color culator. I'd rather have an easier one to use. Okay, so week 1, we gave up 7 points. Week 3 against the Bills, we gave up 19. That's 2. Against the Vikings, we gave up 24. 3. Pittsburgh, we gave up 10. Cleveland, we gave up 17. Houston, we gave up 15. And that was the last home game we played. So we got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 home games we played. That is 15.333 with a bar over it. Yeah, I saw that, Jose. It looks like Dylan's come up on the injury report, at least for yesterday. They haven't updated it yet for today, but he was questionable yesterday. Oh, he was on concussion protocol. Oh, yeah. So if we can, let's say Aaron Rodgers, you factor in Aaron Rodgers. And you say, okay, they can overachieve a little bit and at least put up the points they score per game on our defense that gives up only 15 points at home per game. And we saw that was 20.5. So let's say because of Aaron Rodgers, they're able to put up their average points per game, which is 5 more points than we hold teams to at home. Is there somebody in our fan base that really believes we can't put up 20 points against this team? We score 24.6 per game. Now, we could do the math at home if you want. Keep in mind, one of those games did not have our starting quarterback. But we can put that aside for all the people that want to be fair. So we got 20 against the Patriots, 21 against the Bills, 16 against the Vikings, 16 against the Pittsburgh Steelers, 39 against the Browns, 30 against the Texans, and that was it. So divide that by 6, and at home, we are scoring 23.6 points per game. So there you go. We should win this game 23-20. We'll round up 24-21. I'll round down for them. How's that? 24-20, Miami. If we overachieve on offense, 31-20 Miami. That's what I'm going with. 31-24, 31-20 Miami. That's what I'm going with. Early prediction. Hey, we could lose to Zach Wilson. Lewis popping in out of nowhere. How's it going, man? Well, you got to say something if you're going to pop in. They must have added
What's
you.
up, Culler? Yeah,
Tell me where I'm
I'm
wrong.
good, man. Actually, I wouldn't say you're wrong, Culler. I was just hopping in because I heard you earlier. I was driving. I wanted you to go get another cup of coffee.
Oh, you're going to hold it down for me for a second?
Here you go.
We
Sit down for a second so my man can go get a cup.
We are at a good ratio. We got 48 people watching and 72 likes, so there's nobody that's not using their right hand blinker right now. That's some good news. Yeah, so
Absolutely.
chop it up.
Oh,
Give me
before
your
we really-
impression about this game coming up and what it, and, you know, and what we could see, what we could garner from it. Uh-oh. You must be on the road. We got the Tuaneers trying to take Lewis out as we speak. I think they're sideswiping him. It's a high-speed chase, ladies and gentlemen, down the turnpike right now. We lose you?
Can you guys hear me?
Yep. We got you back.
Oh yeah. No, I'm going through a bad area, but yeah, for me, Color, I think this game is where Miami gets on track. I know me and Cap were talking about it a little yesterday, and they were talking about moral victories and stuff. But I'm very encouraged from what I've seen from our team going into Buffalo. So I do believe that this is a game where Tua shines. I think Tyreek Hill really wants to get. I don't know if he gets to 2,000. But I think just to get him close to that 1,900 mark, I think he has a big game. Jalen Waddle that likes the running game. Again, if we see the team, I think you said it best, Color. If the Miami Dolphins that just played Saturday night in Buffalo show up Sunday at Hard Rock Stadium, this game, in my opinion, shouldn't even be close. So I just think, we're fans. We get passionate and stuff, man. And I know after losses, we all come out and we have different opinions and stuff, but moving forward, I do believe we make the playoffs. I do think that we go 3-0 in this stretch, and you got to get in the dance to have a chance. So that's all I'm looking for. Our first thing comments. What's up, aka Crazy Dolphin, Mr. Paul, man? That's my guy. I see Bones in the building. What's up, Bones? Oh, Barry talking about that's why you don't trust Skynet. Terrible. Mm, I don't
Uh-oh.
know.
Uh-oh. I just pushed the brew button, so it'll be about 30 seconds, and I'll have to run back over there for a second. So
Oh, you're
yeah,
good.
I mean, are you planning on you got too much family stuff going on? You shouldn't expect to see you down there, or no?
Yeah, so this, with the holidays with the little ones, I won't be there for this, but I'll definitely be in the building for week 17 for the Jets. So I will
Yeah, I
definitely
figured
be there week
it'd
18.
probably be pretty quiet there this week, man. Other than the Packers fans, I guess,
Right.
because
Well,
they're all
again,
out
I
of
think
towners anyway.
exactly. Yeah, they'll probably be on vacation, but I'm kind of with you, Color. I don't know if you heard what I was saying, but I think this is if the Miami Dolphins that we just seen play the Buffalo Bills Saturday night, if they show up at Hard Rock Stadium, this game, in my opinion, shouldn't even be close. I think we wipe the field with the Green Bay Packers.
That's exactly what I'm trying to say. And of course, I cannot stress any more the caveat that we must play the way we did Sunday night. Like
Absolutely. And see,
if we
yeah,
do that, then we roll the Packers. There's no way they can keep up with us, man.
absolutely not, Color. And that's what's so frustrating because, in my opinion, I said it last night with Kat, we can blame Tua for the 49er loss, that's fine. But that's what was so disappointing against the Chargers. The team just didn't show up. For whatever reason, we came into the Charger game and it was like we were flat. If I guarantee you, if we would have played that Charger game with the emotion that we went into Buffalo, it wouldn't even have been close. So, again, I think what we've seen on Saturday night
That's
is
the
more.
thing. I think the criticism that people gave for those two games is that Tua didn't elevate the team. Okay, you could argue that, but obviously the team needed to be elevated, so that is their fault too. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
Like
100%.
you can say a quarterback should be good enough to elevate your team, but you also have to at the same time admit that the team needed elevating. That's their doing, not Tua's.
Yeah, for sure, 100%. 100%. Going back to the 49er game, it was on Tua. The Charger game, I just think it was a bad game all around for the team. And then I said that last night with Cap. Last Saturday night's game, that's a McDaniel loss, man. I think the team played well. I think Tua met expectations for a lot of us with his play. And I just think that, Coach McDaniel has to wear this loss. So hopefully he learns from his mistakes, he gets better, and I said it earlier, Color, when you had to step away. I believe Miami goes 3-0 in this next three. I think we beat New England. I think we beat the Jets and also Green Bay. So to have a shot at our ultimate goal of winning the Super Bowl, you got to get in the dance, Color. So I think we win the next three, we get in, and we take our shot.
So, how do you feel about? I mean, I don't want to look past Green Bay, But how do you feel about even again with the Patriots? It's like, sure, they have a tough defense, and our offense may be a little diminished that day. We have to be ready for that. They
Absolutely.
diminished our offense game
Absolutely.
1 of the season. So why wouldn't we expect that again in Foxborough? And that's not going to be a drag on Tua. Now, Tua could obviously do things in that game to lose us the game. But so far this season, you have to say that the guy has not done anything to lose us a game, per se. You may say, well, he
Yeah.
didn't do this or that could have won us the game, but you can't say he's lost us the game. Not with 5 interceptions under his belt.
No. Listen, for the most part, Tua has answered a lot of the questions on the field. Again, I think Culler, me and you were one of the guys or two of the people in this community that were saying, don't sleep on the Patriots. And it was never the offense. It was never Mac Jones. But again, in my opinion, from what my eyes have shown me over my 41 years of watching football, Bill Belichick is the greatest defensive mind I've ever seen. So he will have that defense ready to play. They did stymie us week 1. I do think this offense has evolved and we're better than what they seen week 1. But again, that's going to be a tough game. Division games are always going to be tough. Again, the weather situation is probably not going to be good when we face New England.
Right.
But
And in that being said, I'm just not sure their offense can match.
That's exactly it. Yep, that's exactly what I was going to say, Color. Like, if our offense shows up, there's no reason. And if you look at it, really, yes, Aaron Rodgers is a great quarterback. He's one of those elite guys. But offensively, I don't think they have the firepower. If our offense shows and comes to play like what we've grown to accustomed to seeing, I think Green Bay, Patriots, or the Jets can compete with our offense. So that's the way I'm looking at it, man. I hear you say it all the time, Color, and I completely agree every time you say it. As long as our offense scores more points than what the other team scores, doesn't really matter what the defense does. Again, I want to remind people, we're not a defensive-minded football team no more. This is not the Brian Flores-led Miami Dolphins. This is the Coach McDaniel-led Miami Dolphins with Tua and this offense. So I'm looking for the offense to carry us, man, and that's just what it is.
And they have to. And the thing of it is that, as far as the Patriots go, they play sound football. The only way they're going to beat us is if we get beat by some kind of gimmicky offense where they don't do nothing but run the ball and, play running game at Hall of Fame levels. You know what I mean?
Exactly.
I mean, Mac Jones would have to play out of his shoes to top what Josh Allen did the other night. And I don't think we've ever seen anything like that from Mac Jones.
No.
Let's give credit where it's due. As much as I hate the bum, and he is a bum, he went in the driving freaking snowflakes the other night and took care of business against us. You know what I mean? Like, seriously,
Yeah, absolutely.
I don't know if any of you have had the big size snowflakes driving in your eyes like that, but you can't do nothing, bro. Like, you can't. It's like somebody constantly poking you in the eye.
Yeah, for sure. Listen, we can call him a bum because we're Dolphin fans and he plays for the Buffalo Bills. But me and you have been, again, two of the people in this community. Just because we have to build up Tua, we don't have to shit on other players. That's what our argument's always been about Lamar Jackson.
No doubt that Josh Allen won that game the other night. There's no doubt about it in my mind.
Absolutely. Listen, some of the things that we've seen him do on the field, those are elite traits that, God gifted that guy with. So, again, I don't have to shit on him. I think our team played good, but at the end of the day, Josh Allen just made a couple more plays than we did.
Yep. And that's what FinTank makes a great point as far as Belichick coming up with some kind of running gimmick. Look, our defensive front stops the run really well. If it can get through to the second level, that's where we start leaking like a sieve because we can't tackle. But for the most part, our front four is stopping the run, man. Zach Sealer, these guys are about to break through the line, and Zach just comes out of nowhere and takes them out.
Yeah.
And Red, White, and Bills says it perfect. We control our own destiny. That's all there is to it.
Absolutely.
You know, and Bones says Tua answered rhetorical questions. He's not stepping up. 2 years missed playoffs by one game and on a 3-year chance to take over, failed again. And I can't disagree with that. You know, we
I
had a
can't
chance.
disagree with that neither.
We had a chance to command the entire AFC 3 weeks ago, and
Yes,
we
did.
we crapped the bed. Our quarterback is our quarterback, and he has to be held responsible for that over 3 games. We're not talking about an aberration here, you know, but there is a lot that other people can be held responsible to. In other words, there are things that McDaniel could have done differently that would have won us a game or two also. You know, there's receivers that could have caught certain passes that could have gotten us an extra win. I mean, we can't blame it, you know, this, but when you're talking about, look what Josh Allen did the other night. You can't argue with a guy saying, forget all the nonsense. I'm going to take this ball and will it into the end zone.
Yeah.
You know,
Yeah.
I mean,
Man,
that's just all there is to it.
Listen, absolutely.
Yeah, we're talking about Green Bay, Benjamin. There's just only so much to talk about. I mean, if we play like we did Sunday, this is why it goes back to Sunday, Benjamin. Because if we play like we did Sunday, and that's what Lewis and I have been screaming, we'll roll the Packers. There's nothing really to talk about with the Packers. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I don't mean to sound flippant. I don't mean to sound flippant. If you want to get into X's and O's, that we can certainly do that because, you know, I did have a request from everybody's favorite spreadsheet, who I just sent him the link in Twitter. He'll know who I'm talking about. He told me to check my Twitter. What's up, DTA? How you doing? So Lewis, we're gonna bring, as soon as he pops in, if he gets the link, we're gonna hear from the spreadsheet himself. I hope he didn't leave thinking I wasn't gonna give him the link. But in the meantime, Samoan Warrior asked the question, hey, Culler and Lewis, any chance they bring an NFL game down under? And I say, why the hell not? You know what I mean? They played one in Japan a couple times. Why the hell not? You know, down under. It would be ahead of everybody instead of behind everybody. But oh well. So they can, maybe one of these games that they
NFL
flex.
has a plan.
You know what, Lewis? Maybe they'll do them even better. Sounds like you got a squeaky wheel, but maybe they'll do them even better. Oh, I know exactly what it is, Lewis. It's the rubbing. You drive a truck, and it's the rubbing of the cab between your box and the truck. I bet, and the cab, ain't it?
That's exactly what.
My old van used to do the same thing, bro. Anyway, what was I saying? Maybe one of these games that they flex to Saturday night. If you do the math, that would put it at Sunday afternoon for us. And it would be like a regular Sunday afternoon game, you know what I mean? But still be able to be flexed to Saturday night.
Yeah, for sure. Yep, absolutely.
You know, but here we are. We've got the spreadsheet himself, none other than Sharif, man. How you doing, Sharif?
How's it
Lewis
going,
is
guys?
like, oh no, man. What are you doing to me, bro?
Lewis, man, you did a good job last night. I think you stood up to the backlash and the truth from your perspective. But I think we just have to call a spade right now. I did some research and I didn't even know he coached directly for Atlanta Falcons in the Super Bowl loss. I didn't know that.
McDaniel?
Yeah.
Yeah.
What do you mean by coach directly?
In that loss, they were up 28-3 on Tom Brady. And ironic enough, we all know what they could have done in the second half, but they didn't. And of course, Tom Brady did what he did. And I want to emphasize that, use the context on that first, Lewis, because what I'm seeing here is a well-oiled, experienced coach. It's no excuse for the first year he's rookie. This is a well-oiled machine that shows enormous cockiness, which in the past has resulted to him being beaten. And now it's 2022. And he's still cocky, well-oiled, experienced. Don't give me the rookie stuff. You got Perry as an assistant head coach. You've been in tons of situations where you've won Super Bowls. So you should know, I used the analogy last night. I'm a young man, single. If I go in a hair salon full of ladies, I must then know how to read the room. And he doesn't know how to read the room, and he's causing this franchise, because I can tell you what, Ogbar is out, Brandon Jones is out, Byron Jones is out, Nick Needham is out, but I can tell you, because of his faulties, we win by one on many occasions. I could have seen extra points in past games. We could have won by one in many occasions just by taking the extra point, or I wouldn't say better situational running, but that's why I used the Atlanta Falcons context, 28-3. You were the running game coordinator, which then got abandoned in the second half. So what is it? This is a well-oiled machine, not a rookie coach. This is a well-oiled, stubborn machine causing this franchise and holding this franchise back on maybe 3 or 4 plays. That's the hurtful part. Maybe 3 or 4 plays where when he's a young man that can read the room, going into a hair salon with 7 beautiful women, he can then read the room and continue to do what the defense can't stop. But he's not that coach. He's so cocky that is reading the room from society, and it's compromising this franchise by, guess what, Lewis? 3 or 4 plays.
Absolutely, Sharif, and I'm glad you were listening yesterday, because that
it's
was
not
what
on
the
Tua.
narrative
It's
was.
not on Boyer, because the thing is, so much injuries, we still could have won.
So Sharif, like I thought, chat has erupted in your presence, bro. They love you to death. But G14 makes the one point that I probably would have pushed back with you on. He was an assistant under Kyle Shanahan, so to put that on McDaniel is absurd. LOL. What do you say to that?
See, Culler, when I brought it up yesterday, because I was the one that brought it up. I was the one that brought it up yesterday.
Shanahan.
But yeah, no, see, and again, I wouldn't take it so far like Sharif said. But see, this is the problem. When you're up 28-3 in the Super Bowl, and whether you're calling the plays or not, you're sitting there, and what we've seen is a trend. Anytime Miami starts getting a running game or any kind of semblance of a running game, McDaniel just goes away from it. And again, whether he was calling the plays in Atlanta or not, you were on that sideline. You could see that, if you ran the ball a little bit more, especially when the Patriots started making that comeback, you could have kept the ball away from Brady and stuff. And again, it's just a trend that we're starting to see with McDaniel. So that's the only reason I was pointing it out.
So I'm gonna shock everybody with my statement and say, are you guys suggesting that this is like a kid playing a game of Madden?
I'm thinking the question should be
Color. Yeah.
The question
I didn't
should be
say. I was just
Color.
asking. I'm not saying I believe that.
I
just
think
asking,
about it like this, Color.
Just posing the question, just putting it out in the ether.
I'm thinking of it like this, Color. If I got Julio Jones, Tyreek Hill on my team, and they're starting to like do the digs thing on the sideline, I know I was freaking open, and Josh just can't get me the damn foot. I'm wondering if Mike Shanahan and McDaniel are susceptible to the star receiver, and then hence overlooking what will win you games. Because if I have to feed Tyreek and Julio Jones, I'm going to tell who was the running back at that time? Goodwin? I think it was Coleman. Coleman ran for almost 80 yards in the first half of that Atlanta game in the Super Bowl. They shut Coleman down. It would have been the dirty bird, but they shut.
One question I have that kind of, I'll say at least correlates with what you guys are suggesting is the lack of use of our tight ends. I just don't understand how, when you look across the league, I even started to look at other games Sunday, like There's another one, another no-name tight end on some other team that catches another touchdown. And it's like, what is it about our team that we can't do what every other team in the league does to score?
I think Perry answered that week 8 when Perry and the tight ends coach had a chance to just sit. They really, and I love them for that. Perry can't help you, and McDaniel can't help you if we can't be deceptible, where you can stay on the field and they don't know if you're going to run or pass. And I think they were speaking to Tana Connor.
Well, I get that, but see, here's the thing, Sharif. We're throwing to a rookie tight end that drops the football in a crucial situation, yet we're not using any of our other tight ends for anything else.
They haven't even used Tana Connor since his drop. I'm glad you brought that up.
Well, they were never using him before that. That's why I questioned the personnel decision in the first place in that game. Like, what was the purpose of that? I get you got to try out your rookies and see if they can sink or swim, but what about if you've got a lead already, or, in a crucial drive like that, when you're trying to give your backup quarterback every opportunity to succeed, yet you put a rookie tight end there in that spot.
And what's going to happen in the background, Color? I mean, us as fans, we really don't care. But what if the wives of these players start saying, but honey, it looks to me, if they had kicked that extra point thing that you guys like to do with the kicker kicks, that it looked like you could have won some of these games. And when the wives of these players start saying, it seems to me like your coach is just like doing his own thing in an effort to cause you guys games. And when the wives start telling these, not that we as fans care, but it's the simplicity of knowing that as a Dolphin fan, there's maybe 5 or 6 plays where you could have been AFC first, 8-3. You could have gone 9, 10, 11-3 and been first in the AFC. But because of 5 or 6 plays, not due to Tua, not due to Wilson, running backs, defense, Boyer, but due to this head coach who's a well-oiled machine, 2 Super Bowls under his belt. He's not a rookie coach. His stubbornness has shown from the Atlanta Falcons let down in the Super Bowl. It is showing. It is rearing its head.
Well, I went ahead and dropped the link for anybody else that wants to come up and join you in this discussion. Make sure you're all liking and sharing, everybody. We got 50 people in the room right now watching. And the more you share and the more you like, the more we get people in here, the more to talk to. But Crypto is begging for the link. So I went ahead and posted it. I'm not going to run a panel for like ever this morning, but I do want to have, give a good hour for people to come up and kind of say their piece.
It's a great point you brought up, Color, about the 5 interceptions by Tua. Absolutely nothing is on a quarterback that is the least to turn over the football in the NFL. It can't be maybe the San Francisco is 50% on him and McDaniel. But other than that, with a quarterback who throws 5 interceptions, that he's not the problem.
Yeah, and his also going down from 9 fumbles last year to what is it now? I haven't even looked at the number, but I'm sure it's very low. What's up, DTA? How you doing, man?
What's up, everybody?
Morning, DTA.
What's going on?
What's up, Crypto?
What's going on, everybody? Good morning.
Good morning. So, DTA, you say you got some pushback for Sharif on this on what he was saying.
Yeah, just a couple of things. For one, you covered the one about him when you brought up that comment, I think from G1 or whatever, whoever, I can't remember the username of that guy, but for one, he was an assistant during that era, and 2, here's the thing, even with Lewis too, and I had some pushback with Lewis because up until the Buffalo game, I heard Lewis the same thing, even on our show together, defending Coach McDaniel. So, and everybody coming at him with excuses. Now, I understand. I'm not saying that Lewis is doing that or anybody. I'm just saying it's funny that at the Buffalo game, now all of a sudden you've got some people on the extreme end of it wanting McDaniel fired and others just blaming him and pissed off at him and up and
I was just being funny last night. I don't want him fired.
No, I get that, Sharif. But like, look, let me put it this way: when you take into account the whole entirety, the whole slew of games that we lost. Okay, the 49ers game, the Chargers game, the Bills game. And you start looking at those just on that losing streak alone. There's blame to go around for a lot of different things. I would say, in my opinion, like I said, I think the 49ers game was an absolute shit the bed moment for Tua. That was a terrible fucking game. I think the Chargers game, you had coaching, you had blame on Tua, you had blame on the coaching staff, you had blame on the receivers for dropping passes, which is something we've been dealing with all season in key moments, especially in the red zone.
I want to mention something about that DTA when
Specifically,
you
and
finish.
especially in, hang on, Shreve, specifically,
No, that
and
was me.
especially in the end zone, all season we've been dealing with these fucking drop passes from our receivers. Okay,
4 drop passes Sunday. Yes, go ahead.
What's that?
No,
Four
actually, it was
drop
2.
passes. I'm sorry I didn't bring that up, Culler. Go ahead.
They account for drop passes and
you understand the rate, and the crypto's probably
on
going
target passes.
You understand where we're at as a team too, and I have to pull it back up again on PFF, but we are one of the higher teams.
As 2.
We are one of the higher teams in dealing with drop passes. I'm talking about all season. This has been a problem all season. Our receivers dropping passes. Let's not say it's just the Buffalo's game. Let's not say it's just the Chargers game. This is something that we've dealt with at times throughout the entire season so far.
It's behind the paywall of the PFF if you guys want to see that we're ranked.
No, if you look at drop passes on how they calculate drop passes, it's on target passes by the receiver. Anything that's on target, they don't calculate as a drop pass. So they only calculated 2 drop passes by us in the Buffalo game.
Yeah, I know,
just
but
like how PFF didn't record Justin Bethel's breakup.
No, hold on.
Quickly, the DTA. I don't know why it's been doing that lately. It's been popping me in automatically too.
Yeah, dude, I don't know why. Because I hate. That's the only reason I don't go in this way through like the admin way, because if you guys are in the middle of the show,
here all along, Culler, I didn't see you go.
If I come up the admin way, bro, and I just enter studio, I feel like it used to just put me backstage, and then that because like if it's one of your guys' shows, you know what I'm saying, I don't want to pop in because it'll just automatically pop me out on stage.
Well, I think it just did it to Lewis too, because he didn't seem ready to talk when he came up.
Yeah, good.
Lewis is driving.
Right, he was driving. Right, I think it did it to him too.
Yeah,
I don't see him in there. Yeah, Lewis. Yeah, they popped him out.
Well, no. We're talking about like you guys come up through the StreamYard link, but if I come up through
admin studio,
yeah, it'll just pop me on stage. So like if let's say Culler's in the middle of talking and not ready to introduce me or introduce his guest or anything like that, it'll just put me on stage. And I feel like it used to actually, just like normal, it would set me backstage and let Culler pull me in. But maybe I'm wrong. I don't know.
Yeah, but
anyways,
you wanted to touch on something. You finished DTA?
Yeah, I'll be in a second. I was just going to say Crypto's right. The thing with PFF, and it is behind that paid wall. But nonetheless, you are correct, Sharif, and Crypto is saying is right. They only count it on targeted drop passes. So it's not taking into account all the drop passes or what maybe some of us would consider a drop pass that could have been a catch.
Right, like acrobatic catches that receivers got to have an out-of-body experience type catch and their hands touch the football. They don't count that if they drop it.
Right. And here's the thing. So all I was going to say was Crypto is right on that end, but we're still one of the highest team, or we're not the highest, but I think, God, I want to say we're like 8 or between 14 and 8 or something like that. So either mid to high team for drop passes all season.
And DTA,
nonetheless, even taking into that account.
What McDaniel proved to me too in his press conference yesterday, go and listen. He actually said his ratings from what he does with his team matches up with PFF. I thought that was the stupidest thing to say, because now we know PFF is dead wrong on some things, which means McDaniel's rating that matches up with PFF from his mouth is absolutely off the mark as well.
Everybody say a big good morning to clanging and banging Von Joe. How's it going, man?
What's happening,
Von Joe?
What's happening, Von?
Listen, I'm chilling. I'm chilling. Wait, what?
And listen, I was going to say something before you start, Von. An example to how they calculate catches or drops. that one spectacular 3rd down and 9 catch that Tyreek made, had he dropped that, that wouldn't have been counted as a drop because it was such a spectacular catch that it took him. It was all on him to make the catch.
So, guys, real quick, I just put up a poll for everybody. And the question in the poll, for those that are listening, if you're over on Facebook, Twitch, or Twitter, come over, give us a subscribe and a like on YouTube, answer the poll question, and then head back over to your favorite platform to keep listening. The question is, are the Fins in serious trouble? Yes, no, or the wheels are wobbly. Like the wheels are starting to come off and get some wobbly wheel bearings.
And I say the wheels
I
are wobbly.
I love that color.
Yeah, that's a good one, Color.
Right.
The wheels are wobbly. That's like a
why are
crypto
the
line.
wheels are wobbly? The wheels are wobbly because I believe we're seeing a well-oiled coach. The rookie head coach. He has 2 Super Bowls. He's stubborn in that Super Bowl, 28-3, and his stubbornness to either run the football or read the room and see that they cannot stop me. But I'm going to do the other.
First off, Sharif, stop. Hold on.
Well, he wasn't in charge of that Super Bowl.
Hang on. I got some pushback. I love you, Miss Spence.
That means he learned from a dumb head coach and brought it here.
Hang on, Sharif. Hang on. There's a lot of drop passes. You're right. That has to do with ball placement, but there's a ton of drop passes that have nothing to do with ball placement because they were put right where the ball needs to be, and yet still not fucking caught by these receivers.
That's why I say
and there's several of them in the end zone. So these are crucial catches that should have been made and that were dropped. But you know what? The Tyreek one, even I still think it could have been caught. It was contested.
The 2 down in the end zone is the only ones they
hold on, DTA, real quick.
That Sherfield catch in the end zone should have caught that. That was a touchdown.
But
that's one of the only 2 that they're calculating because those the only ones that's on target.
Sherfield could make a play on it.
So hold on, our good host
they calculated that as one of the 2 drops.
Hold on, I don't care about calculations. F them into calculations. Color, you and I both played receiver at one point in our life, right?
I did too.
Oh, and DT, I didn't know that, but I know Color, talked about it, so I didn't hear you say it, but you too. So we all 3 played receiver at some point in our lives, right?
Right.
So, and so you used to drop passes. You understand why you play corner?
Actually, I played corner.
We always said quarterbacks were receivers that don't have heads.
Right. That's a true statement.
I'm pretty sure the three guys here that played receiver could understand that, hey, that ball placement was not, I wouldn't say it was a major issue. That those balls that were dropped, especially in the end zone, I've seen it go through hands that should have been caught.
Thank you, right? Bonjo. Thank you.
That ball that went down low and it rolled out, that should have been caught.
That was a way where defenders couldn't get to
and,
it.
And Bonjo, to that point, that was the only 2 that they calculated as drops.
And Bonjo, as I said a little earlier in the show, I'm obviously not athletic enough to play in the NFL, okay, and do what Trent Sherfield does. But if you transport like quantum leap style my mind and being into Trent Sherfield's body in that moment in time, I'm catching that football.
Exactly. You squeeze the ball and it's caught. But again, stop putting this thing on that happened in Atlanta, Georgia, the little Falcons, with that quarterback that just blow leads no matter who he is. All right? So stop putting that on this coach. He was an assistant
Matt Ryan,
on that staff.
You mean? Oh, wait, Matt Ryan? Wait a minute. Matt Ryan?
Who did they, that's the same quarterback blew the biggest lead.
He just blew the biggest lead with the coach. Yeah.
5 or 6 plays. Bonjo, 5 or 6 plays. My wife is going to tell me, she doesn't even know football, but she's going to say, honey, it looks like 5 or 6 plays you guys could have been 11-3, but this coach is doing his own thing.
So, but again, I'm not saying
that's
that.
terrible.
We got a person named TD we need to welcome.
Yeah, which TD is
or not, because he usually goes by his full name, TD FinSup.
Yeah, that's not the real TD.
It can't be the real TD. It's probably EM Baller or Greg.
Real TD, please stand up. Please stand up.
Is it really the real TD?
It is.
Wow. Good morning, bro. How you doing, man?
I'm good.
Just
I'm
real
on
quick.
a different system, so I had to I ain't had time to do my avatar and all that stuff. Because
I was gonna say real quick before.
Well, Go ahead, real quick, Vonjo, and then I wanted to introduce TD in real quick because I got something to let him know real quick before he gives his take. Go ahead, Vonjo.
So I'm just saying, I think McDaniel is literally just one of these coaches that's in the NFL. We see it with the Chargers. We see it with these young coaches that they're going off these analytics, and the analytics are screwing us over at the end. Really, they just go off analytics and percentage.
Yeah, that's true.
He's just one of those coaches.
So TD, I heard your post game take, pretty much how you feel about the game and all that, and I know that in comparison to me, you're probably giving a little less room. Will be fair to say that. So go ahead, man. I know you got some pushback on me. You've got to.
No, I really, man, there's plenty of blame to go around. But I don't like this whole drop narrative. It's just a false narrative, man. That wasn't the big issue in the game. Drops. And we talk about, because they happen in the end zone. Tyreek's drop in the end zone was a drop. But do you know how difficult it is with a defender in your face, you turning your body around 180, leaping in the air to try to make it? These are hard passes. Some could argue it was a bad target. He wasn't even open. But he would have made a amazing catch. But just because they end up touching his hands, we say, hey, you got to come down with it. And I agree, but it would have been a Superman catch.
Exactly.
But listen, and that's why TD, with that Tyreek, that's why I said that Tyreek catch, you could argue it. But that Sherfield, I don't want to hear it. You got to catch that ball. You got to catch that ball. And two, as far as this is all I was saying too. I'm not saying that and I didn't get to finish. The drop passes is not the only reason. I'm just saying that's something we've been dealing with all season. That's all I'm saying. That there's plenty of blame. Just like you said, there's plenty of blame to go around. It's not this all of a sudden it's on McDaniel. It's all McDaniel's fault. Fuck McDaniel. He's, this because that's what all I've been hearing the last couple of days. It's not all on McDaniel.
Well, the more I hear and more I watch it, I was at 51%.
Oh no, sir, DTA.
I was at 51% blaming the Bills. Now I'm getting closer to 100% blaming the Bills for this loss.
No, drop passes this year are definitely on McDaniel.
What I was saying about them drop passes, man. The Sherfield, man, y'all gotta be kidding me. Listen, first of all, he didn't need to put it low as if a defender was closing in to knock his head off. He didn't even need to. He could have put it right in his chest. He did not need to.
I know defenders were standing up, TD.
I know we're used to seeing plays like that where the defender is closing in, but the defender was 8 feet away. The man went
standing up.
Yeah, he never needed.
No, the Sheffield was standing up. Tyreek went to the ground.
Sheffield was standing up and was supposed to drop into the end zone. It was like a slant.
One of them was high and one of them was low.
He had a defender right behind him and a defender in front to the right of him.
No. The defender in front was not there to make the play if it was right in his chest.
They were
it just looked that way when the play is over.
Exactly.
Trust me.
They were actually shocked.
That ball could have been right in his chest. That ball could have been right in his chest, touchdown, and he would have got pushed at the end.
And they wouldn't have even moved because that's how fast the play did.
But this is what y'all need to come to understand. When you have to make that sliding play, don't forget how cold it is, everything, how hard the ground is. That's not an easy catch. But again, could he have made an amazing play? Absolutely, and he didn't. So there is some culpability. Receivers have to help their quarterback out sometimes. So I understand that logic. But now I want to pause on those two. Now tell me what other drops y'all got a problem with in the game. Because guess what? Every drop that you can reach to after that, all terrible ball placement. Third and two.
I don't know that there was too many other than those two.
There were 6 drops in this game. 2 of them were on the receivers. 4 drops. Remember the one in the flat where the guy got his fingertip on it? Terrible ball placement.
Which they argue could be pass interference, but
I'm not talking about that. I'm not talking about the out route. You're talking about the out route to Tyreek that they argue pass interference. Now let's talk about that out route to Tyreek. Guess what? Dolphin fans need to stop relying on the referees to be the ones to help us win the game.
Well, I don't disagree with you there.
That out route to Tyreek Hill, was it pass interference? Yes. But if it was a great ball placement, it would have been first down, chains would have been moving, and Josh Allen wouldn't be out there carving us up for the next score to go in.
And once again, extra point, you're up by 9.
Terrible ball placement on that
We actually overcame that pass interference because we captured the lead well after that so-called pass interference play. So that was eliminated. We overcame that.
play.
Hold up, because there was plenty of. That's why, again, I'm not saying it's the reason. I'm not even saying that it's a narrative that needs to be the reason why that we lost the Bills game. It's not ever what I'm saying. I don't even believe that. What I'm saying is that it's been a problem all season. And there's been plenty of passes that were, if we want to go by that logic, TD, there's been plenty of passes in the end zone by other receivers and tight end that could have been caught, that were placed right where they need to be, and they didn't catch them. So it's not all 100% on Tua for ball placement. That's all I'm saying. That's at the end of my point. I'm trying to say that there's plenty of blame to go around, and I don't think it's just one thing.
But we overlook the ball placement. We know that it ain't 100% on Tua, but his ball placement has been detrimental to this team. It has really hurt this team. Is it all?
I would say, TD, that it definitely hasn't elevated us.
Yeah, and that's the point. We never maximize plays most of the time. There are plays where receivers are going deep. He throws it deep. They got to slow down to catch it and get tackled right away. We're excited about the catch, but that's 7 points.
Well, I think the example that comes to my mind is that rollout by Josh Allen and the strike down the sideline to get a first down.
I mean, you don't have to go through that. You can just look at the stats. I think we're one of the lowest producing yak teams in the league.
Yes, we get some of the less yak in the entire NFL when we were supposed to build this team off of getting yak with ball placement and accuracy.
Real quick,
and that's counting the 75-yard Sheffield touchdown and the 69-yard of the Waddle, and we still last in yak.
To address Lewis's comment and Bones' comment, for one, hey Lewis, that's what I was trying to say. I'm not saying that you were blaming the Chargers game. I'm not trying to say that you were blaming that on McDaniel. I was trying to say exactly what you said in your comment. Maybe it got lost in translation. And Bones, I have put plenty of blame on Tua. I've been one of the loudest. You can ask these guys. One of the most vocal on Tua.
Yeah, you've been fair, DTA.
I want to ask
I am not no fucking Tua near up here defending.
Okay, got you. So TD, real quick, I don't know how much time you got. I know you're a very busy person. But I wanted to get your take on this. I mean, maybe you can answer the question I've been screaming for the past, couple of weeks. Like, why is it that everybody else in the league is able to use their tight ends in a capacity that scores them extra points every game, yet we still have virtually zero production out of ours, game in and game out?
Because that's McMichael's fault. He's trying to get Tua's numbers up. He's trying to get Tyreek.
Being too cute.
I mean, at the end of the day, the tight end, I've been watching all 22 every week, and the tight end can make 3 to 4 huge plays every game, and we don't even look at them. We force feed Tyreek in the triple coverage before we do that.
So at that point, that's just
that you definitely can't blame the coach on. That's 100% on the coach.
No, but at the end of the day, that's a gross mismanagement of assets because literally you paid this guy $10 million.
What they're trying to do is
that too, Joe.
They're trying to keep Tyreek Hill happy. They're trying to give him more yards than he ever had with the Chiefs. But the truth of the matter is, you cannot do what the Chiefs did with Tyreek. The only thing you need to look at with Tyreek and the Chiefs is yards per catch. And guess what? This is the 5th highest yards per catch he's had in his career. And the other 4 were with the Chiefs. I don't care if you get 5,000 yards. The only one that matters is yards per catch. That shows you the efficiency and how useful they're making him. And we're
downfield, big play, yeah.
And we're force feeding him, which is causing the yards per catch to be low just to get numbers. So everybody's gonna rave about, he did better with Tua than Mahomes. Not with yards per catch. Mahomes has 4 years of yards per catch higher than what Tua has, and that's all because we're force feeding him the ball instead of coming to.
Hold on, TD. One of the reasons I'll say yards per catch really is effective and impact is because of the type of quarterback that you have. where you have a Mahomes where if you look at some of those deep plays that Tyreek was getting was from busted coverage from Mahomes extending the play, where he rolls out and
Man,
now
every deep
they're able
ball
to
too. Every
freestyle.
deep ball too get to Tyreek is busted coverage.
No, I'm just hold on. I'm saying by freestyling, where Mahomes could scramble out the pocket, evade pressure, and now that 3-second drop back is now that defense now has to cover Tyreek for 5,
Off
6,
script.
See,
7,
Well,
that's a
off
myth.
and
script.
That's a
exactly
myth,
off
Von
script.
Joe.
Off script. Yeah.
That's a myth, Von Joe. You know why? It happened in Kansas City. It actually happened way less than people want to admit. Talk about one time a game when you really go look at the averages. I mean,
But
we
brother,
just
one
rave
time a
about it
game,
when it
but
does.
no, but
That's
one time a
basically.
game really extends that yards per
But Von
catch.
Joe,
That could
Is
make
you
a
agree
difference.
with
Tyreek
me.
not getting one bomb a game with us?
But
Uh,
Von Joe, that means you agree with me when I say Tua gets 360 yards a season rushing. That's basically 2 yards a carry, 18
I didn't
yards
say
rushing.
rushing. I didn't. Hold on. Whoa.
No,
I
but
said
that's
nothing
off
about
script.
rushing,
That
sir.
that means I'm
No,
gonna roll out to the
no,
left or right, and if they give me it, I'm sliding for
sir.
4.
Don't you dare try to wrap me into your Tua
Listen,
needs to
listen.
run the ball
Off
more.
script
Don't
is
do that
Josh
to me.
Allen.
No,
Off script
no,
is Josh Allen
no,
willing his
no.
win Saturday night.
You
That's off script.
don't
Tua
you put
can't
that
be
devil on,
Josh
don't you
Allen.
put that on me. Don't you put that narrative on me, Ricky
Tua
Bobby.
can't be Josh Allen, but
I
we at
got you,
least
Von Joe.
Hey,
He is
before I
not gonna
go,
put that on
fellas.
me.
Hey, before I
Von
go,
Joe.
fellas.
Yes, sir.
Hey,
Yes, sir.
before I go, I just want to say this, and y'all may want to talk about it. Here's the
I wanted to
reality with our
actually ask you something, Didi.
Hold on, Sharif.
here's the reality with our offense. We don't have an offensive identity. We
Mm.
still don't. Think about it.
I couldn't
I
say
want
I
to I
Hmm,
want to ask you
disagree
something
there.
real quick before you go, Didi.
that's interesting.
With this head coach, right?
I think we do have a
I
offensive
think
identity.
with a quarterback that gives you 5 interceptions, and I know his ball placement has caused us in some instances. It could be 50-50 with the San Francisco game, him and McDaniel for that loss. But for me, when I look back, because I watched the All 22 as well, when you look back at these losses, I think three of them are on McDaniel because of the situation. He can't read the room, and it 107 yards in the first quarter. You simply get 200 yards in that game, maybe 25 carries, and I think they don't win that game. And it snowed in the fourth quarter, so you probably have a 2-score lead by then. But he does his own thing, and once again, Chargers, you argue, he could have run the ball more. He does his own thing. And this is why I used the context, which I didn't even know until this week. The 28-3 lead that they had didn't run the ball, TD, and we know what Tom Brady did to them. So my question to you is the wheels wobbly because McDaniel is doing his own thing?
McDaniel is certainly freelancing and trying to put his signature on everything we do. And yes, that is hurting us sometimes.
He's a
Sometimes,
Dominican Sue. Yeah.
sometimes it helps us though. And that's the problem though. I've been saying all season, all these fourth downs in our own territory and all that. I said when we get to the playoffs, this is what's going to send us home.
All them 4
Mhm.
downs, man. He has big onions, right? They're
Well,
getting
I
boiled
will
down.
say,
Y'all need to put that in the context.
Yeah, it's
Why
see,
do
gonna
we have
cost us. It's gonna be
54
like Bruce
downs?
well,
Staley.
real quick, guys. I will say that as McDaniel being a fan of my show, I know he watches. He at least listened to me, and we do take a lot more deep shots like we should properly do. Because I'm a firm believer that the odds just favor you for a good outcome on a deep shot. Given the way the dynamics of the league are now, you're really effectively looking at a punt on an earlier down. I don't understand. I mean, I get the whole screen game and the draw game on 3rd and long and all that, but it's like, look, you got to take more deep shots. That's what the good winning teams are doing. And, the odds of you getting a pass interference or a successful completion are about 50-50 or 50-50 against one neutral outcome and one bad outcome.
Yeah.
The bad outcome being that the defender intercepts the ball and runs it all the way back for a 60-yard touchdown. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
On a deep pass. And that just
Mhm.
generally doesn't happen. Usually your receiver is right there to make the tackle or defend the ball. You know what I mean? I mean, you just got too many, like, too little bad things that can happen and too many good things, given that you're about to punt on 4th down anyway if it's 3rd and 22. Now, in our case against Buffalo, the first meeting, we took a 3rd and 22 and threw a 40-some yard bomb to Waddle. I like seeing that, you know what I mean? So that's to McDaniel's credit if you were to say, hey, his bravado called that play.
And I look at the bravado in more of not reading the room. Once again, 107 yards. I'm going to tear up my script, what I had for that game, and give him 20 more carries. So
Hey,
that's
Cole.
not reading the room. That's
Real-
not reading.
Well, what about Waddle's 3 catches for 114 yards? That's more yards per reception than running. He can say that and counter
I
that.
want to see half of those going to
possession
the
of the
tight
ball
end,
and
and we're
keeping
putting
it
up
away from Josh
if
Allen.
Crypto, if half of those yardage, if half of that yardage goes to a tight end that our secondary receiver is getting, we're putting up an extra score every game. I firmly believe.
Hey, TD.
Yeah, but a lot of people just talking about the running yards per
It's
carry.
detriment
Our
once
receiving
again.
yards per catch is higher. It's almost 5 yards extra per catch.
Yeah, it is ridiculous.
So that will be
high.
McDaniel's argument to
He's-
shut down that narrative that we need to always run the football just
He's
because we got
proven
some
that
success
he's
doing
no
it.
worse than Cam Cameron, Crypto. He's proven right. He's proving that.
Yeah, but again, Crypto, this is where I talk about situationally, because I've been on record saying that I don't understand why McDaniel takes the ball out of Tua's hands in certain crucial situations, given the ability to scheme out so many more high percentage plays because of our talent in the secondary. But the issue I have is that you turn that around to where, on the other token, looking at let's say Sunday's game, or even the Chargers or 49ers game, where you're running the ball well. And I mean, in the case of Buffalo, we were absolutely owning the trenches on offense.
Oh, we were killing
There
it.
was nothing they could do to stop our running game. And
Yes,
so when you're
I
talking,
agree with that, Color, but it
And
only
so when
got us an
you're-
8-point deficit
yeah,
at halftime.
but I'm talking about when we needed to salt the game away in the 4th quarter and run the clock out.
And keep it away from Josh Allen.
We didn't because we didn't have enough possessions. Buffalo ended up having a possession.
But let me finish. With the driving snow at our back, we should have been able to just roll them with Raheem Mostert in that drive and ended the game.
And Ahmed.
Yeah, but it was already a tied game at that point. It wasn't like we was ahead.
That's not enough, Crypto, because once again, it's 7.8 yards a carry at that
What's
point.
up, Tony? We can hear you.
Yes, and 13.5 yards per reception.
We can hear you, Tony.
And I'm not saying you're wrong, but what
guys, this is honest question. For that Buffalo game specifically, do you think McDaniel might have been calling all those pass plays maybe to placate some of the fan base that was criticizing Tua, saying he couldn't through the wind?
Nah.
TD mentioned
McDaniel, according to him and what he addressed it as, what he said is that he was running the ball, and I don't understand his point, but what he was saying was he was running the ball, and they're running the ball well. But when they got the single high safety look, they were trying to take advantage of it, and that's his reasoning for going away from the running game to try to get some big chunk pass plays. Yeah. And I understand in some, like, I understand in situations where passing makes sense.
Mm-hmm.
But there was other times where keep running the fucking ball down their throat because they're not doing anything to stop it makes more sense.
All I'm saying, DTA. And to me, you're a well.
All of that, I do realize only all that production came in the first quarter.
While I've got Sharif up here, bro, I owe you an apology because Culler and Lewis explained to me what you were trying to say the other day, and it actually made sense.
And so what's crazy to me is 5 or 6 things, and we're 11-3. It's not on Tua, it's not on Boyer. Believe me, with Alba's out, Brandon Jones is out, Rowe is out, Byron Jones is out, Trill Williams, Nick Needham,
Elijah Campbell.
Believe me, 5 or 6 things. We're still 11-3 with this terrible cornerback room. with this terrible
Well,
secondary. We're
the
still
thing of it is, though, and I just wanted to say
Wait,
this.
what are you talking about? We would be 11-3. What are you
We
talking about?
could be because
What are
of
you talking?
5 or
Yeah.
6 things McDaniel choose to do, which is
But here's the thing, though, about the
5 or 6 things.
No.
But here's the thing about to Crypto's point about taking the ball out of Tua's hands. What I was just saying about what was going on in the Buffalo game should not apply to what happened in earlier games where we have a 3rd and 2 and then a 4th and 2. And both of those times we take both of those downs, we take the ball out of Tua's hands. I understand that Chase Edmonds missed the hole off tackle. I get all that. But why are we taking the ball out of Tua's hands right there in both of those plays?
Lack of trust, maybe? Lack of trust?
To what? To get 3, to advance the ball 3 yards with given how our offense was moving down the field that day?
Yeah, when they had momentum. Well, that's the thing, Culler. There's other times. There's a lot of those times.
Yeah, that was in the Steeler game when we got shut down.
No, but not just in one particular game. There's a lot of times where we shouldn't have taken the ball out of Tua's hands when the offense had momentum and they were rolling and Tua was doing good.
Well,
but then you have other times too where,
DTA?
like on 3rd and 1 and shit like that, where you stop running the fucking ball when it's been
DTA's
working
point,
the entire
right?
time. I don't get it.
In the all 22, there's 8 plays where they were under 3, third and 4, or 2nd and 6.
We got the new DTA.
we got
I'm sorry, Sharif. We got the new banner today, DTA. I just created it for coffee and a cup of color for the morning. The watch your mouth banner. Yeah, we got into a little trouble.
My bad, brother. I didn't know.
But you know who is starting to give us flack about that now too. So we're gonna try to be a little more cordial in the morning. You know what I mean? Just saying.
Right. So to 8 third
My
downs, that was manageable, like to DTA's point. And McDaniel, in those manageable situations, put the ball into his hand, but made stupid screen passes to Engel, who's in the Pro Bowl, by the way.
TD may have lost his connection. I do believe he's been in a hold up in a hotel recently, past day or two. I don't know where he's at now, but he dropped off. So I wanted to give a big thanks to TD for coming by and giving his take on things.
So
make sure you all are giving TD a subscribe, like, and share. You know where he's at. I'm sure you all do anyway.
To finish off real quick, Tony, I'm gonna give you the floor. To finish off,
right, and Tony, we just need you to gain up your volume just a little bit if you could, because we can barely hear you.
In those 8 third downs, 2 of them we only ran, and 1 of them we got a first down. So once again, McDaniel proving that he's becoming closer to Cameron. You deviate from something that they didn't stop.
Cameron, bro. Oh, that's brutal, man.
And again, this is what I'm saying. This is
1,000 times more games.
But Sharif, this is where I come in at, where I said, is he really deviating or is he going off analytics as far as play decisions?
Yes, that's a great point, Von Joe. Yes, I didn't find that way of analytics. Yes, that's a great point.
So I'm thinking that a lot of these young coaches have been doing this where they use analytics to try to dictate the game. But guess what? This is not baseball's. What was that Major League Baseball game? What was it called?
This is not Madden.
No, not Madden. But what's that baseball game? What's that baseball story?
The show.
No, not the show, but the story, the movie. They made a movie about it where they just based off analytics. Moneyball. Yes, this is not Moneyball.
Yeah,
you can't do football with Moneyball and Moneyball the same.
Didn't we just? Did the Cleveland Browns just learn that lesson?
Imagine if we actually make it to a playoff game and McDaniel freaking does his thing, right? And we could have oh my God.
I just think there's too many intangibles in football for you to just go based off analytics.
I could see it happening, Von Joe. We can do just watch McDaniel once again. Watch him, guys. Watch him. He's situational, like he's a well-oiled coach who has Super Bowls under his belt. From George Seifert, like my boy Crypto said. George Seifert actually had black and white vision.
Because here you go, Culler. So and sure, you can really think about it, right? Because we saying that once the safety was dropped into the box, we started throwing the ball more, right? But at the same time, in same correlation, what you're not really accounting for is that we started throwing the ball more, and then perplexed me that when it started also snowing.
Thank
When it
you.
actually started snowing, we started throwing the
And,
ball
right,
more.
and we had this.
Because-
We had the driving snow at our backs. That would have been perfect for running.
Jordan Phillips didn't
Exactly,
play.
but hold
so
on,
they didn't
think
have
about
to
it.
play.
Yeah,
why
but
do you
that
think
was
their-
very
Why
minimum.
do you think their running game started to pick up when it started to snow?
From IC.
Exactly, but
No, actually, it didn't. Color. They threw the ball. They had a pass
I'm
control
not saying they
offense
didn't
in their
throw the
last 6
ball,
minutes.
Crypto. I'm not saying
But
they
they were
didn't
more
throw the
balanced.
ball. I'm saying that their running game
All of
started
their
to
big
look
plays
better than
came
it
through
did
the
all
air.
game. They started to get some traction with their running game when the snow started falling.
Josh Allen.
Y'all confusing Josh Allen's big run that it ain't snowed yet.
I'm not talking about the numbers, Crypto. Watch the game again. You can see Singletary starting to hit holes
And I can see, and I can also see Diggs on crossing routes and all of the wide receivers catching big plays.
I'm not saying that didn't
on
happen.
that last drive when it was snowing.
Dude, you're arguing for no reason. I'm not saying that didn't happen. I'm just saying their running game started to look better than it had.
I think they only, matter of fact, when it snowed, I think they only ran the ball twice.
But they still were more successful than they had been the whole
wasn't. They got
game.
stuffed. Is what I'm saying.
Arguing for no reason.
When they moved the ball, it was and the one big chunk they got was a pass interference that got them even closer.
They were running the ball the same way they've been running the entire night.
When the snow started falling, it was on their own 5-yard line, and he threw a first down on the right sideline.
I don't care. I'm not going to argue with
Crypto. They were gashing Buffalo even in the snow. They were gashing them the entire
I'm talking
night.
about Buffalo when they started. They had a ball control passing game on their last drive.
You're arguing a point that nobody is making. Please stop.
So what I'm saying
I'm
is
not. I'm just stating.
Okay, hold on. I am off. Hold on.
They
I'm
won
off
the
what Buffalo
game.
did.
I'm not saying that's the reason they won the game. I'm saying
I get it.
Again, their running game started to pick up better than it had looked previously in the game.
Yes, late.
No.
Well, that's
But
your
hold on.
opinion. So go watch the game
I
again.
agree with Culler.
Culler's just making a statement. He's not saying that you're.
Let me.
He's not trying to say you're wrong or right, Crypto.
But hold on. Let me go back to my original point. Right when we started dropping the safety.
I'm advocating for the reasons we should have kept running the ball because we were already successful without the snow.
It's just why I said it's stupid to me that 5 or 6
So,
teams.
but hold on.
I don't think that's the reason why Buffalo was
5 or 6
successful.
teams.
They had a ball
due to
control passing
McDaniel.
game when it started snowing.
To me, due to
But hold
McDaniel,
on.
5 or 6 teams.
Sharif, let me just finish landing this point real quick because again, it goes back to when you really think about analytics, right? Where you drop the safety in the box, okay, analytics will say safety in the box, there's more people in the box, throw the ball, right? Even though common sense will say it started to snow, let's start running the ball more, even though we've been successful doing so. But I feel like he made the decisions based off analytics that says, hey, you'll have a high with a safety dropping down in the box, you'll have more percentage throwing it.
Are the people that usually agree with me and the people that usually disagree with me, how often are they both backing me up in chat? You know what I mean?
I
just think that we're too much of analytic base.
Just like Jermaine King says right here, they were gashing us on that last drive.
Damn, he never agrees with you.
Yeah,
So,
no, Culler's right.
Yeah, how convenient is that because it fits his narrative?
Well, we know, right?
I don't give a shit.
Let me just say,
Buffalo used a ball control passing game in the last drive to salt away
right?
the game.
We don't have any more cornerbacks, really. And so
Let
with
me-
this
let me
cornerback
just-
room, it's going to be what it's going to be. McDaniel still causes us
Well,
games.
hang on, real
Winning
quick.
these
Hang on,
games, but McDaniel
Sharif,
is losing these.
Sharif, hang on, because I wanted to hear Von Joe land. I know. I want to hear you too, Sharif, but I've been trying to hear what Von Joe.
Von Joe is finished.
Well, he didn't get to finish because
that was Alexander. Go ahead, Alexander.
No, Von Joe, go ahead, bro. Go ahead.
No, I just listen. It just
I don't
think
give a
that it
shit.
just
Him
really
agreeing
goes-
with somebody in chat.
I'm gonna flip
Jimmy
this
Crickets, man.
right now.
this
I'm
is
gonna
what
flip this
happens
right
every time Von Joe's tried to talk.
Oh, sorry. I'm sorry, VJ.
No, you're good, Alex. I
Sorry.
think there's just a cross up. I've just been trying to hear what the end of what he was saying, and I couldn't.
Yeah, I'm just saying
Yeah,
that really, I think that play sheet that McDaniel was using is mainly based on analytics, and he's been doing that based off analytics, and it showed in that game where analytics will say, "Hey, that safety has dropped down into the box. Start throwing the ball more." Even though common sense will sit there and say, "It's snowing. We have a running game. Just completely run the ball and drain the clock, and the game is done."
Keep it away from Allen.
Exactly.
Yeah,
Go
I got
ahead.
you. I got you.
And it happened in the Chargers game to back up Juan Joe and Culler and you, DTA. And I'm sure Alexis will agree. And so to me, he's getting closer and closer to Cam Cameron. I think these 3 losses, 50-50 in the San Fran on him and Tua, sure, fine. But the rest, it's on him. This is totally on McDaniel. Because what Boyer has to work with 6 cornerbacks gone, you could have still win these games. Oh my gosh. It's on McDaniel.
Sharif, I agree with you that this loss is purely on McDaniel. But I'm gonna let you know this right now. If we keep
The
on
more I
running the
listen
ball,
to
I
this
bet you we win
nonsense,
this
the more
game.
I'm getting 100% goes to the Buffalo Bills while we lost it.
We keep running the ball.
I'm not being convinced by this stupid ass argument.
No, Crypto. Here's the truth. If we keep running the ball, we
Started
win
out
this game.
at 51% blaming the Bills for this loss. Now I'm getting closer and closer to 100%. Keep going.
We run the ball, we win the game. It's as simple as that.
In theory,
keep running the ball,
you
we
ever
win the
heard of
game.
a ball control passing game before? Kind of like what Buffalo did in the last drive.
Crypto, we were gashing Buffalo the entire night.
I don't give a shit. We was gashing them on yards per catch too.
Herbert and Josh Allen dinked and dunked us to death. Yes, Crypto. They dinked and dunked us to death. They dinked and dunked us, Crypto.
When all else is even, it was an even score. We gonna go back to our bread and butter, passing the football.
McDaniel lost
It's that
us the
fucking
game
simple.
on Saturday night because he ran away from the run game. He went away from
Bullshit.
the run game. That's why we lost the game.
Crypto.
Bullshit.
Morning, the kids.
Crypto.
I ain't buying it.
Respect, bro.
With all due respect, and then go ahead with the knife in the other hand. Don't give me that all due respect shit.
I have never wavered on who lost us the game. Sharif
and ain't never wavered neither. How about just the Buffalo Bills took more advantage of their opportunities than we took of ours?
The Bills were not the better
Buffalo
team
Bills
Saturday.
is the reason why we lost this game.
I refuse to believe that the Bills were the better team Saturday.
No, to look for somebody to blame so you can feel good about yourself without crediting the other team is bullshit.
Alex, hold on, Alex. I'm on record as saying we played in a way that was good enough to beat them, but no, make no mistake, the better team won the game.
Yeah,
I'm an old-fashioned guy, bro.
I don't believe that.
I don't disagree with
To me, the
Crypto on
better team on that day won the game.
But
I'm not
then when
saying
you-
the better team on paper.
The
I'm not
Dolphins
saying the
were the
better
better
team over the
team.
last season. I'm saying the better team that night won the game.
Right. That's why
Period.
Stephen A gave us the respect,
No.
Crypto. But the
No.
thing is, with McDaniel,
I'm
couple
sorry,
of things
bro.
two things you could have done in that game. So,
But
and
Alex, you
win
don't
that
have
game.
to. Listen, the points are this. I can sit here and say, like, I believe McDaniel had the better game plan going into that game on all facets. I'd say the better team that night was the Bills. It's not that the Dolphins failed, and I hate to use kind of the talking point of the media heads, but they had a good point on First Take too. It wasn't so much that, and even Colin Cowherd said, and I hate that fucking dude, and I hate even quoting anything he says, but it's not. I don't look at it as a. I'm trying to word this right so it doesn't piss a bunch of people off.
What's that, man?
It's the new "Watch Your Mouth" banner, man.
Go ahead, DT. My bad, bro.
Nah, you're good, bro. Listen. I think I come out of that thinking that the Dolphins are the better team. You play that game again several times. I don't think it goes in the Bills' favor, but the better team came out. They executed more. They took. I think that they capitalized more on their opportunities better than we did. But I think McDaniel went into that game with a better game plan and could have easily beat the Buffalo Bills. But they just happened to be the better team on the field that
Overall,
Yeah.
Is fourth down
I
taking?
can't.
Is
The
I'm
yardage was
oh,
almost even across the board. The
hold on.
possessions
because
was even. The time of possession was almost even. They had the ball
Okay,
last.
hold on.
the
Quick
reason
though,
the
real
reason
quick,
why is
real
because
quick, Alex.
they are. I'm
Real
sorry,
quick,
Sharif.
Alex.
Go ahead, man.
Dude,
Yes,
what
the
Maston
fourth
Park
down.
said too is exactly right. Like at the end of the day, Josh Allen is a different.
And that was in my synopsis this morning in my monologue. It's exactly what I said.
Going
That's
for
what
it
it
on
boils
fourth
down
down.
to.
Yeah, I'm not agreeing. I'm not saying Josh Allen's not.
For me,
Josh Allen's a
But
better
no,
quarterback.
Alex.
So
What I'm saying is,
Alex, on that night, they had a guy that was enough to make that did enough to make them the better team that night.
And
I'm
I'm
not saying we
disputing that.
couldn't beat them. I say we played well enough to beat them.
Right.
5 out of 10 times, replay that game 10 times, and we beat them 5 times, in my opinion. Playing the way we did Sunday night.
And I'm saying what is rearing his head is the fact that you're going for it on fourth down.
this is the shit that I'm talking about. I haven't liked Colin Cowherd. I have not liked Colin Cowherd since before fucking Tua, bro. It has nothing to do with that.
yeah.
I get
Hold
sick
on,
of this
don't watch the
bullshit.
comments,
I am not
DTA.
no fucking Tuanier. I have been very vocal about him.
He's
So
not a
don't give me that
Tuanier guy.
bullshit. Miss me with that cap.
So,
Real
Estefan, how you
quick.
doing this morning, buddy? Just
Real
saw you
quick.
pop in. Well, let's give a chance for Estefan to chop it
Okay,
up
go
for a
ahead,
second. How you doing, man?
What's
y'all?
happening?
Merry Christmas.
What's up, man?
Merry
Not
Christmas.
much, man. Are we still stewing about all the talent on this team and we're still taking L's? I don't know.
guess so.
I hopped in last minute. Look, man. Argentina went into the World Cup losing their first game to Saudi Arabia, came back and won it all. It was dope. I think the Dolphins lost 3. I think they learned a lot. I think, like a lot of people are blaming McDaniel,
Great
but
point,
at the same time, we wouldn't have this roster because he's a likable person. And I'm a Flo guy. I didn't like when we got rid of Flo, but I do realize we wouldn't have this roster, at least offensively, for the most part, if it wasn't for this coach that we have now. And he's got to take his lumps, and he's going to have his learning curve. I say it was 3 losses. That last one was a hard fought loss. That it sucked. But I'd rather lose like that in the regular season and make some noise in the playoffs. I think we just at this point just need to get into the playoffs, and McDaniel needs to learn quickly from these L's that we've been taking because they were going to happen anyways. That was the way that I saw it. He's a first-year head coach. It's not like we went into the season.
With that aspect.
Now, if you went into the season with Doug Peterson, then I'd be. But he's a first-year head coach. I understand that the team's stacked, but I mean, what do you expect?
Been in the league long enough, and you continue doing dumb things, Estefan.
No,
it's a whole lot long enough.
It's 28-3. It's different when you have to not only account for the time that's on the clock, but you also got to game plan for both sides of the ball, and you got to take into account that at times you're still playing against the refs. You're playing on the road, like all the minute details that Bill Belichick crosses his T's and dots his I's with. It's from experience. Y'all think that Belichick came in on fire? No, he didn't. He had to learn. So it sucks, but I don't think it's any.
Bro. To me, Estefan, it's patient.
It is. It sucks. It sucks to lose.
I think that early in the season and through our winning stretch, we saw that we saw patience, and we saw that patience reflect right down through the quarterback, because I said Tua's looked a lot more patient than this year. But then we roll into San Francisco and LA, and what does Tua look like? Tua looks like the most impatient he's ever been behind center, and it translates onto the field because who got impatient? The coach got impatient. You see what I'm saying?
I say this. It's the last thing I'm going to say. We lost 3. As long as we have Teron Armstead in the game, if we can get with this guy into the playoffs, we're going to the damn Super Bowl. I don't care if we lost those 3 damn games. If we can find a way to get into the playoffs,
and I agree,
think we're going to the Super Bowl.
And I agree, Estefan. That's why I say it's like 5 or 6 things. We're 11-3, And most of that stuff, at least 75% of that is on McDaniel. Just 5 or 6 things we do, we're 11-3. That's not on Tua.
Sharif, but here's
That's not
the
on
thing.
Boyer.
Here's the thing with
That's
that, though.
not on
At the end
Tua
of the
and Boyer.
day,
That's on the head coach.
Sharif, we know, but that's the thing. We can sit here all this time and talk about. We understand. All of us know how injured we are. We understand how far down the depth chart we are.
And we
But at
still
the end
could
of the
be
day,
11-3. But because of his
Sharif,
stubbornness.
all right, but hang on. Let me land. We get it. We all know how injured we are. But I hate using that as an excuse because at the end of the day, that's what makes the difference between a good team and a great team. A great team can counter that, and even though having those injuries, they can. You find a way to adapt and still
We
play
have
hard
that pedigree.
in games,
We see
even
we
with
have
all
that
those
pedigree,
injuries.
DTA. We
But
actually have
listen,
that
what I'm
pedigree.
saying is you even more so when you have that much injuries and you're hurting that bad on defense, you have to be able to out offense the other team to make up for that. And at the end of the day, here's the problem with that is we don't know what Tua we're gonna get, right? To what Estefan's saying, yeah, if you get into the playoffs, like I think our last 3 games, they're all winnable. Okay. And I know we got Jets fans up in the chat. That's fine.
Y'all hear me?
Right.
But
But DTA, to your
listen.
point, they're not referring to us as anything more than a dangerous team in the playoffs. What that tells me is they know that it's just like what you said. It's all dependent on whether Tua shows up.
Right.
Because if Tua shows up, we can beat anybody in this league.
Exactly. And that's
what else
in
shows,
Culler.
right?
I will put a caveat to that.
Both
I understand what you mean, Culler. I will put this caveat. That's the light switch argument. But my argument, slight rebuttal to that be if the other team owns the electric company, I don't care how much switches you turn on, there's no power to the bulb.
That's what I'm saying. Referring to us as quote unquote that dangerous team, that's not a huge compliment. That's been Tennessee for the last 5 years.
Right. But what I'm saying is
we just better hope the other team doesn't own the power company. We can turn on as many switches as we want.
What I'm trying to say is this.
Yeah, let DTA come back. Go ahead.
It depends on who shows up and who we're getting. Because I'm telling you right now, even though we lost the Bills game, I don't care. If you play that way,
we have pedigree now.
Several times over. If you're playing that good and you're playing that sound football, and given, especially with all the injuries we have on the defense and how the defense is looking.
Exactly. We got pedigree, bro.
You can go in the playoffs and win games. But if you show up and if you show up looking like a deer in the headlights like you did against the Chargers, you ain't winning.
We have to rank this top.
Well, that right there, DTA, is what impressed
me. Can I say something real quick?
Wait, hold on. That right there, DTA, is what impressed me about Sunday night. Because Sunday night, given all of the circumstances leading up to the game that we all listed and illustrated, Tua had every excuse baked in to be that way.
Still,
and he wasn't. He rose to the occasion. You see what I'm saying?
Exactly.
And he did what I asked. Scrambled for 18 yards. He did
now we can say yes, he could have had better ball placement here or there. Sure.
We could argue those things all
But
day.
y'all forgetting the other 50% of the equation. The other team also earns a paycheck, and all playoff teams are not there just to be bystanders.
We're not saying they don't.
That's why I'm not.
That's
what I'm saying.
We've already
explicitly said that Josh Allen won that football game.
Yeah, Josh Allen won that game.
I think this was an almost game. I think it leaves a bad taste in your mouth, but I mean in a good way. Because as a fan base, we all know that this team is a warm weather team. We suck in that weather. That shit, to me, we lost, but it was fun. It was fun to see them go on the road and compete like that.
Esther, don't forget that the last time we traveled from the West Coast to the East Coast for a game that was as important as this one, we lost 62-7 with Dan Marino.
Yeah,
but
I
never had us winning this game.
So hold on, you guys
the
just
fact that we
bypassing
even
this.
competed. Here's the thing, and I want to address this at the same time I'm addressing Devin's comment. He says Tua can't win big games. You need to move off him next year. And here's the point, though. Thus far, Tua hasn't even been able to compete in big games.
Exactly.
And that's what he did Sunday night under a lot of adverse conditions.
I think that loss gave, even though it was a loss, I think it gave the team a lot of hope. I think they just got to get in. I think the fact that the silver lining for me is the fact that they actually showed that they could go on the road, and it seemed like to me like that the team. It seemed that what you want to see is growth. That's what you want to see. What sucked is that we lost, but you got to get past that because I'm telling y'all, like it's better to take those losses during the season. Then get to the playoffs, know that you have potential, and that happened in the playoffs.
Look, I'm going to admit, San Francisco and Los Angeles got me right back to the pits on Tua.
Same here.
Sunday night reaffirmed for me that, hey, if we do find ourselves in the dance, that nobody can say we don't belong there.
We can compete, and that's all I was looking for. I was looking for the proof that we can compete.
Buffalo again,
okay,
I'm not going to predict a win. If we face Buffalo again. But what I guarantee you is that I'm not afraid of them.
Hold on.
If we have every bit of
no one has to be afraid of no one.
All right. Hold on. Time out.
I just want to say this real quick. Joe, I just want to say this real fast. I even said, now my score prediction was wrong, but I did say the Bills would win by a field goal. All the while, most people were sitting here saying we were going to get wiped on the floor with Buffalo. They were going to wipe the floor with us and mop us up.
Listen, the first couple of running plays,
and that didn't happen.
Josh Lugo 84.
That's fine. I mean, ain't nothing wrong with being wrong in that aspect.
Hold on, Crypto. Josh Lugo 84 says, "Are we going to forget the Bills were using Tua's favorite defense against him, the zone? The Bills made it hard on themselves as well." And you may not be wrong, Josh, but isn't that what makes a bad football team?
Yeah.
I mean, if they're calling us a bad football
stubbornness as well.
Wait a minute. If they're calling us a bad football team because our coach makes decisions that loses us the game, then why isn't that credited to them as being bad football?
But everybody knows the Bills don't have an offense. Color. See, everybody knows the Bills don't have an offense. Josh Allen is their offense. That's why,
true.
I won't quite say that. Come on, stop it.
Yeah. No, okay, but crypto, we can't sit here and act. Listen, if Josh Allen went down, you can't say that offense would look even a shell of what they did.
Well, yeah, that's what any starting quarterback.
Hold on, exactly. You can say that with 3/4 of the league.
You can say that with the Kansas City Chiefs.
Hey, Case Keenum would give them. Listen. Their team is good enough that Case Keenum would give them a slightly better chance to win than Teddy Bridgewater would.
Right.
But again, that's most of the league, guys. That if you take out the starting quarterback,
that's a good point.
Because again, when you take a look at the Vegas odds, once a starting quarterback is out, Vegas the odds plummet. Like Vegas is off you. Even Vegas is off you. But Case
Keenum is precisely the type of quarterback that will win you a couple playoff games and then get destroyed by a team like ours in the championship game.
Color, I need to address this because he
said
this ad nauseum to I think he said it about 8 times already. What is Sharif talking about, this pedigree that he keeps referencing to? That we have pedigree. Pedigree for what? What are you talking about? We have pedigree
10
of what?
seconds. For me, I have to put this front 7 defense, knowing that we don't have any cornerbacks. I have to put this front 7 in the top 3 of the Miami all time, top 5, because what this front 7 is doing, I look at
Okay, you changed the subject.
No, that's
Pedigree.
why I'm saying. That's why I'm saying that we have the pedigree. We just
You're talking about like the dog food?
What pedigree? What
Yeah,
pedigree?
that's what I'm saying. What pedigree are you talking about?
Like the dog food pedigree?
What this front 7 is doing, Von Joe.
No,
What
not
this
quite
front
that
7 is doing, Von Joe, is historical. But still, with the offense and McDaniel making stubborn mistakes, like McDermott, the Bills head coach, McDaniel is doing
I wouldn't say we're historical.
I'm so confused.
That's a bit of an overstatement. That's a bit of a reach.
I got here and you guys are talking about dog food
in the NFL.
Yeah, because Sharif kept saying pedigree.
Let me answer your question. Let me answer it. I'm saying what this front seven is doing with no cornerbacks, it's historical. We still have a chance to be 11-3.
No, it's not
but it's a
historical.
couple of
Stop it.
That's
things
not.
that
We're
are
not
causing us
historical. We
pain.
are not historical. I don't know.
No, but
This-
our front line is freaking
Listen,
dang good,
listen.
man. It's like
80
keeping us in
tackles by
ball games
Christian
by
Wilkins.
itself.
Yeah,
He's
but hold
broken that
on. He's
record.
saying front seven. Our front seven is not great. Front seven is
Yeah,
that
but-
you included
Well,
the
four
linebacker.
of them
four.
are.
Our linebacker.
Joe, four of
Okay,
them are.
thank
We'll
you.
say
But
front
Kohler,
four.
Say
but
our
Kohler,
front
to
four.
say historical
Our
is what I'm
front
saying. We're
front
not.
four
We are
was
not.
that's a
In,
little bit
EM,
misplaced to
listen,
say
EM
this
can
is not
say
a
what he wants.
historical
EM, listen,
front
EM
seven.
can say what he wants. Jerome Baker's ranked 21st in the NFL,
He
all
is.
around in
He
terms
is.
of everything. I
Very
don't care
quietly,
what they
he's
say
putting
about
good
Jerome
stats.
Baker.
He's putting good stats very quietly. He's not. I'm not gonna lie.
Again, but that's not historical.
Yeah,
What's
how is
What
that
the
historical
defense
about
is
that?
historical? How is
doing
that
on
historical?
that's why I said run with no cornerbacks left. Run defense, historical what we're doing.
It's
We
still
can
not
win the
historical.
NFL championship with
No,
this
we played
defense.
better run defense.
You
I
mean
don't
like?
know
You
how
mean like?
Offense
It's
is
over
like?
100.
pedigree.
No, wait a minute. Over 100 yards rushing, given up per game is definitely not historical.
What are you
Exactly. Again, I
talking
don't know what
about,
Sharif. I
Sharif?
don't know what Sharif
Are
talking
you
about,
talking
bro.
about like
what
I mean,
in
it
the
may
last
still
like
be
5
good.
years?
Hey, wait a minute.
That's
Wait
why
a
I
minute.
need
It may still
clarification
be
because you
good.
guys
To be
just
fair to Sharif, it may still be considered good in this paradigm, but it's
but for
not
you to say we got
historical.
the
I mean, we got to
pedigree,
be holding them to under 100 yards a game
Dude,
if
a
we're even
historical.
talking.
Yeah, you got to
Yeah,
be like in
you
the
think
50s, like
historical?
with the historical teams.
You think historical? You're thinking of something that you're gonna watch 10 years from now on NFL films. They're gonna put some YouTube video out on. It ain't gonna
Yeah,
be.
like 30
I gotta say
Right,
something.
exactly.
I just
Now,
think that
now, you know,
McDaniel said until the offense proves to the defense that they're carrying this team, the defense is still carrying this team. And to me,
this team,
the
this
only
team's
reason
back.
why,
No, it's not. No, it's not, dude. This defense is not
Yeah,
carrying this team
that's me.
at all.
Oh,
the
Hey,
front
look,
seven is.
I-
That's what I'm
This
saying. The
defense
front
is
Sharif,
seven
not
really
carrying
is.
this
Sharif,
team.
Sharif. All right, bro, we get your pedigree, but listen, I like this. I kind of like the stakes right now because our backs are against the wall. This team has to play well. There's no room for error no more. There ain't no. You can
And
give
just
up
like
even.
Estefan is saying,
Shut
the
up,
offense can get
Sharif.
hot.
Damn.
The defense can get hot
God
too. The
damn.
front seven can get
Hey,
hot
hold
too.
on.
We gotta
Let me
watch our
finish.
Let him
mouth.
finish, Sharif.
Let me finish. Look, I got love for you, Sharif. Listen, man. All I'm saying is I like the stakes. I know that we can. Me personally, we can't even have a bad loss at all. This team's back is against the wall. I kind of like those stakes as well. I would have liked to have got home field and first in the AFC, but it is what it is now, and you know what I mean. That's the way that I see. I just like the stakes right now. Our backs are
Is it
against the wall. We have
possible?
to
Is it
like
possible?
we literally.
Estefan, I got a question for you, and you're precisely the person that is good to answer it. Given how we put up a lot of points against the crappy teams, but we really didn't destroy them like we were supposed to. We kind of
hadn't
had
put our
some
foot on
hiccups
anybody's
against bad
throat.
teams. What I'm saying is, and then we lose to the Niners and the Chargers, and it's like, is it possible that this team just needs a lot of pressure to perform at the highest level?
Not necessarily, no.
I should say at its highest level.
I think that's
No,
what
I mean,
McDaniel
I
has
hear
been
you.
doing with Tua.
I think I would say that, yeah.
Because
McDaniel
what
has
I
been
was
doing
saying
that with
before
Tua.
Buffalo, before the game, was Tua has absolutely stacked his plate. Like, you can't put more on your plate going into Buffalo than Tua put on his. You know what I mean?
I think McDaniel is forcing that on Tua, and to some deep passes with coverage, it's to a detriment.
And do you think that they're hold on, Sharif?
Yeah.
And do you think that their mentality going into San Francisco and LA was just not the same as ours? Like, there just wasn't enough pressure in those two games for them to perform?
Man, yeah, I want to say this.
The calendar tells you whether or not it's pressure. I don't know if whether or not us losing or winning causes that. It's December
But if
football.
they got
You gotta
into their
turn it
head,
over.
but if they got into their head that the top seed was a lost cause anyway, then they could have said, hey, we're going to be some other seed besides number one anyway. We're going to have to play a wild card game. Is this
I
San
think there was a lot
Francisco
of
and
pressure.
Chargers game just don't have enough pressure on it anymore?
I think we had a lot of pressure on those
Jets,
games, though.
we have Jets fans. We had Jets fans and Patriots in here. respectfully, both talking crap in the chat. Didn't y'all both lose your games respectfully?
Yeah, they're sitting at the kids' table now. They don't
Yeah.
get
Well,
to
hey,
hang out.
Patriot fans, I just want to say one thing before I let Batman cook for a minute because he just got in. Welcome, Batman.
What's up, everybody?
I just wanted to say, hey, Patriot fans that are in the chat, be like the Buffalo fans. Buy me a coffee. Go to buymeacoffee.com/colorcom. And for as little as $2, you can buy your boy Culler a cup of coffee. You can be really part of the show, coffee and a cup of color. And if I get to $100, I'm going to buy myself a new coffee maker. So
Color's
Nice.
there you go.
Color's all about that.
Hey, Color, I wanted to
Hold
say
on,
something
hold
about.
on, hold on. I've had 2 people buy me a cup so far, and one was Maston Park, and the other was Michael K. Both Buffalo fans.
Let's go,
So
Master
first
at work.
of all, Dolphin fans, quit letting the Buffalo fans show you up.
Lacking.
And Patriot fans, be like the Buffalo fans. Buy me a coffee.
Let's go, Master at work. You're next. Let's get
You're
Color a cup, man.
Go ahead, Batman.
Yeah.
Hey, what's up, everybody? No, I just joined in on the conversation. I think the steaks. I mean, I know we got into from dog food to eating steaks. I'll say this. I think that the game, the San Francisco game, was a big game. I think McDaniel knew that from the beginning. I think that plate was probably as full as it can get for McDaniel. I know he wanted to beat his own guy. And then
Alex, your camera's on.
And then the Tua narrative.
Batman.
And then the Tua going into the Herbert, we know how a lot of the fan base feels about that conversation. I'm sure Tua had a lot of this play too. So I don't think it was necessarily. I get what you mean, Color. It might feel like when it was the plate was the heaviest, the Dolphins fight back.
I just don't think Tua really cared about the Herbert narrative. I don't think that was even enough pressure for him.
Yeah, I don't think that was the issue.
Hold on.
I mean, maybe the 49ers was a case of too much personal pressure between him and McDaniel. Maybe that's the case, but I just don't see that as much pressure as like, hey, your season is on the line. Like your potential for the playoffs is on the line, which is what we kind of were seeing in Buffalo. Even though it didn't end us in Buffalo, we could have positioned ourselves a lot more firm by beating Buffalo. You know what I mean?
You know what I find fascinating, Color, when you opened up and you were talking about, even though we've lost the last 3 games, that we were still 8th in power ranking. That's nuts. Like the fact that people consider us that high.
And Batman, Hanzus increased us a spot from 11 to 10th on NFL.com.
I was about to say that.
In the
what
loss
team in
on a
NFL
3-game losing
history
streak
loses 3 games in a row and you move up a playoff spot?
That's crazy.
So hey, I mean,
it's good though. That's good.
We're starting to form a
move up in
consensus.
power ranking, not a playoff spot. We moved down in a playoff spot.
But we're starting to form a consensus where people are looking.
No,
at
we
the
were. We were
mitigating
6, Sharif, and we were 7.
And saying, hey, the Dolphins
gotta take
are
it serious.
probably better. What they're saying by that is they're saying that we're not playing as good as we can. That's what they're basically saying.
Didn't a couple of teams lose crypto and we moved up from 8 to 7?
No, we were 6.
I think we were out, bro, and teams lost.
Now we
weren't out.
Tailgate
We were
always
6
love
going
to
into
bring
this
in
week.
the personal aspect of the game. And
we
as
the 6th seed,
El Capitan says, I feel like the team went over to the West Coast and partied their whole week after the 49ers game. That's how they played. Yeah.
They went to the Lakers game. They had some fun.
Yep.
They
Listen, we got to win these last 3 games.
Batman.
We got the Chargers.
Sorry, DTA. Hold on a second.
Yeah, go ahead,
Batman. On that note, for Tua personally, since he probably isn't like the heavy party type, it's the surfing, bro.
That's true.
Like that's the closest thing to Hawaiian surfing he's seen since he's been in Miami, and he's like out there until 3 in the morning surfing. You know what I mean?
Listen,
this ain't even like Sebastian. This is like real deal waves. This is like back home. You know what I mean?
We got these, these last 3 games between the Green Bay Packers. You got the New England Patriots and the Jets games. Respectfully, we need to win all 3 of these games. We just need to win out and handle business. It's at the end of the day, that's what we got to do. But most importantly, too, is those last 2 games. And even with
Yo,
we just need to handle business.
El
At the end of the day, there's
Capitan.
no.
We
Everybody,
don't need to be
everybody.
scoreboard watching.
everybody, welcome to
We don't
late.
need to be scoreboard watching, hoping that
Hey,
other
happy
teams
but
lose.
birthday.
hang on, let
Happy
me land
birthday,
real quick.
Capitan.
We don't have to.
Thanks, buddy.
Happy birthday,
There's
man.
no
Oh,
there's
damn,
no
I didn't
ifs,
know it was his
ands,
birthday.
buts
Happy
about
birthday.
it. We
It was
just
on
need
the
to handle
12th.
business, and we need the team that played in Buffalo, and we need the team that had that 5-game winning streak. We need that quarterback to show up. We need that team to show up. We need them to show up and win these games. You got Green Bay, who's still playing for a playoff spot. They're trying to win
Yeah.
out. Okay, so it's
Green
still gonna
Bay
be a
ain't
tough game.
playing
You
for no
got the
playoff
Jets and the
spot. They're
Patriots.
cooked.
They have a chance.
You
Yeah, I
need to
don't
win
mean
out
cooked,
and handle
yo.
They
business.
have,
Fuck
Then
you.
mathematically
you
have
have
a
the
shot.
Chargers. You have the Chargers too. Right on the
So
heels.
real quick,
They
real
leaped
quick,
ahead.
I want to push back on the whole Tua doesn't party narrative. How the frig do we know that this guy don't party? What, because he hides it well? Come
No,
on now.
maybe it was a luau all night and they were surfing all night. Maybe it
How
was
do I know we
incorporated
ain't
with
at
the
the
surf.
strip club? What you talking about? Why are we
Nah,
just
They could have
assuming?
brought
I've
the
never,
strip club
No,
to the beach.
no, no,
I've
no,
They
never
could
no.
have
seen
brought
them.
the strip.
Of
Dude,
course
they
you
could
ain't
have
never
brought the
seen him.
dancing
Think about
girls
how
right
many
to the
people
beach.
you ain't
Capitan,
never seen, Batman.
I've never seen them in these establishments here in Miami,
You know
so I
what?
can't
We
say
ain't
he's there.
never seen
Batman, you're
Tom
not at
Brady.
every establishment, are
We
you?
ain't we
I go
ain't never
sometimes.
seen
I
Tom
support
Trying to
Brady
the
get
do
to
it.
a
community.
wife kill him.
Well,
That's
I
what
didn't
y'all
mean to
trying to
say
do.
I didn't mean to
Y'all want
insinuate he
to a wife to
he
kill him
doesn't
real
party.
quick.
I'm just saying he's bringing
No,
all that to
Color.
the beach. Like he's
Hey,
bringing the
Color.
dancing
not
girls to
only
the beach.
that, Color, but what about the aspect of him bringing family from Hawaii to Cali that weekend
Yeah, true.
and renting a
So he
Y'all
brought
want
his
house
to
family. He
Entertaining a
brought his
lot.
y'all want
family there to
to
watch
That
him
I
type
get
of
see
whipped up in
partying, like
L.A.
like
I
if they're
see
and
y'all
rented a
sitting
want
around
to
house?
family partying, sure.
I see
Think
That could
about
y'all
it.
do
They
it
want
probably
too.
He
to
rented a
brought
house for 2 weeks. They brought family over. They party.
I mean,
he
they had
brought
like
his
the entire
family all
state
the
of
way from
Hawaii
Hawaii
probably
to
over,
L.A. to watch him get beat up in L.A. That's terrible to do to your family.
Oh,
Too.
yeah, man.
listen. I
That's
see y'all
terrible,
talking about
bro.
Tua and get
What's up, El
killed.
Damn.
Cap?
Y'all want
What's
Tua
up?
to get
So
killed from
listen,
his wife.
I don't buy the narrative that Tua's the golden boy and doesn't go out and party. I'm not gonna buy that. I just think he's better at hiding it. That's what
Listen,
I'm saying.
he married a girl from Alabama, El Capitano. They got lakes
What
over there.
isn't she the head of the sorority there too? Wasn't
You
she
wanted
the
to
head?
get killed, El
Yeah.
Capitan. You talking about an Alabama chick? She ain't gonna allow that, man.
Whatever,
know?
bro.
How do you
I've
know?
been partying at a ton of college parties, bro. Don't tell me what those chicks won't do.
Them
Okay,
Yeah,
Southern
she was
get out of
probably
Bells.
here.
partying with him. What are you talking about?
Y'all Tua
That's
gonna
right.
end up
If
in
I
the
was
lake.
20,
Hey,
if I was 20 years old when Tua was, I'd have been partying with his ass right now.
hey, listen, Sharif. They said the same thing about Mormon girls, and them girls get down.
Listen, y'all trying to
Listen,
get Tua
the
killed.
golden boy Brady was sitting up here as the Ken doll for the NFL. Now, slowly but surely, all of the nastiness of Brady and how he'd been conducting himself is leaking out.
Florida does that to you. Florida does that to you.
Florida don't do that to you. We just don't let you walk around being full of yourself, lying, and everyone just goes, "Oh, no." We just call it for what it is. Don't try to hide your degeneracy and say that you're not. We don't like fake around here. Is what we don't like.
So
You got a
just
taste of the good life.
so
You got a taste of the
recently,
good life.
How about that Antonio Brown?
So I think I feel what El
Oh, yeah.
Capitan is saying real quick. Derek Jackson just got caught cheating with his wife, and he filed a divorce. And so his dirtiness ended up coming out, but he already made his
Who
millions.
gives a damn what these dudes do off the field? All I want is some damn wins.
But if
What
it comes
these
out
two-
as
I want it. I look these last 3 games, and we just need to go in and whoop some ass for 3 games and gain a lot of confidence and going with that mentality into the playoffs. We proved that
and
we
shut
can
off everything else.
that we can play in inclement weather. That's what I got out of the Buffalo game. It sucked that we lost. That's all I got to say. And
Right
then
after
hopefully,
that game, that
makes
Tyreek.
make some noise.
Guys,
Right.
we are at
Delusional
the
Patriots
3.5 hour mark, so I am going to egregiously use El Capitan to give us the rundown. Tell them what
All
they're
right.
supposed to do, El Capitan.
So first of all, you got to hit the like button. If you're not, you're a terrible, horrible person. You're Tom Brady-esque. Okay. As Delusional Patriots fan points out in the chat, Brady left his pregnant girlfriend for Giselle, then cheated on Giselle with another young chick. So
Derek Jenks
So-
X.
you got
Wah, wah,
myself,
wah.
the Fins tailgate, already El Capitan. You got the Rabbit Dolphin with Lou. You got color commentary coming at you all the time, anytime. You got DTA doing the Dolphins debriefs. You got Late Night Exhale with Ali. So all the guys, coming at you. Cash App, Venmo, the Fins Tailgate, help support the channel, help it grow. And we also have Fanatics link in the description. Get your good gear, officially licensed gear through Fanatics. Then we also have a link for Backroom Collections. If you guys use offer code #TFTG, you will get 10% off all of your purchases through Backroom Collections. And then we also got gear of our own. Links are in the description, finding out all the gear. Scroll through the website, check out all the good stuff. You'll find something you like, fitting men, women, children, babies, infants, people you love, people you hate, anything you want. Come and get yourself some. Thank you.
And Christmas is right around the corner.
I know, right?
And for just $2, you can buy your boy Culler a cup of coffee at buymeacoffee.com/CullerCom. And what else does it say in the scroller there, Capitan, about you got more details on the status of Patreon than I do.
Yeah, the Patreon is getting so much extra work put towards it here over the next couple of weeks that Patreon members are going to be very, very pleased at the content that's going to be coming to them, because
get over there and join it and let us know you want to put effort into it.
We're getting bottlenecked all over the place. So apparently the only place you can have freedom is if you pay for it in this country. So just so everybody knows.
Hey, El Capitan, you got to do something for Master at Work, man.
Hence the new Jones. Watch Your Mouth banner, El Capitan.
What am I going to do for Master at Work, dude?
Do something with how Mac Jones and tries to stop Collins and do something, because this guy's been on our butts all month, and we got to do something to do.
Bro, he's kind of like some of the Bills fans I know in this community. They only show their face when they feel like they're coming at it at a position of power. Me, I'll punch up my whole life. I'm not a real tall guy, so I'm used to it. So
guys, there's 6 of you. I want a quick, no longer than 2 seconds of thought on the answer to this question. Yes or no? Do the Patriots move off of Mac Jones in this offseason?
Yes.
No. Because I think they're stubborn.
I say no.
Crypto? You fall asleep on us?
No. What was that? I was
quick question, only take 2 seconds to think about it. Do the Patriots move off of Mac Jones in the offseason? We got 2 no's and 1 yes.
No.
3 no's. How about you, Alex? Alex busy selling a phone. All right. How about you, Batman? You still there?
I don't think they do. Not this season.
Oh, so more no's than I thought. Okay. Because somebody asked the question, I had brought up, or I didn't bring it up, but the discussion came up about.
Well, Culler, how about this? Let me add something to it. If the rumors are true and Brady goes to New England, at that point, yes. At that point,
first of all, Brady is not going to New England.
It ain't San Francisco.
No. If Brady goes anywhere, it's off into obscurity as a guy color commentating. That's what he's going to do. He's got what?
The reason I asked is because when the topic came up about moving off of Tua, even if he's in the Pro Bowl, or somebody said, well, you would move off a Pro Bowl quarterback, or you wouldn't give the bag to him, or something like that. And I'm thinking, well, what do the Patriots feel about Mac Jones? I mean, he was in the Pro Bowl last year. You know what I mean?
Exactly.
And real quick, I didn't even realize I was getting these notifications, but so it looks like the Dolphin fans are rising to the occasion. New Attitude bought me a cup of coffee. I hope New Attitude's a Dolphin fan. Correct me if I'm wrong.
Probably Master at Work.
I know, right? And also, John, Seattle's Fin fan, who was nice enough to join us the other night in the chat, articulated himself very well. Has bought me 10 coffees. It looks like.
I really like him, man.
Thanks for the $20 donation there, John. Appreciate that.
Color, you might end up hitting that.
I know. I might be getting my Keurig before we know it, man.
Bro,
I'm drinking mocha this morning.
I'm telling you. Well, appreciate you guys for doing that, and I'll try to make sure I'm checking my phone more often for these notifications. I am going to be incorporating a way, and the same with we're also at TFTG going to try to get all that set up so that when somebody either contributes to the show in some way using the other avenues of contribution, we're trying to get it so it pops up notifications on our stream for you all to see that, you know what I mean? So we can just bypass who altogether.
I think there's
and
a
not
way you
worry
can
about
do
it.
it if you use a
OBS. Yeah, I mean, there's plenty of things we can do. But I also got all the, like for all this stuff, Patreon included, you can get all like the buttons and links and stuff to incorporate all that stuff. I'm just not a coder, so we have some work to do on getting that all structured
I'm pretty sure you
properly and
are,
that topology going.
Kohler, you have like you're like remember in the Matrix? Call that guy
Where'd you go,
Lost
DTA?
Lost
DTA
you,
fell in a hole. DTA, get out of the hole.
Man, that's Skyler now.
What?
Skyler
It did
on
sound like you
that
stepped in a hole.
You died on us. You died on
Yeah,
us.
you sound like
I
It's
did.
like a volcano erupted,
Yeah.
man. Mount St. Helens went off, bro.
Is it fine now?
Yeah, you're good
Yeah,
now.
you're good.
Dang, I don't know what happened. Hey, I was just gonna say, John, Seattle Spin fan, you're in my neck of the woods, man. So I don't know if you have Twitter,
There you go.
reach out, bro. We got to stick together.
You guys can link up, watch some football.
Yeah, man.
Yeah, you guys go find Tonk and drag his ass back up on the show.
Yeah.
Oh, Tonk lives
I
over
know,
there too.
right?
I'll be looking for him.
Yeah, Tonk's out that way.
Tonk's out that way.
DTA, formerly Travis Wingfield, is out there,
Yeah.
Shout out to Travis Wingfield, who we know watches the show. DTA wants to get a hold of you, chop it up about, back home. You know what I mean?
What's going on, Culler?
What's up, Todd? How you doing, buddy?
I'm doing
What's
good.
Todd? Hey,
What's
Todd.
up?
What's going on, Todd? It's been a while. We haven't heard from you.
I've been working a lot.
Oh, word.
So
Here we go.
Well, that's good. I mean, it can be bad physically, but good financially.
Yeah, I'm working right now. Well, I'm actually on lunch break, so
I agree with everybody else. So I don't think New England moves off them. I think they'll move off that very offensive coaching staff that they have on the offensive side of the ball first.
I sure hope not, Todd. I sure hope they keep that bad boy
Yeah.
rolling.
I hope they keep it too, but I'm just saying I think that's what they would do first.
We were talking last night and came up with an idea. Instead of offensive coaching like coordinators that like split the coordinating duty, why can't we have like dueling head coaches? You know what I'm saying? We have. It seems like we had Brian Flores. We had a
El Capitan
defensive-minded
is pioneer.
Listen, I'm telling you, bro. Listen, we had Brian Flores, tough, gritty, defensive-minded coach. A little bit rough around the edges. Probably rubbed some people the wrong way more than he should. Then you have offensive-minded genius, friggin' everyone loves him, Mike McDaniel. If we could just take them and just mash them together, we would have the perfect friggin' football team.
Yeah, but can you imagine the ego on if one of them has an ego? Namely, certain coaches have a little bit more than another.
Well, Mike
Well, that's
McDaniel
John
is
Harbaugh.
lighter.
The guy you're looking for is John Harbaugh.
Mike McDaniel is lighter and smaller than Brian Flores. So he gets brass knuckles and they get to fight for who wins that argument. See? I can figure it out. I'm a problem solver, you guys. I build houses.
But honestly, I love the way you all called the game the other day.
That was all Culler, man. Culler crushed it yesterday.
Yeah, he did.
I'm just mimicking,
And Culler, I agree with what
they've been doing the same thing to us our whole lives while we sit on the couch and watch television. All you got to do is what they showed you how to do it. You know what I mean?
I agree with what you said the other day during the game, though. I am still not scared of anybody in the AFC right now because we actually played toe-to-toe with Buffalo in their environment.
Yep.
Yeah, but see, Todd, and why is it, it's okay to say that. Like, I understand how far we've come as a fan base, given the Tua debate and all that, and how people want to immediately say, hey, nothing's a sure win, and some want to say everything's a sure win. I am not by any stretch of the imagination saying that we will not lose another game and that we will not lose in the playoffs. What I'm saying is I'm
They
not
have confidence.
when we're starting the game, I don't have any reason why I don't have any expectation to win. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And that's good enough for me because that's all you can ask for in the NFL.
I agree because think about this. There was about 7 or 8 plays that you could say cost us the game, and yet we still lost 3 points in the final 2 seconds.
I mean, I don't foresee, even if I do predict a loss, I do not foresee a meltdown in the playoffs.
So serious question, you guys. Who wins in that fight that I just presented? Is it Flores versus Mike McDaniel with 2 brass knuckles? Who wins that fight? Serious question.
Between
I
who?
think
Between
I
who?
think McDaniel does just exactly what Indiana Jones did when that guy started wielding the sword at him.
He shoots him. You don't get a gun.
Yeah,
You don't get a gun. I just told you. He gets brass knuckles on each hand, and it's versus just regular old Flores. Who wins that fight?
Well, he is short, so he might be good enough for a nut shot with the brass knuckles.
All right,
Florida's,
all right. That's
Florida's
now we're
pretty
getting
big.
somewhere.
Florida's
a
pretty
big
big.
dude. Listen, the
He's
problem
bigger than
is
Von
if Flores gets a hold of him, he could take those brass knuckles off you and end up killing you with them. So that's something to think about.
The other guy, the other mashup I can think that qualifies for those two being mashed together would be Mike Tomlin. That's another one of your guys if you want a mashup between them two.
Yeah, I guess so. But offensively minded though, I feel like Mike Tomlin. Not that he's gotten lucky. The organization has been smart. They got franchise quarterback, and when you have a franchise quarterback that can bail you out with their arm, you can be defensive minded. That's why Flores, sorry everybody, that's why Flores didn't want Tua. He wanted a quarterback that, like Josh Allen showed against us
If you
yesterday,
keep giving
can
him
drive the
chances,
length
he's
of the
going to
field.
score. Right.
He can
If
drive
your
the length of the
defense
field
keeps giving
in
him
2
chances
minutes.
like ours does, he's going to score every
That's
single
right.
time.
And no offense to Tua, he can do everything an NFL quarterback needs to do, and sometimes he can do it even better than quarterbacks with an arm. But he doesn't have that arm strength to bail you out.
Although I do want to say this. When the snow first started to fall really heavily and we got on offense and it was like, okay, time to salt it away. Sure, we all got away from the run and all that, but there was I think on first down, we threw the ball to a curl route. And it was like everything into his body to get the ball there. But hey, lo and behold, it actually got completed. I'm like, wow, that was a total duck, but it still got completed. You know what I mean?
So we don't have any confirmation.
That's the difference. You know what I mean?
Does McDaniel win this fight? Because I'm always giving the edge to a guy with weapons. You know what I'm saying? All you got to do is put those hands on him with those brass knuckles to win that fight.
I know, right?
You know,
he could be
like
shifty too, for all we know.
Yeah,
Mike McDaniel
yeah. I don't know. He could be
shifty.
squirrely as a motherfucker.
Scrappy.
We got to set this
I don't know,
up.
though.
I'm gonna call.
I think
EM
Flores would just mash him in the face and be done with it.
I'm gonna call EM and see if he'll fly both those guys down there to fucking have that set up.
Like if you're talking about some up close dirty boxing, I think Flores would just manhandle him in the grapple.
Hey, there is one thing though. I think McDaniel would have the crowd on his side more than Flores would.
Maybe in Miami. I don't know about nationwide.
I don't. Yeah, I mean, the world's
well, I'm
big,
saying
Todd.
he's more of a people person, is what I'm saying.
Yeah, but he's got weapons against someone with no weapons. So I don't know.
Wait, who is this? Before I take offense, because I always do this, and then it ends up being for somebody else. Dolphins fan forever. Who is that for? You hate Tua because of him being Hawaiian. I don't know of anybody here in the chat
well,
or up
I'll-
on the panel that hates Tua for being Hawaiian.
I'll agree to the fact that I don't really like Hawaiian Punch. So,
Oh, wow. Wow.
but I don't hate anybody from Hawaii. I have yet to meet a Hawaiian in my life that I didn't absolutely love.
Is
So,
that even a thing? Can
Gotcha.
you?
Yeah, absolutely.
every Hawaiian I've ever met, or Polynesian, or Samoan, or whatever, I've loved every one of them. They're some of the most down to earth, cool, laid back people. Their priorities are family. Their priorities are, parties with their family and food and stuff like that. Like, I mean, what are we talking about here? Those are some of the greatest people ever.
Hey guys, think about
Jose
this.
says that I'm sure McDaniel would use analytics to beat Flores up.
Hey, before the season started, we all set our numbers. Remember on what Tua would do? He's on the verge of possibly having 4,000 yards and 30 touchdowns and missing 3 games.
Well, we projected basically, Todd. We remember in the offseason, I had pointed out that if Tua would have played all 17 games last year, he was on pace to throw for about what was it?
30, just under 3,900.
38-24.
Yep.
And like 25 touchdowns.
Yep. And it was like 9 interceptions.
So we made the summation that given you add Tyreek, you get better protection on the offensive line. All of the stuff we did in the offseason, we projected Tua to easily add 200 to 400 yards to that yard total. Yep. And quite a few touchdowns. So we had him at like what was it? 4,200 yards and like 30.
I had 40
or something.
I had 32 touchdowns, 4,200 yards, and 11 interceptions. That's exactly what I had.
So that's a fair assessment, and he's about right on pace for that. Given he's actually ahead of pace, given that he's missed 3 games.
Yeah, but again, and I don't want to.
He only has 5 picks.
It's a hard thing to say, but I'm going to say it anyhow because I don't really care. It was great. Are we gonna? I get it. It's concussion. It's almost an act of God when you get concussed like that. But are we gonna put in our assessment when it comes contract time to go? This guy has missed time every year in his NFL career.
Oh man, that's a good question. It's really tough for me, man. I don't know.
It's a super hard conversation to have.
I would say honestly, Cap, at this point, I honestly think it's are you talking about maybe at the end of this year or the end or during next year? Because I would say
the fact remains, DTA, they start talking about contracts this summer. And if the 5th-year option becomes on the table, now they might just sign the 5th-year option, which I project them to do anyhow.
The 5th-year option now is $28 million now.
That always comes with the
a Pro Bowl period.
Say what?
With the Pro Bowl, it's $28 million now.
Yeah, it's $8 million more with the Pro Bowl, but in that instance, I would say honestly, it strongly. It will have a strong influence how he finishes the regular season out this year and what we do in the postseason.
Truth be told,
the contract's done already.
You gotta like the.
What do you mean the contract's done already?
Paperwork's already been started.
Yeah.
Yeah, without a doubt. Oh yeah, I'm 100% with Batman on that. You don't let a quarterback. Yeah, without a doubt. But that's my point is the conversation now moves to not do we get our 5th-year option. That's going to happen. It's does that 5th-year option get put into the potential extension? Those contract discussions are discussed next.
That's what I thought. That's what I thought Batman
extension.
That's what I thought Batman was referring to. Is that the paperwork's done? Like I don't know.
Whose dog is choking?
I don't know.
Hey, they've already talked the numbers out. The numbers are done, like Batman said. They're just waiting for the.
Man, you got a dog chasing after you?
Are you talking about for extending him?
Yeah.
What do you think they're going to pay him?
So real quick,
Oh,
and I said this last night. For everyone who says that the Tua haters, everyone hates Tua, blah blah blah. Well, it was Dolphin fans, Tua haters and lovers alike, that just put $6 million more in his pockets. So make sure to remember that,
Right,
not at the
right.
Pro Bowl, but remember that when we're in the playoffs trying to get into the damn Super Bowl.
It's Tua. For fun, it's a wonderful toy. It's fun for
Well,
everybody.
guys,
So does Tua get that extra $8 million even if he doesn't play in the Pro
It's
Bowl? Like
it's
say,
$6 extra million, but
or
yeah.
$6 million. So say he
No,
doesn't
he
play in
doesn't.
the Pro Bowl and he goes all the way in the postseason. Does he still get that?
Well, when you get voted into the Pro Bowl, even if you don't play in it for whatever reason, some guys don't play because of injury, some guys play or don't play
They're in
because
the
they're in the
Super
Super
Bowl.
Bowl, whatever.
Yeah.
Yes, you still get that bonus. It's a
Okay.
Pro Bowl vote, not a Pro Bowl appearance.
Yeah, I didn't know if it was
Hey,
you
what's the
actually win it
easiest
or...
way? What is the easiest way for Tua to hide himself from the skills competition?
Hold on, but the 6 million, so people
Go
understand, the
down,
6 million
go
is
down
not.
Get to
hard
the
in
damn
the,
Super Bowl. You get to the
Oh.
damn Super Bowl, and you don't have to go to the skills competition.
Well, hey, Kohler, maybe it'll be
But the 6 million,
maybe it'll be motivation for him to make it all the way because he doesn't.
That's what I'm saying. Go ahead, Batman.
hey, the 6 million DTA is based on if they do the 5th-year option on him. Instead of making 23, he'll be at 28. He's getting a bonus for making but it's not 6 million. It's not a $6 million bonus for making the Pro Bowl. This is in case he does do a 5th-year option. Instead of being 23 million for that 5th-year option, it's going to be 28.
Right.
Well, okay, but I was asking too. Is like, do you think? So you think that we're going to extend him for sure?
I think
that
so.
well, I think the 5th-year option.
They've already started the conversation.
Wait, unless we have a
100%,
clear
100%.
Hold on. Unless we have a clear alternative pathway that we don't know about, we probably will, at least for the 28 million. The alternative, the only other thing that could change that is if we've already got a suitor that's willing to give him the bag. Because I guarantee
and
you,
Lamar Jackson agrees.
Even if we make it to the Super Bowl, especially if we lose the Super Bowl, if there's a suitor that wants to give him the bag, we'll trade him in a heartbeat.
Let me ask you this.
And willing to give us something for it, and we trade that for Lamar Jackson. It has to be like a 3-way deal.
In return.
Hey, let me ask you guys this question.
Hey, I want to ask Mark something. Mark, are you going to be buying the Dolphins Super Bowl memorabilia this year?
Clowns are going to be lucky to make the playoffs.
Whoa!
I just want to let you know that's going to be my Christmas gift to you.
Really, I was just trying to.
Hold on. What did you say?
What did you say? I wasn't really trying to hate, bro.
What'd you say, Mark?
Mark, no, this is my gift to you, Mark. I'll give you some of our memorabilia.
Do you realize that
I was giving the Tua haters fodder
off the Raiders on Saturday night, and you guys managed to blow the game to the Packers on Sunday, which is very possible after watching Green Bay's renaissance. That they're going to be one game behind.
Oh my God!
You in
Here
the
comes Mark.
with,
Here he comes.
So you guys
Mark
have to
said
make the playoffs before you can start making the Super Bowl. Why don't you try that?
Mark said you clowns would be lucky to make
We're shoo-in for the Super Bowl, Mark.
Why don't you try winning one?
Hey, Mark said you'd be
Mark, you know we are shoo-in.
Mark said
Mark,
you clowns
you know
would be
we are
lucky to make
shoo-in.
the playoffs. He said you
Hey
clowns
guys,
would be lucky.
I think once the chat starts to erupt, I'm just gonna put up the watch your mouth as soon as the chat starts erupting. That way, it's like we know we're in that mode. Like, hey, everybody, chat's erupting.
I'm sorry, dude, but geez, dude, how are you going to come on the panel and just start with that? How is that going to be the first thing you say, Mark? You're just going to come out and say that because we're up here talking about stuff.
Because the Dolphins are 8-6 and they're playoff precarious.
What's your point? What's your point? We're all aware. We know, Mark. We're Dolphins fans. We know. We don't need you, a Bills fans, telling us. We know that. We're aware of what our record is and what the chances are and what's going on with our team.
Talking about
and it's funny. Who cares? Why are you so bothered? Why are you so bothered by it?
Mark,
why are you so bothered by it?
Hold on, DJ.
Why a fan is not allowed to talk about Super Bowl?
Hold on, Mark. The reason I used the Super Bowl verbiage was because, okay, we're talking about a situation where why do we trade Tua? Well, I didn't want to get in the argument with all the Tuaneers as to, you know, how dare you think about trading him if we get to the Super Bowl? So I knew they were already going to say, what about the Super Bowl? All I was doing was positioning myself in the contract talk by saying that falling into the Super Bowl and not winning it will not save Tua from getting traded if there's the right suitor. That's the only reason I brought up the Super Bowl.
Caller,
It wasn't to predict that we were going to get there.
Kohler, here's the thing,
Bills
Kohler.
competition.
This is the
Make
thing,
sure
though.
that
This
Tua
is the
wasn't
thing.
gonna
We
not
were,
look like Mac Jones, for God's
Mark,
sake.
here's the thing. We were joking about it and just up here shooting the shit. It's fun, bro. We can have fun and have a conversation about it, but we don't need a Bills fan coming up on the panel and then start hating because you're really bothered by we were talking
because
about
it's really straw
us even
manning the
mentioning-
argument because I wasn't saying I didn't bring up
Hold
the
on,
word
DJ.
Super
I
Bowl
wasn't joking.
to predict
I
we
wasn't
were
joking.
going there. I brought up the word Super Bowl just to position myself in the contract debate.
My point is he hasn't even won one. and
If
he's
this, then this is all I was saying. It was just an if-then statement, Mark.
Right, but he's still a Bills fan coming up on a Dolphins panel, and then you want to start saying, "Well, first off, bro, why are you so bothered that Dolphins fans
Because
are
Mark
talking about
in
the
the
postseason with the Dolphins? Why does that
DTA.
bother you?
Because he's scared.
Because Mark
My
knows
team's in
in
the
his
playoffs.
deepest fears, like all Bills fans,
What am I worried
that
about?
they
Maybe you
going
should win a
to
Super Bowl
lose.
before you start coming on hating, bro. Go win one before you start hating on another team. You
Go
still
see
haven't
one
done
and
that yet.
Be alive to see one before you start running your mouth about going to one.
I'm only in my 30s, Mark. I'm going to see the Dolphins win one.
Are you joking?
I think the Bills.
I mean,
I think
bro,
the
our
Bills
in the next 3 years for
quarterback
sure.
Years left, so you got a
Our
shot.
quarterback had a competitive performance in a tough game last week, and he's still number one in touchdown percentage.
Mark is basically saying we're not allowed to cheer. No, he's basically saying we're not allowed to cheer.
Just doesn't want to face facts that he's been cuckolded
You got
by the
something to
Bills
say?
his whole life.
Who's me? Who's me? I'm not really looking. Who's me?
It's GTA. You got something to say? You agreeing with
I mean,
Mark?
I'm not. Whether I'm agreeing with Mark or not.
That's what you just said.
Because you're saying just because he's a Bills fan, he shouldn't be saying anything. So it's better if a Dolphins fan tells you.
Is that what I said? What did I say? Tell me what I said.
That because he's a Bills fan, and maybe it's not verbatim, but because he's a Bills fan, he has no business being in a Dolphins channel.
That's not what I said. There you go, messing up again.
Okay, you're right. Like I said, it's not verbatim. So say it again. What you said then. Say it again.
That a Bills fan doesn't need to come up on a Dolphins panel and get on our ass because we're talking about our team going in the postseason. That's what I said.
A Dolphins fan wouldn't have understood.
That's not exactly what you said
a
either,
Dolphins
but okay.
fan,
And you're a Dolphins fan.
Manny,
You're a Dolphins fan.
Let me help you, Manny.
All
Let me
right.
help answer your question. A Dolphins fan probably wouldn't have misunderstood my context, given that a Dolphin fan understood the conversation we were having.
Yeah, we were talking about Tua and his contract
And the
what
contract,
if, a lot
right?
of what
So
if.
when I brought up
Yeah,
the
I get
Super
it.
Bowl, it was only to position the conversation of what happens if this do we move off of. You see what I'm saying? It wasn't to say we're going to go to the Super Bowl. So a Bills fan comes up where a Dolphins fan wouldn't have done this. A Bills fan comes up and starts reminding us that we're not going to the Super Bowl. That's not what we were even talking about.
Manny, how did you feel about the game on Sunday? How did you feel about the game on Sunday, Manny?
He probably didn't watch it. He didn't think we were going to win, so he doesn't watch the games, remember?
Yeah, you're absolutely right, dog. You're absolutely right. Yep.
I mean,
I know you think a lot about me. That's right.
Mark,
Because I barely remember everything you ever say. To be honest, it goes in one ear out the other.
Manning, you didn't watch the game on Saturday?
Of course, I watched the game on Saturday.
You didn't watch the game on Saturday, Manning?
I watched the game on Saturday. Yes.
Oh.
Okay. I watched the whole game.
I love how we have to explain English to a Bills fan.
But yeah,
can't believe we're doing this.
The game was definitely not good for me. I mean, people who want to say that it was a moral victory, it was a good loss. Like, no, it's not no good loss.
Talk to those people that are saying it's a moral victory. We note that you hear other people saying it's a moral victory and you don't agree. That note taken, but no, I explicitly said I'm not looking for a moral victory.
Well, no, all of us have. I honestly just hopped on.
I'm just letting you know, and I'm just updating you.
sure. But
Man,
yeah,
I'm
so
just updating you, Manny.
it
That's all.
definitely was a bad. I feel like the way people want to say it was a good loss, a moral loss, whatever, a moral victory. Like that makes the loss even worse for me, man. Because bro, we should have had that game, man. Everything
Yes,
that
we
happened,
should have.
everything that happened in the first, like all the mistakes
The
that people
fact
want to
that we're
bring up.
talking about that, the fact that we're talking about we should have had that game and not, oh my God, we were outclassed. You're not happy about that?
You know what though? Don't
I think we
listen.
were
Color. I said this last night.
in the
I said
fourth
this
quarter.
last night.
It showed.
Go ahead, Cap.
All right. So I said this last night. You know, the Bills don't even realize that they've screwed themselves, because if they would have lost that to the Dolphins, when we find ourselves playing them for the third time in the playoffs, either, you know, second round or AFC Championship game, it would be all in their favor for us to lose. Now, not so much. So it's going to be all the sweeter for Dolphins fans to knock the Bills off on their Super Bowl run to continue ours.
All you guys
That's
gotta
where
do
I'm
is
waiting.
beat- All you gotta do is beat Kansas City or Cincinnati. Good luck.
That sounds nice, man. Right now, I'm not worried about none of that. I'm
I don't
worried
need
about
luck,
Green
Mark.
Bay. I'm worried about Green Bay.
See, this is the thing. This is the problem, though. The problem is I respect Mark. I love him always being on my show and everything. I love talking to him. I think he's knowledgeable. But then you come like this: I don't understand where the condescending shit comes in and where you change up. The Bills win a game. The Bills win a game against the Dolphins. So then you change up your entire tune, and then it goes from like having a casual conversation and just being educated to just being ignorant and saying stupid shit and shitting on our team.
Mark's got you going through battered wife syndrome, dude.
Well,
DTA, that's Mark's game, bro.
Not
would be doing the
understanding the
same
tenor of
thing.
your
That's
conversation.
Mark's entire game, dog. He literally plays.
So I'm guessing Mark.
No, Manny, we don't,
Mark,
because we
you
don't
vote in
find
the poll,
ourselves
Mark?
in Bills. We don't
Hold
go to
on,
Bills
hold on,
channels.
hold
We don't
on,
go to
hold on,
Bills
DTA.
streams. So no,
Mark,
we don't.
Did you vote in the poll?
I don't know about.
Mark?
I mean,
the poll question is: are the Fins in serious trouble? Yes, no, or wheels are wobbly?
yes.
Did you vote?
I voted yes.
How about Mark?
we are.
Mark, did Mark vote?
Oh.
That's who I was
I
asking.
did. I voted yes. I believe you're in trouble.
That's what I was thinking. You probably voted yes. We're in serious trouble.
I've been
Okay.
trying so hard, but he's triggering me because this guy Mark thinks he can come in here and talk like his Bills are this dominant team. You've never won anything. You've never.
They are. I mean, what does that matter? Who's yelling like that?
See what you did. See what you did.
You've never won anything. You've been to 4 Super Bowls. You left them all.
See what you did.
What does that matter about this year, though?
That's the Grinch. Merry Christmas.
What does that matter about this year? Is our 72 perfect season helping us win this year? Is our Super Bowl rings helping us win this year?
No one said it is, Manny. Stop
What
it.
the hell are you talking about, Manny?
What does the Bills not having a Super Bowl ring have to do with them whooping our ass?
Because they don't got the recipe about winning any Super Bowl.
First of all, they
don't have
did
the
whoop our
recipe.
ass.
Manny,
Number
did you
one.
leave?
Stop
Did you
it.
leave your Bills? Did you leave your Bills hat on your dresser this morning, or what, Manny?
Manny, let me explain.
Take the Bills. Take the
No
Bills.
one
Peep
whooped
out
our
your
ass,
mouth.
Manny.
Manny,
Stop it.
let me explain.
You know better
The
than that.
conversation. Listen, Manny. The conversation happened basically for whatever reason. The word Super Bowl came out, and Mark came out and said, "You clowns won't see a Super Bowl," something like that. And then it got into a back and forth about the Super Bowl when we weren't talking about the Super Bowl in a sense, but that's probably what you caught the back end of that, and you think we're just coming at Mark. You get what I mean?
What if we go farther than the Bills? What if the Bills get knocked out the first round and we go into the second round? How about that? How about that, Mark? How about that,
What if we
Mark?
don't even have to face the Bills in the playoffs? Did y'all ever think of that?
What if we knock you out in the first round? What about that?
You won't hear from Mark.
But you know what? You know what? You know what they
Mark
could say?
disappeared when
Hold
they
on,
don't
hold
win.
on. You know what they could say?
Nah,
matter
Manny,
what, they're
you
still
can't
going to be in
you
the
can't be
playoffs.
flip
We got
flopping
to
up
find it.
here.
No,
You're a
no,
Bills
no,
fan.
We don't do
no,
that
I'm
flip
not
flopping, Manny.
flip-flopping. I'm not
Manny
flip-flopping. You
don't
like to
even
just
watch
use
the
words you guys
games.
hear,
If
bro.
he's
Put
gonna be a
that
Hear me
boss.
out,
Bills
bro.
I
put
ain't gonna
that
Yeah,
let
Bills
that
okay,
happen,
penis
bro.
back in your
Exactly,
mouth,
you guys
Manny.
DJ.
are
He don't
out of
watch the
reality.
Fair
freaking
weather
game.
Out of
fan, fair
reality.
weather
You're out
fan
of
at his
reality.
finest.
Put the
The fact
Bills
Fair
is
Manny,
weather
penis
why
back
don't
fan
in
you
at
your
go
his
have
mouth.
a
finest.
consultation with Javon Holland? Because you're
Hear,
not ride or
hear me
die,
Stop
out.
it,
Manny. Go
Manny.
have a
Stop it.
consultation with
Yeah.
Holland.
Okay, that's right. I'm not ride or die. You're right. So hear me out. The only thing they could say
Thank
is
you.
that
We
they
know.
are in the playoffs already, and we're not. So all the shit you guys are talking now about, oh, we might
You
make it
need to go
further
Hold
in the
have
up.
a
playoffs.
That's where you're
consultation
wrong.
with
That's where
Holland.
you're wrong.
Just get
That's
there.
where you're wrong. We currently sit in the playoffs. If the season
Okay,
ended
but
right
no
now, we
matter
sit in
what,
the playoffs. So
no
you're
matter
wrong.
what, they
You're
won the
wrong.
division. They
Again, you're
clinched the
wrong. Your
division.
facts are not
They
facts.
clinched the
You're wrong.
division. They clinched the division. No matter
No, they
what,
Who
did
they're in the
not.
cares?
playoffs.
Who
No, they
cares?
did
If we
Who
lose
not.
cares?
out, we win out. We
No,
got
they
the
did
division.
not. Excuse me. They did not clinch the division. This is why I spent an hour the other night, Mark, explaining to everybody that you hadn't clinched the division, and you all just crapped on me saying, well, they won't lose
Name me
3
the
in a
schedule.
row. Well, yeah,
Name me the
okay,
schedule
fine.
they
Maybe
got
they
left.
won't, but
Name
they have
me
not
the
clinched the
schedule they got.
division.
Yo, that's just
They
clinched,
have
bro.
not clinched
Who
the
cares
division.
about their schedule, Manny? Who cares
They
about?
just
Why are
gotta
you
win
up
one
here?
game
Why are
because
you
they just
so far up, dude?
because you guys
We
are
don't care about
delusional.
the
You
Bills
were up here
schedule,
super
man.
Bro,
bothered
Stop
and
bro,
it.
I'm gonna go
slurping on
right.
the
I'm gonna go
fucking Bills
crypto on you,
not.
You
Manny.
guys are acting
It don't
Stop
matter
delusional.
the
what the
cap.
stats are. They
You're
have
acting
not
delusional.
clinched the division.
You're
Okay,
delusional, Manny.
okay.
You are the
Let's
delusional
remember
one.
that. They're
It
going to
is an
be in the playoffs for
objective
sure,
fact.
and there's a chance we don't make it.
Don't tell me just to remember nothing. I'm not
Yep,
saying they won't win the
yep.
division. I'm
They
saying
will.
it is an
They
objective
will.
fact that they have not clinched the division.
Name
Color.
me the
Exactly.
schedule.
I just want I just want I just want to apologize.
It's always
games.
fun
I
having
just want to
Manny up on these
apologize,
Very
panels.
high
Colored.
probability that the AFC
Yo, you
East will
guys
be
are
overrated.
delusional, bro.
Now you
Esther,
have
what you
nothing else to say
apologizing
other
for?
You're
The
than
Bills
I
delusional,
fans
didn't
Manny.
made
tell
this
you guys to
nonsense
say
comment.
whoa, whoa, whoa,
Because I
whoa.
was
an
Stop.
because I
LOL
was
that
the one
Stop.
that brought up
Everybody
Super Bowl.
stop. Everybody
No,
stop.
I
I'm
said
not even
something
talking about
about
Super
what
Everybody
he
Bowl.
gonna have
I'm
stop.
talking about
memorabilia or
You're
not.
playoffs.
delusional because I stated an objective fact.
No, I'm about what? About them not clinching it?
They have not
Got your
clinched the
tongue?
division.
Bit your
Manny,
ears.
what's
I
that in
didn't
your
even
mouth?
stutter.
What's that in your mouth, Manny? Is that a Bills dildo?
Oh, wow, you're such a funny guy.
Yeah.
I'll be back there for the show.
Damn.
I think Manny needs a hug.
Funniest guy. I'm good. I mean, I do need a hug because our team is fucking garbage right now. I know y'all feel
Garbage.
super good about losing.
How can you how can you say that with a straight face?
Yeah.
Y'all are the
First of
happiest
all, how
losers
can
right
you
now.
say that
Fuck
with a
Mark,
straight
get him
face?
off.
Yep.
Listen,
Y'all right now are the
Manny,
happiest
how in
losers
the
right
hell
now.
can you say that with a straight face? Really?
Y'all are here talking to a guy who might be it's for sure in the playoffs. No matter what happens, they're in the playoffs. No matter what happens.
And so
Right?
are we
what?
right now if the playoffs
How can
ended,
you say
but we
what you
haven't even
say
played those
with a
next
straight
3 games.
face?
You guys are talking about we might make it further in the playoffs. Let's get in the playoffs. How about that? Before you talk about going further than someone who's already in the playoffs. It looks
Well,
silly. You guys look
why don't you
silly
talk to
talking
Tua
like that.
about that?
Okay? Okay, give me his number.
Manny, you're an idiot. I'm sorry, you're an idiot.
Manny,
Yep.
Manny, how in the world can you look at yourself? How can you look at yourself in the mirror every day, man?
Yeah, man, you're a disgrace to Dolphin fans.
You come up on these panels just
your
to get
boyfriend,
laughed out, bro. You are a joke.
Manny's
You are
boyfriend
a
Mark
joke.
got off.
A
Cause
disgrace.
this shit look good, boy. Y'all hiding y'all space. Hide
Manny's
behind your
boyfriend
camera,
went off.
bro. There you go. Let's go. Let's everybody show y'all space.
Bro, Manny, are you
Everybody
seriously
do it.
going to go there,
Are
bro?
you serious?
Everybody, let's go.
Listen,
Seriously
you
going to
little
go
punk.
there?
There we go. Yeah, there we go. Oh, why
Hey,
you
why don't you
hiding
take off them gay ass shades?
I'm working.
So we
I'm
can see
working.
your eyeballs, pendejo.
Bro.
You sure you're a fan? I don't know. I think you're
Hold on a second here.
weak
Wrong
sauce.
button.
Even a Dolphins
if I'm a
fan.
fan or not? Who
I
cares?
don't think you are.
Okay,
No,
good
he's
for
Mark's
you.
butt buddy. He's
Hold on
Mark's
a
butt
second,
buddy.
guys. I need to break
Everything,
for a second. I think
everything
one of
y'all
our
say is
panel
true.
members have forgotten who the show host here is.
Yeah.
So I wanted to make sure.
Just one.
I wanted
Just
to make
one.
sure that nobody in the audience was under any presumption that I wouldn't show my face, considering I do it every day when I host this show.
Yep.
Man,
Yep.
go back in the
Like
back.
I started the show just like this.
Yep.
Right. So, Manny, it's not really fair for you to say such things, bro. Nobody's personally attacking you like that, except maybe
They're saying,
DTA calling you an idiot.
okay,
That was kind of a
okay,
personal attack.
okay,
But
and what I'm saying is that it sounds silly.
but my
Whoever
point
said,
is,
oh, no, who said it?
you don't have to be calling out people for not showing their face, bro.
They
And I
asked me,
show
do
mine
I
all
look
the
at myself?
time.
Like,
I show mine
seriously,
all
man.
the
How do I
time.
look?
Ya,
How
Manny,
do I look myself
cállate.
in the mirror? The same way I show my face on camera because I'm not.
Who
Échate
cares?
un tapón.
How does it make you
Ponle
any
la,
I
more or
show
ponle
less
my
la
face
right?
all the
falda.
I
time.
guess that
Hey,
makes you a
I
Stop it,
show my
guys.
big
face all
Stop
the
it.
man.
time.
You show your
Stop
face,
it, guys.
dude.
How does it
Wow.
make it?
Okay.
How does it make you any more or less
Mame
right
un
when you're
huevo.
showing your face?
How does whatever my opinion is make it so that I can't look at myself in the mirror?
That's deflecting. That's
I don't
deflecting. That's what he
understand what
does.
that
He'll
has
never
to
That
do
has
answer
with
a
my
nothing to
question.
do
He'll
with the
always
question.
price of
answer
being
one with
German. You
another
know damn
question.
well.
I'll
He
take
The hell
I'll,
does that have
deflects.
to do with
right.
showing
So
your
I'll
face
take
on
a no
camera?
answer.
You,
I'll
you,
take
you're
a
just
I
twisting
refuse
everything
to
around,
answer my
man.
question for the
He
answer.
sounds like a politician.
If you notice,
Answers with
Manny
another
always answers
question.
a question with another one, Kohler. He'll never
Exactly.
answer you straight
Whatever.
up.
That's
I'm
what
not going to feed
politicians
into
do.
that nonsense. So he didn't answer my question,
He's
and
a
my
joke.
question
He's
was
a
a
joke.
simple
He
What's the
comes
one.
on his
question?
panels
What's
with
the
My
question?
question was a
BS all the
simple one.
time.
How does people showing their face make them any more right or wrong?
Right, okay. So it does not make them right or wrong. But the question to me was presented, right? How do I look at myself, right? How do I look at
Oh,
myself
excuse
because of
me.
what I'm saying? And
So
the
how does
way I
that
look at myself
correlate to
is the same
you
way
guys
that
aren't
I
showing
show
your
my
face
face
on
on
camera
camera.
on the
Because
panel?
I can look in the mirror,
Where
I
where
can
do
look
you,
in the
where in
camera,
that pea
I
brain
can
of
look
yours
at you with a
did
straight
that
Okay.
face.
correlate to that?
Okay. Fair enough answer. Let's move on. How you doing, Mountie
No?
Fins?
What's up, Mountie? What's up, Lance?
What's happening? At least Mark's off the panel.
We can't. You're muted, Mountie. We can't hear you.
Yeah, Mark's off, but his wife is still
What's
up
going
here.
on, Lance?
Brother.
What's going on, Monty?
Yeah. What's happening, brother?
So, man, I just don't understand why I haven't got Mark's prefix correct.
I don't even
His
know why you
prefix.
let that fucker
It,
get
Bro,
on.
the Bills.
it's cocksucker Mark. Ah, don't y'all know?
It just
Dude,
look. It just
it's like
sucks. It just sucks.
like I'll be
'cause Mark,
watching the Stephen D show, and then he'll get on, and I just turn it off.
the thing about it is, I'll tell
I
you
can't
this.
even
Like
stand to listen to him.
I understand
I
how
didn't
it,
watch
like, it
that show. I
bothers
feel
people.
dumb.
It bothers people to see Mark, but I'll say this: it's like if Mark is putting all his energy to come on these Dolphin shows, he clearly is a Dolphin fan. So, I'm not trying to
Yeah, but
disrespect him by
Batman,
saying
why
that he's
is it
not.
fair for him to
But
shield his takes under the cloak of a Bills fan so that he
Of all
doesn't have
teams.
to answer to people that want to like come after people
maybe
for not
he's just a
liking Tua?
he's a tired Dolphins fan that we've been losing for years. So he cloaks himself as a Bills fan and comes on these Dolphin panels to be able to talk bad about the Dolphins with the Bills logo.
Well, hey,
It's because they're winning and we're not.
Mark forgot
Strategy.
to take his wife. Mark forgot to take his wife with him. So, Manny, if you would be so kind to catch up to your husband.
Yeah.
All I'm gonna say is the Bills better not lose, or
Go
else
catch up, Manny.
video on Twitter.
Before you get a prefix name too.
I know he's
Before
right
you get
next
that,
to you, bro.
You
Before
keep
you get
telling
that-
me to get a life, Cliff D, but you're making the same mistake that I knew people were going to make. I did not say they didn't clinch the playoffs. Manny said they clinched the division.
It's clinched.
They have
bro.
not
They don't
clinched
listen.
the division.
They got it, bro. They got it. It's theirs.
Exactly.
It's theirs.
Manny.
You don't know that.
Manny,
Manny, stop it.
When you have
You
your
know
show,
damn well they haven't
you
clinched
have,
the division.
and you get,
Stop it.
Josh Allen can get hurt
and you
tomorrow.
get
The moment
Clinch
Cliff
shit.
D, the
I don't
moment
think
Cliff
he
D
knows
cleans
damn
his
well.
ears out and starts to refresh his memory on how to understand the English language, I will get a life at that point.
Manny,
Fair enough?
Manny,
Manny
what happens
doesn't
to the
watch enough
Bills?
football games.
Manny, what
Manny,
happens
when
to the
you-
Bills
when-
if next
when-
game
when
Josh
Manny-
Allen goes
when
down?
Manny
What
does
happens
his
to that
show-
clinching?
Here we go
They got it,
again.
bro.
Here we go.
They don't even got a
Bro,
backup quarterback.
Am I not
They lose
using?
that
Am I
one.
using some other language that nobody understands?
Kohler, they're not listening to you, Kohler. They don't actually hear the words you're saying.
Of course not, bro. But I got to get a life.
It's selective hearing.
My life is just fine, bro. Don't worry about
It
that.
is. I'm not questioning that.
I'm
Manny,
not talking to you.
Usher,
But
usher
just
mouth,
I know.
Manny.
I'm just. I mean,
Ese
just so
te
we
lo
Manny,
tapón.
Manny,
Put the
Manny,
top on
stop
it.
the cap, Manny. Your whole life is questionable.
Pon la pluga. Put a plug in it. Mami un huevo.
I mean,
Suck
Let
my
me borrow your
balls.
plug. Let me borrow your
you're
plug. Get it out your
protecting Mark,
drawer.
so
Hey,
how
get
good
your
of a life
plug
can
out
you
your
have?
drawer, bro, and let me borrow it.
You're
The only
protecting a
thing, the only
Jills
thing
fan. Come
clinched,
on.
the only thing clinched, the only
It's
thing
in your
clinched
drawer.
is Manny's
It's
booty
in your
cheeks
sock
over
drawer.
Mark.
Yup. You're such a funny guy. Let me get that plug out your drawer, bro.
You know what's funny about this? What would have to happen? We all know what would have to happen. The first thing that would have to happen for the Bills to not clinch the division would be they'd have to lose 3 in a row. So I get what you all are saying. I'm not a fucking idiot. All right. Yeah, I know that's all you're saying, bro. We're not children here. Okay?
Some people on this panel acting like it.
You damn right
yeah,
you
mainly
are.
you.
No, how? Tell me how am I acting like a child? For
It's
giving
my
opinion?
opinion. I don't need to tell you how. It's my opinion. I don't have to
Josh
justify
Allen,
my opinion.
Josh Allen goes down. They don't clinch anything, Manny. He
Well,
goes
I
down
mean,
next game. They don't clinch nothing.
They just if he
Exactly,
goes down, they
Batman.
lose 3 in a row.
Exactly.
If he goes down, they
And
lose
I just
3 in a
want to
row.
remind you, Manny, when I talk about them having to lose 3 games in a row, okay, the last time we were at this spot where I said, hey, you know, y'all pump the brakes because the Bills could very well lose to the Vikings and the Jets. And then what the hell did they proceed to do?
Lose to the Vikings and Jets?
So don't talk to me about clinch the damn division. They got this. They ain't got shit.
Okay. We'll circle back.
Yeah, we'll circle back on Monday when they win their next game. Sure. Okay, fine. They've got to win one more to clinch it. So what?
God damn it, Culler, stop it. You're making too much sense, okay? Jesus Christ.
Yeah. Even though you're saying exactly what I'm saying.
No, I'm not. You said they clinched the division. I've got people in chat telling me to get a life as
Damn,
if
I
I
can't
said
control
they
what the
haven't
people on the
clinched the
chat are saying,
playoff.
Bro, first of all, chat
but
is
Cliff
straight.
don't count
Hold on.
anyways. He's a 2 and
Chat
error.
is straight destroying Manny right now, bro. They're fucking destroying him right now.
That's fine.
It is
That's
too
Hey,
funny.
they said, Cap, they said that Manny's out driving around right now for he's Christmas shopping for his parole
I
officer.
know,
Did you
I
see
see that. That or he's doing circles in his
Hey,
trailer
here's
park.
something else you haven't contemplated, Manny. Here's something else you haven't contemplated. The last
Manny, you're
time we
getting
lost
destroyed
3 in a
right now
row,
in chat, bro.
we went on a 5-game winning streak. Guess where that takes us if we do that again? Do the math.
Almost to the Super Bowl. It'll take us to the championship game, AFC.
Take us to the championship game, exactly. Yep.
Come on, Culler. Hey, we know Manny doesn't know math.
Yep.
No,
or
he's just going to
English.
throw out. No,
English.
he's just going to
English.
say who'd we beat. He's going to say who'd we beat on the 5-game winning streak.
No, we beat some good teams. If we beat the Patriots and the Jets, I'll be ecstatic.
We've already beat the Patriots
And the Jets.
What are you talking about? We already beat the Patriots. Why are you even saying that when we already beat them?
So you're gonna
when
say
have we last lost to the Patriots? You tell me that,
So
Manny.
it's a gimme. So it's a gimme.
When have we last lost to them? Tell me.
I don't know. I think Fitzpatrick was the quarterback.
And when was the last time we lost to the Jets with Tua leading our team?
Couldn't tell you. It's been like 5
What
years.
happened the last time?
Good
What happened
Lord.
the last time the Jets played in Miami with Tua leading our team? Who won?
He's a 2 and error. He should know this.
How many points did we score?
No, I'm just a casual, so I don't really know.
Well,
yeah, we know that. Thank you for admitting that.
Considering how harsh you are on the, considering how harsh you are on the former coaching staff,
least you're admitting
considering how harsh you are on the former coaching staff, I would expect you to know how many points we scored against the Jets last year at home.
Shit, honestly, I don't know how many points. I
At
know
least
we won.
30.
I know
Casual.
we won. I know. Yep. Just casual, bro.
At least 30, I can tell you that.
Manny, pull over.
Wait,
Hurry.
I'll
I
give
saw
Manny
your
one other-
pom-poms fly out the
Wait,
window,
wait,
bro.
Manny.
Your pom-poms just flew out the window. Hurry, stop.
Yep.
Pull over.
Home, because I got one. I'm here with
So
my
if the
family
Bills
at home.
fans are going to say they're the best because they were the best last year, which they weren't, then why can't we say we're going to beat the Jets because we beat them last year? We're not going back to 1972 here. We're going back to last year with a lesser grade offense.
Touch Manny. Who did Wilson throw an interception to when we played him at home?
What the fuck?
Not a casual. Find
Hey,
that out.
somebody drove by with a 4x4 on the back of a trailer, and it's a fucking Suzuki that has a Chevy symbol on it. Not to get off subject, that just fucking mind boggled me.
I would Canes 89. I would Canes 89, but that's not my job. My job ain't to think for him. Y'all got me mistaken for the wrong guy. I mean, it is what it is. I don't see any reason why you know, look, like I said, say it on Monday morning and I can't argue, but they have not clinched the division.
Hey, Culler, thanks for having me on, man. Manny, the only thing that clinched was your mouth on cocksucker Mark's balls. Later, y'all.
Damn.
Who they play in this?
Like I said earlier, the only thing he's clinching is
Chicago. Do they have
booty
Chicago
on
this
Mark's
week? Am I right? The Bills have Chicago this week?
I believe so. Hey, and with Fields.
Yeah,
Fields
they play
playing?
Chicago.
Is Fields playing?
I don't know.
Yeah, he's playing.
Yeah. He may run their ass off.
Peace out, Manny. I win, brother.
Fields
You
may
got
have a
him,
better
DTA.
game than what he did with Miami. They
Anyways,
can't stop the run.
back to what we were talking about.
Right. So who's to say? I don't know. There's a lot of divots in Soldier Field. We saw what happened to Bradley Chubb trying to rush the quarterback.
Right.
Stepping in one of those divots. Their field is trash. Not going to say I'm wishing for anything, but I'm just saying in the event that something happens in Chicago that causes them to have to use their backup quarterback and they lose that game, then they got to go into Cincinnati and face the Bengals without their star quarterback. And then they finish the season. Let's see, where is it? They finished the season against the Patriots with their backup quarterback.
Honestly,
They
Culler,
have
I think they're both
clinched the division.
Both of those games, I think that the Bears game and the Bengals game, they could lose. They could potentially lose both those games.
I mean, they could
Tell you
lose those
something, the
games.
Bills-
They could
the
lose
Bills
all three of those games with Josh Allen.
Hey, Culler, you gotta watch.
Right.
Culler, you gotta watch what you say though. You're a curse.
Isn't their
You're
last
a
three?
curse.
Isn't their last three the
didn't
Patriots, the
you
Bears,
bring up
and the
Tannehill
Bengals?
getting hurt, and next thing you know, he's being stretchered off this past week.
I mean, I'm not calling for that. I'm just
I
saying.
know you're not. I'm just joking around saying you were a curse this past week.
You know, it's really ironic how people will sit there and say to me for the last 3 weeks, oh, the Niners, the Chargers, oh, they didn't matter. None of that mattered because we're on hope and pray anyway, right? Well, why am I not allowed to hope and pray the Bills lose their last 3? The hell is wrong with you people?
And
God.
hey,
Damn.
I'm watching everybody talking about we had a soft schedule with Detroit.
What's up, Lewis?
Wait a minute. Hold on, Todd. Hold on, Todd. Why am I not allowed to schedule watch other teams to hope that we still win the division when you all are talking about hoping and praying for a damn playoff seed? I'm over here hoping and praying for a better seed, and y'all are faulting me? Really?
Because you're not allowed to fan, Culler.
Hey. You won't
Because you're not allowed to be a fan, Color.
Right.
You're not allowed to be a fan, Culler. We have to be up here criticizing and appeasing the audience.
When we
24/7.
decided not to show up in San Francisco and LA, that's when they decided we were in hope and pray mode. So if I'm going to be forced to go into hope and pray mode, I'm going to hope and I'm going to pray for the damn best. The Bills have not clinched the division.
Nope.
And like you said, Culler, they're one play.
They damn sure not.
And I tell you what, they lose to Chicago this week. Cincinnati can easily beat the Bills.
Both of them.
And so can New England. And so can New England.
Just like that, Todd, just like they can lose those games, we can easily win our last 3.
Yeah.
So I don't know what, like, I don't know where this all hope is lost, our season's over shit is coming in at. I don't understand it.
We don't have to even win the division to make the playoffs, so I don't know why they even have that DTA.
I know, exactly, Crypto, we don't. And
yeah,
that's
but
the
they're
thing.
still hoping and praying we do. They're, whatever, if we lose to Green Bay.
You know what it is? Hey, you know what it is?
Jets. All we got to do is beat the Patriots.
Even though,
and I would like to know, just like Culler said, like, listen, I understand. I think Green Bay is going to be a tough game, but I don't know why anyone's fearing. What reason do we have to be scared of the Green Bay Packers?
No, I think our D's
Why
gonna
are they
kill
so
them.
terrifying all of a sudden? Why are they so terrifying all of a sudden to most people? Or some people?
Yeah, they're not
Sorry,
terrifying
everybody.
at all.
I'm not saying everybody, saying
their best
some people.
receiver is a rookie.
I mean,
Hey, is Manny
you
still?
know me. You don't always agree with the things I say, but you have to be hearing my English here, right?
Culler, we've never seen eye to eye on
Todd.
everything.
I'm asking the realtor. Everybody welcome the Dolphins realtor. That's the Dolphins realtor.
Anybody hear me?
What's up, buddy?
I can.
Someone has some feedback.
I just kind of walked in, so I don't know 100% what you guys were talking about.
Well, they keep reminding me in chat, mainly Cliff D, that the Bills clinched the playoffs, and he's not hearing what I'm saying. I'm saying that they haven't clinched the division.
Yeah.
And that if they lose their last 3, there's still a chance.
Feliz Navidad.
I just heard Mark talking about how our season is over, and just last night he was praising us how well we were doing. So I don't know what.
I think Mark's jumped through too many tables.
Gotta
with
go.
his
I'm
head
here.
First.
Yeah, he's dropped too many tables, exactly.
And head first, mind you, because
If we want to be actually objectively factual, the Bills' magic number is 1. If they win or the Dolphins lose, they clinch the division.
Right.
But it doesn't matter what the Dolphins do. If the Bills win another ball game, they clinch the division.
Yep.
That is the factual, objective truth.
Right.
Are you even going to be upset or surprised?
You can continue to repeat Bills clinch the playoffs all you want, Cliff D, but you're making you're just, you know what, Danny Marino's right. We've been on this for 15 minutes. I'm not gonna try to translate English for people. So.
And I just want to say this real quick too. I just want to say this: when we're looking at the Patriots and we're looking at the Jets and we're looking at the Miami Dolphins, right now as it sits, both of them are a game behind us. They both lost their games. So if we go, let's say, in the end, we could end up, let's say we drop one of these games or 2 of these games, right? The Jets and the Patriots both, because as it sits right now, that final game, I think that Jets-Dolphins game at the end, that's like one of the most vital ones, and the Patriots is pretty important too for us. But as it sits, let's say that they both lose 2 more games each. I mean, there's so many different possibilities.
Yeah, everybody's crediting the Jets. Right. Isn't that weird, DTA? We all called them trash all year, but everybody's crediting the Patriots and Jets with their final 2 games.
Right, exactly.
But I don't want to hear something out of it.
The thing is, though, Culler, they're all talking as if it's already predetermined that the Jets are going to win out and that game's going to be the deciding factor for us. They could lose their last games and it wouldn't matter for us.
Jaguars on the third.
Every single team in the AFC, every team that we're talking about that's in the hunt, that's not playing each other, could lose this week. And we're in the same exact boat we are this week, except that Buffalo clinches the division.
How about this scenario? We could end up winning our next 2 games, and it's sitting all our players because the last game don't matter.
Everybody that's in the playoff scenario and that's in the hunt, everybody that's in the scenario and in the hunt,
hey, what's up, Lou?
this week, except for us, and we still have a chance to win the division.
Hey, I just wanted to hop in real quick, fellas, because goddamn, this has been entertaining, and y'all been getting me through my day. So shout out to everybody that's been up on the panel. But I just wanted to say that I've already declared Manny what everybody tells me Pete is. Because again, Pete is a troll, right? That's what everybody tells me. Pete's takes don't matter because he's a troll. Well, I'm gonna be on, and again, I'm not saying that Manny's opinion doesn't matter because obviously there's a problem when you say things up here. People hear what they want to hear. So I'm not saying Manny's opinion doesn't matter. All I'm saying is I think Manny is just like Pete. He's a fucking troll.
Hey,
If
Louis.
everybody's gonna tell me that Pete's a troll, well then goddamn, bro, Manny comes up and Manny doesn't bring anything to a panel or to a
Louis.
show. He just comes up here to stir everybody up and then rile everybody up, and supposedly that's what everybody tells me about.
He's talking to you right now
So-
in chat, Lewis. He's saying
Louis,
all valid
hey.
to Lewis. Lewis has spoken.
Hey, Louis.
I don't give a shit, bro. Again, listen. Again, I don't give
Yeah, I
a
wouldn't
fuck
worry
about
about
what
it.
nobody says. Yeah, I don't care about that. I don't give a fuck about what Manny's
No,
telling me
I'm just
about
saying.
that.
I
don't
think
give a
it's
fuck.
funny. I don't. This is
I'm
how
just saying.
dumb
Bro.
he is, bro.
He's a troll, bro. That's
Hey,
what he
Louis,
does. He comes
there's
up here
one big
to
difference.
just talk
Louis,
shit.
there's one big difference. There's one. Pete will go at another team's fan. Manny was backing him up.
Hey, Culler, I'm
He's
gonna drop
going
him.
after
I'm
us.
gonna
Todd,
I'm gonna
what are you
drop him
talking
back real
about?
quick, Culler. Sorry, Lewis. I'm gonna drop him back real quick, Culler, to give Pete a chance
Right
to
on.
talk. All right, brother.
Todd, he was just going at Color. What are you talking about? He's coming at
But he
our
was backing up Mark. He was backing Mark with what Mark was saying. He was supporting Mark, and that was the problem everybody had.
No, again, listen. What I'm saying is, again, all opinions matter. But I'm just saying he doesn't bring nothing to the table. It's always the contrary of what everybody else is saying. He just wants to go after. And again,
Exactly. At least Pete pulls some gems out of his ass once in a while, and he's correct. Where
it's
Manny's
just
never
fucking
done shit.
ridiculous. Yeah, listen, again, he's just a troll, but continue,
Exactly,
fellas.
Thomas.
I saw Pete here on TFTG go at a Chicago Bears fan after we beat Chicago.
Yeah,
What
he
up,
did.
fellas? Good
What's up,
afternoon.
What's up, Pete?
What's up, Pete?
Nothing much. My
It's like
heart is
Beetlejuice.
broken.
We speak of his name, and there he goes.
My heart is
Look,
broken.
guys, the
Pete's
Bills
been
struggled
wrong.
against the Lions. The Bills struggled against the Vikings, lost to them. Okay. Why is it out of the realm of possibility that they might struggle against the Bears?
Do we know the weather
They're definitely
report?
going to struggle against the Bears. Justin Fields going to get 200 yards on them.
Where's the game at? Caller, where's the game at? Is it a home game?
It's in Soldier
It's
Field.
in Chicago.
Oh,
It's projected to be bad weather, right, Color?
I don't know, but their
Yeah,
field
but
is
it's going to
trash.
be windy.
Yeah,
Their field looks like a public golf course in South Florida, man. It's trash.
I think I saw the over under like 40.
And it's windy, Color.
I like that color.
The wind will affect Josh Allen's throwing more than it will Justin Fields running. I'll tell you that right now.
Exactly. It's going to affect his passing game and his running. Justin Fields, 200 yards on the ground. You heard it here first. Write it down, Mark.
Who could run for more yards?
That's
Hey, Color.
Go ahead.
Yeah, who's going to have the most yards as a
I
quarterback?
heard you talking about the Bills are the team that you hope that they lose out, and then we can win out. You know how I feel about the team that's going to lose out. I'm no troll here, but I truly feel we have been figured out. That lucky run game that we had Saturday night, Color, trust me, that is not sustainable. I don't think we can duplicate that against none of these last three teams.
That's what helped. It was a lucky run game. I saw guys owning the trenches, man.
But when have we been able to replicate the run game like that? That is not sustainable. That's what I'm trying to say.
But we have been picking that up, Pete. We've just get away from it. It actually has been picking up.
It's not like it came out of nowhere, Pete. It's not like it came out of nowhere.
The run game does feel like it came out of nowhere.
Keep in mind, we didn't have our technically our 1-2 hard punch Sunday. I mean,
Salvin
Stockman was sufficient, but he ain't Jeff Wilson. You know what I mean?
Pete, let me ask you a question. Hey, when you went after high school, did you take acting classes, bro? Because it must be hard, bro. You probably practice in the mirror with these takes.
Oh man, come on.
Nah, I'm just messing with Pete. You know that. I like to boil up Pete. He says it every day. He's like, Batman knows how to boil me up.
See now Pete knows he's never going to respond to you again because he knows you know his game. So you're no fun anymore, Batman.
That's it, Batman. You're on the trolling list.
Let me ask you guys, if we go
it's like
down,
knowing Batman's identity, bro. It's no fun anymore.
I did see something Saturday.
He's just Bruce Wayne now, you know.
I did see something Saturday though that Pete did throw in chat saying Tua is him.
Wait,
Oh, you
what?
saw? Look how happy
You
they
gotta
got.
screenshot that. Come on.
Oh, Color
Hey,
called
Todd.
for it.
Yeah, I got a
Color
message.
Todd,
called.
you should have
Color-
heard Pete
no,
yesterday in Twitter. He complimented the Dolphins about 6 times.
Hey, no, I got a message. I got a message yesterday saying that Tua made the Pro Bowl and that he's a franchise quarterback, and I've been dead wrong. And the Pro Bowl proves it. So I went on Twitter and just put that. I said, Tua, what I put Tua made the Pro Bowl. We have a franchise quarterback.
Hey, but hold up, Pete. Aren't you the one who gave Mac Jones all the credit because he made the Pro Bowl? And you said
Gave who the credit, Todd?
Remember when you said Mac Jones was further along because he made the Pro Bowl?
Yeah, but let me tell you something. Mac Jones, remember why Mac Jones made the Pro Bowl? There was other quarterbacks that decided not to go, and he had a lucky little run at the end of the year. So he was a rookie. He had a little chemistry. It was good.
And
But let
people
me
love
tell
a
you,
crier.
the
People
Pro
love
Bowl,
a guy that cries after a bad performance, you know.
Yep.
Pete, let me ask you
The
a
Pro
question.
Bowl
Color
is
asked
back
us.
in Hawaii.
No, but there's no Pro Bowl.
I don't know.
It's the skills challenge thing.
The Pro Bowl is back in Hawaii. It's almost perfect for Tua to make it. All his cult followers and his Hawaiian family members that are all on that island, bro, they all voted twice for him. They all voted twice for him. Come on, this is a
Pete. Color asked the
propaganda
question
Pro Bowl.
earlier.
This
Color
is a
asked the question, yes,
propaganda Pro Bowl.
earlier. Do you think Mac Jones
Propaganda
is
Pro
gonna
Bowl, Pete?
do you think Mac Jones will be the Patriots next season?
Pete, did you hear that question? That was for you.
He said something about Mac Jones, but it was breaking up.
Yeah, do you think Mac Jones will be with the Patriots next year? Or you think they move off of him in the offseason?
I'm not sure. I mean, I don't see any reason for them to try to move off of him.
Oh, okay, so he stayed.
Hey, real quick,
calling
fellas,
for
real
Bailey's
quick. The one thing I do want to say, and I said it on Batman's channel the other night when Batman started this nonsense about the Pro Bowl, right? You see, this is what's funny about our fan base and the hypocrisy that there is. Because Culler would come out and make a statement, and he'll have to fight off the people in the chat for an hour, calling him a fake fan or a hater or this or that or whatever, right? But everybody on his panel and everybody that voted for their lovely Tua, left-hand arm of God, to be in the Pro Bowl, if you do that, you do realize you're rooting for our team not to be in the Super Bowl, because the only reason our players that will be in the Pro Bowl will be playing in that game is because you're not making it to the Super Bowl. So I'm going to be the first one to have a public service announcement right here on this goddamn panel and tell everybody Louis Amador didn't vote for not one goddamn Dolphin to be in the Pro Bowl, because Louis Amador, a real fan, wants my team to be in the goddamn Super Bowl. So have your good.
Yeah, but you could vote and still get it on your resume. You don't have to. It's on your resume.
But it's tainted though, Batman. You know the Pro Bowl is tainted. Just like the NBA All-Star game with all the Chinese vote for Yao Ming.
Exactly, Lewis.
Why would I want Batman? Why would I want Tua to be in the Pro Bowl when I want Tua to be the MVP of the Super Bowl?
Hey, real quick, Lewis.
I want both.
Real quick, Lewis. Manny can't. I think Manny wants to address you, so I'm gonna hop him back and give him a chance to talk.
I don't give two flying fucks what Manny wants.
Tua fits perfectly in the Pro Bowl with the soft skills.
Jesus Christ.
Pete, I have to say,
Pete, I thought it would increase the pressure.
I don't think you guys understand how mad
Pete, I thought
is,
it would increase the pressure on Tua to make the Super Bowl so he wouldn't have to play in the skills
damn
challenge.
Pro Bowl accolade. You know our organization, bro. The last Dolphin quarterback that.
Who was the last? Well, it was Tannehill, right?
That Tannehill was.
That
made
legitimately
it in
competed in the skills challenge was Dan Marino.
2016, right? 2016 was Tannehill, I think.
Yeah.
Oh,
so what's up?
What's up,
Manny?
Pro Bowl. Yeah, I don't remember.
What's up now? I just had to get that huge big dildo out my ass, right? The
Oh, damn,
dildo.
what?
Hey, you said it.
Man,
Not us.
man, I just came in on the back end of that dildos.
About time you admit it.
About
time you admit that.
Bro. It was huge, bro.
What does that mean? You can't hold?
Hey, I have to say, guys, I agree with Pete on one thing, and I can't even believe I'm saying it. but I don't think that the running back play is sustainable. However, I think that just means that we control the time of possession even more.
Let me ask you guys a question because we brought this up yesterday. Obviously, we like Jeff Wilson. We like Raheem. All our running backs are free agents. Would you guys drop one in the second round, third round, and bring some of these guys back that we currently have? What would you guys
I
do?
don't think
with the running
Mostert
backs?
is. Didn't he sign 2 years?
No, they're all free agents. Edmonds was the only one that was 2 years that we traded him.
Oh, okay. Oh, that's all right. I got confused.
I'm bringing
Jeff
back
Wilson resigned
I'm
from
bringing
for
back
sure.
Wilson.
He's injury prone.
But here's the thing: I would rather get the linebacker in the second round.
That's what everybody said yesterday. Either corner or linebacker in the second round.
Yeah, I would rather do that. But we have 3 third-round picks, and
we got two. We got two.
Well, we're gonna have 3 after Gesicki goes out.
But that's in 2024. That's in 2024. The third round compensation.
Oh,
I would go for the running back, possibly third round, because look at all the running backs San Francisco takes. They're usually 4 rounds or later.
Call me crazy.
They're going to get a suspect lineman, and we're going to be pulling our hair out again.
Call me crazy, but
all right, Batman, you're crazy.
I've been a big fan of Bijan Robinson. Me and Ali, we've been preaching.
Oh, I am too.
Mike on the mic, we've been preaching on Bijan. Would you trade up into the late first round to get him?
What are you going to give up, though? That's
future picks.
Why? Hey, Batman. Why?
Yeah.
So in theory, I mean, running backs are dime a dozen. That's all you look. Basically, what you need him to do is block and be able to catch out of the backfield. Based on
I get you, but this guy is I haven't.
I get it, but you got Tyreek and Waddle. We don't.
I get you, but
he doesn't have to have superior talent.
But besides Gaskins and Ottman, we have even Ottman's been injured. Besides Gaskins, we have injury prone running backs.
All right. I would normally agree with you, but here's the issue I got. We're going to need those future picks, especially if we re-sign Wilkins and re-sign some of these other players. We're not going to have the money to just go out and get the agents to fill spots. We're going to need to fill them.
Yeah, good point.
Hey, Batman. Batman. You got to look. First of all, I totally 100% disagree on moving up and trading up any capital for a running back. That I don't even want to think about.
Oh.
But here's a scenario that I could see the Dolphins. If we make the playoffs, guys, this is important we make the playoffs. And I'm going to tell you guys why. When a team makes the playoffs, it makes free agents want to go over and visit. It makes people want to go over and play for you at a cheaper cost. So if we make playoffs, Batman, there's a running back out there that's going to get more interest in becoming a Miami Dolphin than he did last year. Listen to what I'm telling you. So we just need to make moves. We need to make, not moves. We need to make noise. We need to win, bro. I don't see us winning another freaking game. And we're talking Pro Bowl quarterback.
Playoffs?
We're talking going further than the
playoffs?
Bills.
You kidding me? Playoffs? I just hope we can win a game.
Shout out to Jim Moore, man. Shout out to Jim Moore.
Winning the game
We have Jim Mora's what do you call it? Estranged son Pete Mora in the panel with us today.
I'm serious, man. Bro, man, does anybody up here feel like y'all could win a Super Bowl with Tua? Let's be honest. We are stuck with this guy. This is breaking, bro. We've never had a Pro Bowl quarterback. This is our guy for the next 10 years.
Hey, by the way,
we're gonna win a Super Bowl with this guy.
Shaq Finn said that the last Tannehill got in the Pro Bowl. Shaq Finn said while he was a tight end. So the Dolphins' last quarterback was Dan Marino.
We've never had a Pro Bowl quarterback unless Dan Marino. He made the Titans Pro Bowl and won NFL Comeback Player.
Who made it as a tight end?
No, the Titans. The Titans. Tannehill made it as a tight end, not as a Dolphin.
As a
Can
Titan.
you say that again?
What do you mean?
Tennessee Titans.
Tannehill made it as a Titan.
Can you say that again? I didn't hear you.
He made the Pro Bowl as a Tennessee Titan quarterback.
Say that again. I didn't
not
hear
as
you.
a Dolphins. Not as
Can
a
you say that
Dolphins
again? I didn't hear you.
Yeah, but it doesn't matter anymore, Cap. We have a Pro Bowl quarterback. Our quarterback is a Pro Bowler too, Cap. Forget about it. Tannehill made it once he was out of Miami, but now the Dolphins logo actually is carrying one live in front of us.
So what? You're putting more stock into a Pro Bowl as opposed to a Super Bowl? Is that what we're doing here?
Christopher Greer is in our owner's ear telling him, boss, look who made the Pro Bowl. Get me a throne. He is not going anywhere. Tua, Greer, they're going to continue this.
Hey,
I don't
all
think
I can
this
tell
fan
you,
base.
hey, all I can tell you is Mac Jones made the Pro Bowl, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, he did.
Yeah, he did.
And that's the reason I asked the question, because
yeah, I don't think you move
why
off
should
of
it
Mac
matter
Jones.
if let's say if the Patriots
So how do we
would
move
be
off of
willing
Tua?
to move off of Mac Jones, and then what would a Pro Bowl matter? Because he already made one.
Yeah, I don't think they would move off from it. They have to have a plan. Like,
I don't
what
think
do
we
you
could
see
win
them
Super
doing?
Bowl and Pete's gonna be. I don't think the Pro Bowl is the reason why you don't move off a quarterback, because the Rams moved off the Super Bowl appearing quarterback.
Jared Goff, right?
Yeah, but it's different. I mean, it's not different, Crypto, because you're absolutely right, and that's the Vader told me that, and that made me feel better. But this is from a Dolphin fan thinking that it's going to be impossible to win a Super Bowl with Tua and his limitations. That's what hurts. And now what really hurts is the GM is all over our owner's ear telling him, look at the Pro Bowl. We got a guy. This hasn't happened since Dan Marino. Look at this. And telling him this. And this is an old guy that he's getting older. He's willing to believe anything at this point.
People, let me ask you, this is what Culler said. What happens if the Dolphins start streaking like they did in that 5-game win streak, and they take it to the house? It's very possible, Pete. It's a long shot. Don't get me wrong.
Batman, so then what if the opposite happens, Batman? What if the opposite happens? Because we're trending towards the opposite right now. You do know that, right?
Exactly.
I think after playing this game,
I wanted to hear what Pete would say if it did happen.
No, Pete said he would trade Tua even if we won the Super Bowl.
No. If Pete just was going to say something, he got cut off.
It was going to be, long story short, basically what Cap said.
Yeah, and I still would like to hear that answer. What if we go the trajectory of a 5-game losing streak once again? Then what?
Then it would be freaking pitchforks and torches.
Then
what's more
we
likely,
have a Pro Bowl quarterback that lost 6 straight.
Bro, I didn't think in my life we would be on a 0-3 in December losing streak, so anything's likely, bro. So I would still like an answer. What if we go on a 0-5 losing streak?
Pro Bowl quarterback losing 6 straight. That's not a good look at all.
Crypto, if we go on a 0-4, 0-5 game losing streak, and you guys are talking about extension, you really would do an extension if we missed the playoffs?
We're about to be the laughing stock, Cap.
No.
If
That's what I'm saying.
No one gets an extension.
No, we wouldn't, Cap.
No, the playoffs, Cap.
No, we wouldn't, because we would be sitting with a Pro Bowl quarterback that missed the playoffs. That would be the most ridiculous.
That is going to be the scariest thing in the world for me.
That would be the definition of insanity. Paying a guy who hasn't made the playoffs, hasn't been to the playoffs since he got drafted.
But
again,
Cap. And I know this is like, people are going to say that this really should have nothing to do with it, but I meant what I said when I said the NFL owes us one. We gave them a game for their network.
I believe it. I believe it.
Okay.
I believe it, bro.
And the fact of it is, they are not going to want the look. They are not going to want the look of a Pro Bowl quarterback that don't even make the playoffs.
Expect something fluky to happen Sunday. I'm just telling you that right now during this game, bro.
I'm just saying.
I'm with you, Culler. I'm with you.
What do you mean,
bro?
Fluky? Explain.
Something
please.
That's going to be in favor of us when the Green Bay Packers are about to make a run to score. Something fluky is going to happen to favor us. Mark my words, bro.
You're trying to say the NFL is going to rig the game?
For this, yes. But as far as like the referee play calling from the Buffalo game, I'm not putting referees to the Buffalo game.
That's all I'm saying. I'm not saying they're going to rig nothing. I'm just facing the reality. I'm just stating the reality that the NFL does not want their Pro Bowl quarterback to miss the playoffs.
Bro, we just got investigated 3 times. We're pretty much
However,
trying to get
people
we're
interpret
trying to
that
get a
and they're on
grace
their
card with the
own.
NFL.
Yeah, Color. That's some high level stuff there, man.
The top. Oh, it's not. Yeah, Tua is
So
the
yeah,
top
we've been
vote getter.
investigated.
As
We've been going through
as
all that
Aqua
crap.
points out, Tua is the top vote getter, not just the Pro Bowl. Like
That ain't
And
No, let me
Tyreek
right.
is
tell you
That
number
guy
this.
got
2.
almost
Color.
300,000 votes.
Those are the
And
same
Tyreek
people that
is
was
number 2.
trashing people making a Pro Bowl just a year ago because Matt Jones made it.
Hey, you
and,
know
and
how?
why
Those
not,
same
Hey,
people.
Jose?
you
Now
know
they're
what?
touting the Pro Bowl.
Jose says, "Here we go. Now the Dolphins is going to help us. This shit crazy." Well, why not? I mean, we helped them Sunday night.
Jose, this whole season's been crazy,
That could have
bro.
been a really boring game on Sunday night for their network.
Bro, let me tell you something. Out of the whole conspiracy we've been going through in the offseason and all the crap that we had to endure and all the stuff with Flores and all the stuff with Stephen Ross and all the stuff we've done in our part to go to London and come back. I agree with
Here's the
Color.
thing,
Sooner
they
or
don't
later,
need
the
help.
NFL
Hey, you know
owes us
what,
one,
though?
bro.
Hey, they don't need to help us. All they need to do is stop hurting us.
We didn't go to London, Cap. We didn't go to London.
Bro,
this
we've
year.
been to London 3 years in a row when Stephen Ross got here, bro. We looked out for them so many times when nobody wanted to fly to London. Then Jacksonville started doing it
Man,
after we
though,
stopped.
They can do
So
addition
the
by
NFL gods
they
is
can
about
do
to
addition
give us
by
some peace
subtraction.
here.
They can stop purposely hurting us, and by default, that would help us.
Just call
That's
it fair.
another reason why we don't win Super Bowls. We're too worried about other things. Oh yeah,
Yeah.
I'll pitch in and go to London and take out a home game. Get out of here, bro.
Yeah, and it cost us at the end.
Exactly.
You get what I'm saying?
Like, look, bro. I don't even want to get started.
Something
Right now,
fluky is gonna happen
so
that game. I'm
upset.
telling you,
Not really,
bro.
I see
Cat for
us
life.
like
That's the thing. It didn't cost Ross anything. It made him money because we got the Super Bowl for playing in London.
Did we make the playoffs?
No, what I'm saying is,
No, I get what you're saying, but at the end run, it cost us.
requirement to get the Super Bowl in your city is to have your team have to play in
Yeah,
London.
and we did all that, and we got a
Hold
Super
up.
Bowl in the city twice, and it didn't benefit us
But
whatsoever.
it benefits
No,
Ross.
it benefit Ross. It didn't benefit the fans. Is what he's trying to say.
Okay, but I'm talking about us. I'm not talking about Ross. I'm talking about
I get
us.
what
How many
you're
times are we going to get punked? How
I
many
get
times
what
are we
you're
going to get punked before we realize we're not really being taken care of as a fan? We're
I
being
get what
abused.
You're saying we are the
Cap,
home
that guy put a
of the
roof on our
hashtag
stadium,
Talk
bro. I'm
Boss
thankful.
Ross, lest we forget.
Bro,
I'm thankful,
he put a
Cap.
roof
He put
on the
a roof
stadium
on our-
after we. No, Batman. He put a roof on that stadium after the fans started bitching that they were going to make the fans pay for that roof. Don't get it twisted. If the fans
He
didn't
still
fight,
did
we
it,
would have
though.
paid for that also.
Hey,
He
he
still
put
did
a
it, though,
roof on that stadium because he wanted the Super Bowl, and it was part of the upgrades to get the
Yeah.
Super Bowl.
Yeah, he did an upgrade for the other Super Bowl teams, not us.
It's a tax write off, bro. Come on.
And it
He's a
wasn't the
businessman.
fans. He went to Tallahassee and they shut him down. Tallahassee wouldn't give him the money.
All I know is
He's
this
a
is the year for
businessman.
that roof to pay for our favor and get us in the playoffs. This is the year for all the crap we've been through to finally favor us. And I'm not
Tell
saying
him,
we should
Cap.
have a handout given to us, but if the
Tell him,
football
Cap.
gods are being aligned right now,
No,
something's
again,
gonna
I'm
happen
not
Sunday
asking
night
for a
or
handout
Sunday morning.
either. Cap, I'm not asking for a handout either. I'm saying just leave us the hell alone.
Exactly.
Stop hurting us.
Exactly.
Yeah, I don't want
Notice how
to.
McDaniel doesn't complain about the refs.
You shouldn't complain about. You still with the ref stuff, Batman? Really? After that Buffalo game, you
Yes.
still whining about the refs?
100%.
Oh God, bro!
What's
Really?
your biggest
That's the excuse this week. That's the excuse this week. The referees. So it was the coaching. Now it's the referees.
I've never blamed the refs.
That
I've never blamed
Giant
the refs
game,
for anything
that
in my
guy,
life.
that guy needs to go on witness protection for molesting that guy in the end zone. That's all I got
Hey,
to say.
Batman, what was your biggest gripe about the refs in the Buffalo game?
Everything. The whole game.
So when we scored, over, and we were 8 points ahead. You were still mad at the refs.
Intentional grounding was the most blatant call I've
So
ever
when
seen
we
in
were
my life.
up, you were still mad at the refs.
Yes. I knew. I felt like we were going to lose that game.
That's excuses, bro. If you're up by
We
8,
went up
the
8.
refs have nothing to do with that, bro.
Thing is, it's not just
Right,
us.
that means
They're
you have
screwing up all
overcome.
over the league.
Put you in bad
How about-
Just finish the job, bro. If you're up by 8, just finish the job. How about that?
How about the Chicago game?
But Cap,
I get you. We're not relying on the refs to win, but don't mess us up either, Cap.
But
That's all I'm
Cap,
saying.
Cap.
Meal, bro.
But see, a lot of people don't
Last year it was
understand.
coaching. Now it's the refs. God, do you understand the way you guys sound, right?
But do you understand the referees can be responsible for
I could give a damn, bro. I'm tired of these excuses. The O-line excuse, the referee.
Momentum swings.
What else? The running game. I mean,
Well, if it wasn't-
I don't
if it wasn't
understand,
for
bro.
the
Like,
refs, we
the
wouldn't have won
obvious
any
is so
Chicago
obvious
games.
right there, bro. You have a quarterback who hasn't played all season, missed 3 more games, and ironically enough, we're what? How many games behind now?
3 games.
50.
Come on, man. I don't understand it, bro. Like, I'm not a rocket scientist, bro. At the end of the day, if the best availability is availability, and we've been saying that for 3 years.
Cap.
Yo, I just
Cap.
realized
If it
we are
wasn't for the
seventh
refs, we would have
seed
lost
now.
that Chicago game.
Bro, if Tua didn't get hurt, we would have won 3 games.
Exactly.
You
They
get what I'm
never
saying?
thought about the
Excuses
fact
are
that we
enough, bro.
benefited from the refs giving us the call against
Exactly.
Chase Claypool.
It evens out, Crypto. Because if it
You
wasn't
gotta
for the
stop
refs,
it.
we would have lost that Chicago game. Okay. Because we completely molested that receiver too.
How about we start taking instead of backing into the playoffs? Instead of us just go ahead and dominating, why do we always have to like survive by the skin of our teeth with the excuses?
Cap, I think we're still trying to find our legs, man. Honestly.
So why is it Justin Herbert, Joe Burrow, Jalen Hurts, and all these other quarterbacks that came out in his draft class already know what time it is? Why is it that we're waiting all the damn time?
They still haven't won
more
shit,
opportunity
Cap.
to play in less fucked up situation.
And if
They
I
haven't
recall,
won shit.
Jalen
This
Hurts
is really
about to
Tua's
be
So
out
how do we have a
February.
fucked up situation where we just paid the highest wide receiver, the highest left tackle? I mean, that is not a fucked up situation to be in Miami.
We haven't paid them yet.
Cap, I will tell you, based on, I mean, look, this is what's been thrown around because it seemed like you underlyingly trying to compare Tua to Burrow and all of them. Yes, I will admit, they are the better talent. I get it. They are. They're the better talent.
Coincidentally enough, came out the same year.
Yeah, I'll tell you that with a straight face, face to face. I'll say it to your head. They are a better talent. I get it. But this is what we did. This is what we drafted. We drafted him fifth overall. No pro day, no combine, no skills competition, nothing.
Yeah, we drafted him cold turkey.
So basically, we made our bed. We made our bed. So now we have to somewhat live.
Stop blaming the snow. Stop blaming the O-line. We did this to ourselves.
Yep.
Yeah, you're right. I'll give it to you. I'll say it face to face, man to man.
But you got to buy me a beer if you do that.
We got to grab the bull by the horn.
Did we have turmoil for 2 years, all the way up to the beginning of this year with the fucking Stephen Ross bullshit? I mean, did Tua have an opportunity the same as those guys?
Bro, that's not on him though. We shouldn't have.
Is this a completely
and I'm gonna say
different
this. I'm gonna say this with so much confidence right now. We should have not drafted a person that was hurt, knowing that you had another person in front of you that was way better. And the proof is in the pudding.
So that makes me think, based on history and analytics, that was probably Stephen Ross that added that charge. I think Greer probably would have took he would have took Justin Herbert, no doubt.
Yeah, he was the healthiest one coming out of the freaking draft.
It's no. I don't care what he did in college. You have an injury like that, and Justin Herbert is sitting right there. No way. I don't care what the hype is around his name.
Supposedly Jordan Love was high on their chart too. So,
and Herbert
was high.
Freaking butterflies and rainbows. I mean, he is very up and down. Is he capable? He's definitely more capable than Tua, but he is all over the place. The week before, he had a 62 passer rating. I have an idea of what I'm doing. And then the week after,
We can't judge him because he has such a small sample size. That's unfair to say. Judging his small sample size against people with larger sample sizes.
Is it chilly out today,
cut it out.
I haven't been outside, man.
Bro, I'm in Detroit and it is 23 degrees outside. What are you talking about?
You're in Detroit? Damn.
Yeah. Oh, don't get it full, bro. I'm with the Dolphin gear outside, bro. Wherever.
It's snowing over there, Vaughn?
No, not yet. We're supposed to get a
No,
snowstorm
Bon
in
Joe. No,
Thursday.
he's a closeted Detroit Lions fan. He's just hiding. He's up there kowtowing to the Lions.
Slash
That's what he's
Pistons
doing.
fans too.
Crypto, then he's a smart one. He can
Damn.
see the future. He
Crypto.
already knows it's
So,
real.
so Von Joe, you're from Detroit. So how do you like our owner's improvements to the city up there?
Whoa, whoa, whoa! I am not from Detroit. Where are you guys getting this from?
He is
No, it's
going
his
up
wife's
there to
family.
be with his
wife's
team, his
family.
first love. That's what he's doing.
Hold
Y'all
up.
sitting here letting
my God.
That's
Crypto
a
gas
sign.
out
This is
there?
a subliminal message from Von Joe. There's a possibility the Lions make the playoffs and the Dolphins don't.
Oh my God! Don't even say that,
Oh
bro.
God.
Don't even say that,
So,
Pete. Oh my God, bro.
Damn,
Damn,
Pete.
the
you see
It
what you
happy
guys
hour
happened
did?
right in
started
front
early
of
for
our
Pete.
eyes.
You see
Happy
what you
hour
guys
started
did?
early for Pete.
Well, yeah, nonsense. See, now look at Pete talking crazy. Although that doesn't take much, but still.
Bro, the Lions are 7-7. We're one loss from being tied with the Lions. Don't get it twisted.
We
I
are.
think the
We'd be tied with them, ironically. Crazy.
The fact that we
That
even
is
talking about
something.
but at the end of the day, I'm just like,
But that narrative though, Pete said the Lions are garbage though.
He's comparing the situation we're in. We're
Who
supposed to
said
be
that?
elite. We're supposed to be elite, and we're tied with supposedly garbage. Think
I
about
Look,
just
that.
imagine another
this
former
is
coach on our team going to a Super Bowl like last year. All the former coaches from Cincinnati.
y'all let Von take off.
Yeah, that is interesting, isn't it? Former coaches.
we're just in the
Dan
potential
Campbell.
elite. We're not solidified as elite, and we could do that right now. But all this year, it's just we see potential. I'm not playing for next year though yet.
No, everyone
Like
is. Oh,
Pete,
we got a 2-year window. We can afford to not win this Super Bowl this year. What the hell? We spent all that money for then.
All I know is during the 3-game losing streak, Tua Tagovailoa completed fewer than 60% of his passes at each outing. Something he did just one time in the first 9 games played. Does that not sound like film is catching up? Tyreek
Pete,
Hill
what
is
coloring
slowing
book are you
down.
reading that from? What coloring book are you reading that from?
That's from the
Oh, wow.
NFL.com.
Color. What did you say last night? What
God
are
damn, Batman.
Tua plays drops?
It's
Hey,
right on NFL.com.
Von Joe, you've
That's
been
what they're
muted,
talking about.
bro.
Our quarterback,
What was that,
the
TDR?
Pro Bowl quarterback.
You were reading it off last night, about the drop scenario, the drop situation with Tua. He's like top 5 in drops right now, right?
What do you mean top 5 drops? What do you mean by that?
Let me look it up because I
He's
think
got
that
a
he's
problem with his wide
actually.
receiver dropping the ball, and
I think he has
Yeah, we're
like
number
20
3. We're for the third time in a year. Third time in a row. Third year in a row, we lead the league in drop passes for receivers.
Hold on. We lead the league this year in drop passes, Batman.
I'm
That's what
looking
I. Yeah,
right
that's what
Let
I
me
heard.
know
But
what.
look at the drop
Let me know what
percentage
Jalen
and
Waddle.
compare it with everybody else.
Look at Jay. What
right.
you know?
I'm
What
sure they're all within less than 1% of each other.
this has me stuttering here live. Like it is unacceptable. Name
That's what I
another
heard.
team.
Color's gonna
Hey,
double check,
name
but that's what I
another
heard. I heard
team
that we
that
did
has
it for the third year
wasted
in a row.
more capital in their wide receiver group in 1
Well,
year.
how much of a difference? What's that band like from the first to the last team? I bet you the drop percentage is not that much different.
I can't. Can somebody read it for me? I can't see it.
So Lamar Jackson leads the league at 8.4% drop percentage. Jacoby Brissett second with 7.2, and Tua third, tied for third with Jimmy Garoppolo at 6.9%. Josh Allen 6.7%, Russell Wilson 6.6, Aaron Rodgers 6.5, Trevor Lawrence, Ryan Tannehill, Jared Goff round out the top 10 at 6.5, 6.4, and 6.3, and 6.1. I'm sorry,
Oh, so it's
6.4,
not.
6.3, and 6.1.
Right, to my point, they're all single digits. It's not like one is in the 20s, another one's in the 30s, and another one's in the
Yeah,
60s.
they're all
They're
about the
all in
same.
single digits.
Yeah,
Bad
it's a
throw
flip of a coin.
percentage. Tua is currently ranked 20th in bad throw. Well, let me reverse this. Geno Smith is currently ranked first at 10.7%, the lowest bad throw percentage in the league. Tua is ranked 14th at 15.2%.
A simplistic playbook, and he's at 14. Look where Geno Smith is with a simplistic playbook, Color. Number 1. And Tua
But
can't
Kyler
even be up
Murray's
there.
number 2, and they're trash.
Well, Kyler Murray's a little jitterbug that runs around and throws it. That's all he does.
Current on target percentage, Tua has dropped a little to 6th, but the top 7 are kind of all.
Guys, I'll be right back.
This is making my eyes bleed. It's so small.
Sorry, bro.
Right. You said the top 8 is all within less
I
than
know it's not your
2
fault.
percentage points of each other.
Yeah, it's real. It's 79.4. Geno Smith continues to lead the league in on target percentage. Then you got Daniel Jones, Jalen Hurts, Joe Burrow, Kyler Murray, Tua, Matt Ryan, and Patrick Mahomes are all right around the 78 to 77
But Color,
range.
let me ask you a question, because I know we're going to base this as a quarterback stat, but when I say receivers, they have played with other quarterbacks this season. So if there's a way to get the drops from the actual team receivers, that's what I heard, that we were number 1.
Well, if you're going to count the ones with our
What are you
other
talking about?
quarterbacks, then
As far as drops, I said drop passes for our receivers, not like the quarterback stat.
right.
I just
but
want to
I'm
know the
saying if
receivers,
that's
Color.
going to
Can you
include
bring up
our
the wide
other
receivers
quarterbacks,
themselves?
then it really don't matter because we're not going forward with those quarterbacks.
Well, and it
Color,
also
can you
the
bring up
value.
those wide receivers? Like, who has the drops?
It's harder because you probably have to go like to
those
individual
drops
players.
matter significantly.
Yeah, it would be
'Cause that's the
individual
difference between
players.
Jeff Wilson.
Does our franchise
On
tight
what
end
the
have one of those
individual
drops?
players drop
Or
percentage.
team stats. It might do it on team stats. But again, I mean it's almost pointless because we're going forward with Tua anyway. It'd be pointless to look at what the drop percentages are, including the 2 other quarterbacks.
What do you mean we're going forward with Tua anyway?
For the next 3 games, we're going forward with Tua.
But Color,
So it doesn't matter what the drop percentage was with the other 3 quarterbacks.
Color,
Hey,
don't tell me that, bro.
could I say
Don't tell
something
me that.
real
Let me
quick?
ask you a question,
Can-
Color.
Hold
Sunday.
on, Pete. Hold on, Pete, real quick. Because we just come out and say, it's a lot of drops by the Dolphins. What we see, and I want to pose this question for the panel because I'm working and I've been listening. I just want to
7%
jump
even.
in.
It's 7% even. It's second in the league.
Okay, perfect. But could it be just 2
The Bills
throws?
are
And
third.
I would love to hear this from Color's perspective, being a wide receiver. Now, again, probably he didn't play with a left-handed quarterback. But we've seen a lot of interceptions that Tua has thrown that has been dropped. Could it be that just Tua throw the ball that sometimes is harder to catch than a right-handed quarterback?
Hey, Lewis.
Okay, I can't
Hey,
speak
Lewis,
for a
growing up,
DB
my boy
because
Bill
wait,
used
real
to be
quick,
left-handed,
Pete.
bro. I never dropped
Real
the
quick,
ball.
Pete.
I promise you.
I cannot speak for a defensive back because they suck at catching the ball anyway. Okay.
No difference.
But as a wide receiver, I really have never. It would not bother me whatsoever what the direction of the spin is on the ball.
The ball's coming.
It shouldn't matter
That
in
makes
theory,
no
no.
sense to me, Color. And growing up, my quarterback was a left-handed quarterback. That's the thing. It was no difference. It was not. The ball's coming to you. You got to catch it.
Because again, I've explained to you guys before how I feel about, if I was a wide receiver coach, I would coach receivers like my wide receiver coached me. And to me, catching the ball is about taking the ball out of the air. It does not matter to me whether it's wobbling like a duck, spinning. I will make an attempt to take that ball out of the air and adjust my hands accordingly. It doesn't matter. In other words, I feel just as bad for myself as I am upset with the quarterback if he throws me a duck. Because if it's in my hands, I should still be able to catch it.
Ducks with your hands, bro.
No, there's ways, Pete. And if you can slow down, if you can slow the ball down for yourself and learn to take it out of the air, I can do things like tip the ball to myself to get rid of the duck. You know what I mean?
Yeah, you could. And we've seen that plenty of times. Receivers know how to do that.
We got to go to the park,
gets
bro.
to the point where when you approach it from the right mental standpoint, the ball literally slows down in time, in space and time. You know what I mean?
Duck passes, you got to catch them like Tyreek Hill in water with your chest. You got to corral them.
So to me, the spin direction would not affect me one iota.
Exactly, Color. I'm telling you the God honest truth,
That's
Color.
just
There is
me.
no difference. When the ball is going to you, you just catch it. Especially if it's a spiral.
But
It
I
doesn't
can
matter if it's
see,
spinning to the left or
but
to the
I can
right.
see a guy like a defensive back who already can't catch the ball having a problem with direction of the spin. I can see that.
No, bro. No.
I
You
mean,
just see
they
a ball
already can't
flying to
catch the
you.
ball, Pete.
Huh?
They already can't catch the ball.
But what I'm trying to knock off is just that they have no hands. What I'm trying to tell you is, Color, it doesn't matter. When the ball's coming to you, it doesn't matter if it's a left-handed thrower or right-handed thrower. There is absolutely no difference. The spin of the ball, that's no difference. It doesn't make the
No,
ball fatter.
not to a
It
good
doesn't make the
receiver,
ball
no.
go faster. It's still a ball coming to you in your hands.
But the Miami Dolphins as a team are second in the league. Like I said, 7% drop percentage. Buffalo Bills are third with 6.8. Bad throw percentage.
I think
Same
Master
area Tua was as a team.
Master Park said that we had 26 drops as the Dolphins. I don't know what that compares to for the whole league.
Let's see. Dolphins have.
And Waddle was tied for second or something.
We have 33 drops as a team.
33. So that's number 3, yeah? Number 3?
We're third. Yes, we're third at 33
Okay.
drops. Yeah. But that's
right.
tied. Actually, we're tied for second with Arizona and the Chargers.
So is that more of the refs or just us being clumsy?
Why would it be the refs?
I'm just curious because I don't want to hear the drop excuses next.
No, that's passes drop. That's all it means.
Why would it
Yeah,
be the refs,
meaning
okay?
on target pass drops.
Well,
They don't count drops when the receiver have to make spectacular
Here's
plays.
the on target. Here's the on target. On target throws would have hit the receiver, the intended receiver.
How many on-target throws does Tua have?
A throw that was on target, but the defender got his hand in it the last second and tipped it away. A good defensive play. You know what I mean?
Hey, but
That
hold
would
up,
be
Color.
on target throws.
Right, that's not counted as a drop.
Color,
And that's
Teddy and
also
because the
Skyler-
defense is credited.
That's
Teddy and
also
Skyler
minus
played
spikes
3
and
games.
throwaways. That also takes away spikes and throwaways.
You heard me, Color?
Right.
Teddy and
What's that, Pete?
Skyler played 3 games, and they're in those statistics.
As a team, we
Yeah.
are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7th. Tua alone, his on target percentage is 6th. So they were holding down. I mean, the quarterback. In other words, those three games or 2.5 games weren't so bad that it destroyed our overall team on target
Look
percentage.
who's second. Does this stat matters? This goes to show that it's mostly simplistic stuff.
That's what they were saying, that this is a stat compared to wins and losses. It doesn't exist, even though it is written.
On target percentage is just simply the percentage of on target throws per pass attempt that excludes spikes and throwaways.
Daniel Jones is only 25 years old?
Daniel Jones is a baller, bro. People hate on him, bro, but he's
Yeah,
a
he
baller.
looks 40. He looks 40, but yeah, he's young.
Wow.
Currently, Tua has dropped to 12th in yardage, but keep in mind, everybody above him has played 2 more games than he has, 2.5.
It's funny.
Color, you said that Tua
a lot
was
of
on
the
pace
Giant
for what?
fans want him out. Daniel Jones.
Well, let's do it right. Let's do the math right
funny.
now, Batman. So he threw for, I believe it was 110 yards. Okay, in the short time that he played in the Cincinnati game, right? So in order to do this fairly, we can do it 2 ways, but the easiest way is to eliminate that 110 yards off his total and only divide by 11 when we pace him out. You see what I'm saying? That's just the fair way to do it, so we can eliminate that game altogether. Okay? We could do it both ways if you want, but I didn't want to have to get into dividing by 11.25 or whatever, however many, or 11.5 or whatever it was he played in the Cincinnati game. So the easiest way is to only divide by 11 games played, but take away the 110 yards he earned in that half, right? So we got 32-38 minus 110 equals 31-28, obviously. That's how many yards he's thrown for without the Cincinnati appearance. Okay. Now let's divide that by 11. That equals 284.36 yards per game, right? Now let's multiply that by 17. A full 17, or I'm sorry. He has what? We have 3 games left. That'd be 11 plus 3. Let's multiply it by 14. That's the total number of games he'll have the ability to play this year.
Yeah.
And that equals 3,981 yards. Earlier in the season, he was on pace for like 6,000 yards or some shit. You know what I mean?
Now you see what I mean? Now
that's
that
called regression to the
Culler,
mean.
Now that the film has caught up, how come it's been
And yes, I did put up the watch your mouth banner for myself. I got to remember that too. Anyway, go ahead, Pete.
That's just what I'm saying. The film has caught up. It's been slowly but surely going down. Tyreek Hill's not the leading receiver anymore.
Now, what did we say it was a minute ago? 283 yards per game.
I heard 3,900 something.
Right, but I'm saying 283 per game. Let's multiply by 17 to find out what he would have had given a full 17 game season. He'd be 4,800 yards.
Tua is him. 4,800 yards Tua
on a
is
full
him.
17 game season. Had he not missed 3 games, yes, that's what he's on pace for.
How many games did he miss again?
3. Well, 2.5, 2 and almost a half.
Can you say that again?
2 and almost a half.
And how many games are we from the division?
2 and almost a half.
How many games are we behind in the division?
50.
You get what I'm saying? You get what I'm saying?
Hey, you know, you're welcome to say it. You know, that's what we need you here for. Somebody's got to say it.
Yeah, but the problem is I shouldn't be the only one.
Huh? I'm with you, Cap. I just wanted to make the family.
I mean, it's over with at this point. Going forward for the rest of the season, that's over with. But
for the next 2 seasons.
Again, Cap. He set his plate. He has to eat
Crypto.
it. You know what I mean?
Crypto, we're doing a 7-year plan. Crypto, you were damn right, bro.
Yeah.
Shout out. Yep.
7-year plan is in effect.
And Cap for life. Guess what?
That was Sharif though. Sharif's the one that said
the
7
Pro
years.
Bowl votes. Just sold
Sharif
that.
did say that, but I was pretty much along with him with the 7-year plan.
And I told Sharif he was right. And I knew he was right. Look at this. We have a Pro Bowl quarterback. I don't think y'all realize how big this is compared to the way I'm thinking. Or maybe Pete is thinking too big of it.
Oh, now you're gonna trade him because he's a Pro Bowler.
I mean,
I like what you're thinking, bro. I like what you're thinking, bro. Built up the stock.
Yeah, it got built up.
I want to see. Check this out, guys.
Hey, let me ask
I want to see if Buffalo.
If y'all
I
the Houston
Buffalo
Texans
changed their strategy at all against Tua this game, because remember what I found out surprisingly last week was that
he made the
Bills did not blitz Tua at all. They blitzed him 0 times in our first meeting.
Who do you rather get with the number 1
as
pick?
you can see.
Bryce Young, a rookie quarterback, or you rather get Tua?
I'd rather get the Pro Bowler.
Look.
Exactly.
In Buffalo, look at that. In Buffalo, they blitzed him 13 times.
Yeah, a lot of those was delayed blitzes.
They completely changed their strategy against Tua from the first game. They didn't blitz him 1 time the first game, our first meeting. They changed
but
that.
they didn't have Von Miller the second time, Culler.
Right.
So they probably didn't have that organic.
And they didn't have the secondary to do it, to keep up. That's why they took a chance on blitzing them.
I'm just saying. I'm just pointing it out.
Hey, you know what, Culler? I'm so sick of fan base always giving the injury excuse. Like the next guy up
But
can't
we
come in
did
and
better
play.
on offense this time around against
I
them than we
forgot
did
about
the
the
first
injuries.
game.
100%.
I
100%.
forgot
That's
about
the
the injuries.
interesting thing. I really think that our players just need that heavy pressure, man. Like our star players to be stars need that damn pressure, man.
Culler, does Phillips get the 15 sacks we all said he was going to get? Does he get it? You think he has a shot?
Where's he at now?
8.
If Jalen Phillips
Ooh, it's gonna
gets
be
15
close.
sacks, Batman, you better say thank you to Brian Flores for drafting him, bro.
I doubt it, but it's gonna be
I'm
close.
going to say thank you to Bradley Chubb. That's what I'm going to do.
He is getting hot right now, which
Thank you to Bradley Chubb.
means he could, like, you know,
How
he
convenient.
could
How
exponentially
convenient.
grow his first part of the season, you know, output, but I don't think he'll make 15, but it'll be close.
I'd be nice if he gets those 15. I mean, it'd be nice if he get those 25.
He's
that
well
Crypto
short
said.
of the
Drop
25 I thought he
percentage,
was going to get.
despite the two major drops that we've all been talking about, the drop percentage Sunday night wasn't too bad at 10%.
I just realized the Packers are not even eliminated from the playoff race. If they win these
That's what we
last
were
3
saying.
games, there's a chance
That's
The
what we were
Packers
saying.
have
They're
the
not out
top
of it.
5
So they got
secondary in
something
the
to play
league.
for then. Yeah, they have
Pete,
something to play for.
Pete,
Sure.
the Packers have the top 5 secondary in the league, bro. We
No, I
better
know.
bring our lunch, bro.
Cap, the next 3
Yeah.
secondaries are the top best in the league. I keep telling these people that. And our film
They're
has
top
caught
10,
up
yeah.
to us.
The next
I am
3.
highly concerned, Cap, for life. Like, shout out to Lewis. I don't troll. I mean what I say, bro. I love my team, but I just don't see it. And football, you got to be able to do things. Now, out of a sudden, Cap, we have a 200-yard performance rushing. Now we have a
Hey,
great
look,
run.
guys.
We've seen it one time. Now our run
Buffalo
game is
pressured
I don't
Tua at
believe it.
about the same rate that Houston and Cleveland did. Roughly 25%. I mean 24.2, but close.
I don't think we could beat any of these last 3 games. I promise you. And that's the worst thing right now. This
Bro,
fan
Pete,
base
look
is
at
all
this,
happy
Pete,
and happy
settle
going
down
with
a
a Pro
second,
Bowl
Pete, because I want
quarterback.
you to see this, Pete.
I know.
Look,
but
look
it's
at the
hard for me
first
to
game of the season, right? New England pressured Tua 41.7% of his dropbacks, bro, and we beat them. They have no offense against our defense.
What was the score, Culler?
It don't matter.
Yeah, you said
I
we
told
beat
you they were going to score 21, Pete. I told you that.
I remember you did predict that. I said
I'm
we'll
not
They
going to
only
get into the
technically
numbers
scored
like
13, but
Yeah, I know, but I'm
this.
saying the scoreboard. We had
Once again,
21.
the
Defense and
NFL
offense.
gives every team a 3-hour window to be the best within that 3 hours. Sometimes these
You gotta
stats just go
understand.
straight out the window when we
You got
play.
now
like
look at this.
when
Tua
Alex
did have a
diminished
high
every
pass throw
player.
percentage that game.
When Alex diminished every player on the Patriots team going into that first game, I told Alex, I don't care about the personnel. You're going matchup player for player. They
Hey,
still
look.
got Bill Belichick. They
Right,
still got
but
Bill
Batman,
Belichick.
this is the part that confuses me, and it was even repeated today on this very show. I forget who said it. Well, other people have said it. Plenty of people have. They keep repeating that San Francisco was Tua's fault, or they blame more on Tua, and they blame Los Angeles more on Mike McDaniel. And I keep pointing out Tua
He had a
had the
worse game against the Chargers.
Tua had the highest bad throw percentage of his season against the Chargers, and it was 7% lower against the 49ers. He had a worse game against the Chargers than the 49ers.
Right.
Let's get
Yeah,
that
but his
straight.
passes were more on target, Color. They were more on target. In San Francisco, they weren't on target at all. At all.
Yeah, but it was
At
still
all.
calculated as a bad throw. Bad throw is a bad throw.
He had a higher drop percentage in San Francisco than he did in Los Angeles. He had a worse game against the Chargers. It's plain as day, bro.
Yeah, I
So
will
he had
argue that the Chargers game was his worst
You know
game
what,
than
Color?
the 49ers.
Color.
He had his worst
Despite
game
what
of the
these numbers
season.
say, I still truly believe he had a worser game in the
And look,
49ers game.
he was
than
under
the
more
Chargers.
pressure.
Yeah, but to me,
I mean, he was under the same amount of pressure for both games.
yeah, but
Roughly.
I
me,
agree
at
with Color,
least-
man.
But
He
Color,
had a
what
worse
we
game
saw in
against
the
the
49ers
Chargers.
were guys open at least. It was him missing them. We lost, and the Chargers, these guys weren't as open as they were in the 49ers. So
Exactly.
I mean,
yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Completed air yards. Hold on. Completed air yards. 175 against the 49ers, 72 against the Chargers. Air yards per completion, 9.7 against the Niners, 7.2 against the Chargers.
when he did hit them against the 49ers, they were deeper shots. They were going deeper. That's the only thing to me.
Intended air yards, you're right. 371 against the Niners, 334 against the Chargers.
And I thought it
First
would have been
down
way bigger than that.
percentage.
That's off of
First
Heisman.
down percentage, 30.6 against the Niners, 20% against the Chargers. First downs, 11 against the Niners, 6 against the Chargers.
So
he gave our defense a better chance against the Niners than he did the Chargers.
Let me ask you, Culler, so you think the Chargers he played worse?
That's what these numbers are showing across the board.
Yes, he played worse than the Chargers.
It's not like it's one stat saying it. It's across the board saying it.
But when you visualize the games, which one do you think? You personally,
both of them. To me, both of them were
yeah.
crap.
But if you had to pick one, fellas,
I want to pick the Chargers.
The Chargers.
Hey, Culler, I'm gonna be away from the keyboard for like 2 seconds. I gotta blow. I gotta blow a bunch of snow off the car.
DTA, real quick, before you do that, you think you could text Kyle, tell him that we're on TFTG because he's probably waiting for us on Twitter. He could jump on.
Yeah. I'll do that right now.
All right.
Here's another thing, Pete, and this is why I'll say the Chargers as well. You couple all of these numbers against the 26th ranked defense, and the Niners had the first ranked defense.
Exactly.
It's plain as day he had a worse game against the Chargers than the 49ers.
He was 0 forever.
Oh, okay.
That's all you need.
You're right, Culler. The Chargers is because they defensive wise they ranked worse. But I just feel like
and we're not just talking about a couple places behind. We're talking about 1st to 26th.
Yeah. No, I get it. But
in an 11 game sample size or 12 game sample size.
The way I'm seeing it is McDaniel carved something up that made the number 1 defense look like the number 26, and guys were open. And Tua was just
I don't disagree with you.
You know, so that's the only reason why that game hurt a little more than the Chargers, because we all knew the Chargers were a scrub defense.
Well, there again, these numbers can show all they want, but there was one play that if it's not scripted, whether it was scripted to go there or whether Tua chose to make it a one-read play, it don't matter.
Mm-hmm.
Jeff Wilson Jr. was in the flat all alone to eat up that first down easily. Instead, Mike Gesicki dropped the football on a sideline throw in a tight window. So, regardless of which game was better or worse,
hold on. I think I got the problem here, Culler. I think from a comfort level, it's more comfortable for people's psyche to say that Tua had a bad game against the number 1 defense versus the number 26 ranked defense, because it makes you feel comfortable to say, oh, the number 1 defense is what made him bad, not the number 26 ranked defense. It's a psyche.
Yeah.
I
think that's what it is.
He went in there thinking they went in there thinking they're going to destroy that team with all the injuries.
Exactly. I think the fan base come to accept that they would rather him had a bad game against the 49ers from a psychological standpoint versus one of the worst ranked defenses who had third stringers and Walmart employees.
Why do you think I was predicting a pretty decent win against the Chargers? Because if you look at these numbers across the board for the 49ers, some of them aren't too bad relative to, let's say, the Texans, who we beat easily. You know, the Texans had more. The Texans put more pressure on Tua than the Niners did.
That's just like the way we ran all over Cleveland. We thought we were going to do the same thing in Houston, and they brought their A game, and it didn't happen. And that's exactly what happened with the passing game against LA. Is they had all their players hurt. We were going to go in there and just dominate through the air, and they brought their A game, and it didn't happen.
Look at that. We had a 0% drop rate against the Browns. Not a single receiver. How is that possible?
I don't. That game was
A
a
0%
miracle.
drop weight.
Oh,
but
crypto.
Crypto.
That means that Tua's only incompletions were his fault against the Browns.
Right.
Remember earlier when we were talking about the NFL owes us one? Doesn't Mike McDaniel
I didn't say
rub
that.
you guys as a good friend, like a good guy?
I mean, what is
seems
he?
like that nice guy. I honestly think Mike McDaniel's gonna help Mike LaFleur out in Green Bay Sunday. How about that?
Oh my God!
No way.
He's
I
gonna help
think
his
it's the
buddy
other
out.
way around. I
He's
think
help him out?
No,
Pete, they both got hired this season.
Hold on. I was going to talk
They
about
both
this
got
earlier.
hired this
I was
season.
going
Why
to
would
talk
he
about
do
this
that?
earlier. I think LaFleur hates Aaron Rodgers, and I think that feelings are mutual, and I think they're going to try to sabotage each other Sunday.
No. What do you mean? He's the one that put Aaron Rodgers back in hurt.
I'm telling you,
He could
Culler,
have kept
I
his
see
quarterback
something
out and
fluky
played Jordan
happening
Love.
Sunday, bro. Something
They
fluky
hate
gonna
each
happen
other, bro.
Sunday, bro.
It's so plain as day. It's like written on a chalkboard, bro. Like they hate each other, man.
I mean, you could tell they don't get along like that, but I'm pretty sure that he knows that's the only guy
Okay,
he
so
can win with.
we'll say they hate each other about as much as Boyer and McDaniel hate each other.
About as much as Flores and Greer hate each other.
So I understand, and somebody still hasn't clipped it yet, but I understand there was a little dust up on the sideline between
Bro, whoever finds that,
McDaniel and
bro,
Boyer.
I'll be eternally grateful. Whoever finds that.
I have
Mike
to go back and
McDaniel's
watch
gonna
the
do his
network
buddy a
broadcast.
favor. Keep him in the playoff race.
Hey, maybe that's okay though, because
That look McDaniel had on his face is like,
that kind
what
of
the
thing
hell are you
just
doing
lights
here, man?
fires under
I'm the head coach.
Hey, no, but think about it. That kind of thing is the kind of thing that when they look back on it at the end of the Super Bowl win and go, "Remember when we were like yelling at each other in the Bills game?"
Yeah, man, I hope so.
Yeah, but Culler, that's not the only
No,
buddy he's gonna help out. He doesn't want Robert Saleh to lose his job over there either.
Oh, come on, Pete. Now you're pushing it, bro.
No, he already did him that solid. Nah, Pete. He already did him that solid when he put Tanner Connor in a crucial drive to drop a football. He already did that solid, bro. It's time for the payback.
Payback.
Saleh's gonna lie to him and tell him, "Yeah, I'm gonna let you do this. Pick 6."
He's gonna add at home in Miami. He's gonna add the D to Saleh and call him Salad.
Exactly. Toss salad.
You guys keep forgetting all year. I've said it all year. We're at a 6-game sample size. Our defense don't give up no more points than 15 at home. That's just the way it is for whatever
Caller,
reason.
what's Tua's record at home? Can you remind Pete?
And then when you do that, you get the record in December.
Oh, well, we'll find. Yeah, we got to have at least one December game at home.
You're
back
only as good as your
bring that
last
up.
few performances. That's all I know.
Oh, so and with that narrative, what was your assessment when Tua was balling?
You guys were saying I was wrong. He made the Pro Bowl. This guy
But you
made the
kept
Pro
saying
Bowl
that he
off
was
of 4 or
bad.
5 games. He was already leading Pro Bowl votes in week 8 when it started.
Get out of here, Pete.
Okay, guys. So we've got a large. I think we've got a large enough sample size by now. I'm gonna end the poll if everybody's voted. Okay,
Damn,
we're at
Pete.
115
You made a
votes.
good point there.
Pete,
We're at
I expect
100
my Tyreek Hill jersey.
115 votes for what? I wasn't in on this poll.
You already.
Yeah, you
it
have
was the old poll. You already answered, and the question was: are the Finns in serious trouble?
Yes, no,
The
or the
questions
wheels
were
are
yes, no, and the wheels are wobbly.
wobbly.
Okay,
There you go.
so
The wheels are definitely
I didn't
wobbling.
vote on that.
hold on. So 57% of the people said that either we're in serious trouble or the wheels are wobbly.
Wheels are
41%
wobbly when I
said
voted.
no.
57%
29% said
would have
wheels
been
are wobbly, and
58.
28% said yes.
Hey, Color, where we at as far as the donations for the coffee maker?
Oh, I got a couple. I hope I didn't. Did I get a? No, I didn't get another notification, but I'll check right now. I know we had. I know Maston Park. Gosh, I have to pull up my thing.
Everybody donate to Culler, man. He's trying to buy a coffee maker for the holidays.
Donate. Only the Buffalo fans. For freaking snowball.
No, we had a couple come in. No, we had a couple. I had a couple come in. Cat. I want to make sure.
I'm gonna donate to Culler in person on Sunday.
Let's see.
I'm correct, man. You only donate to his charity. We got a guy over here that needs a coffee maker.
Yeah, I'm gonna donate to Culler in person, man. We're trying to get him that coffee maker.
So we had Michael K was the first one to buy me a cup last night. And then Maston Park followed that up this morning with a cup. And then New Attitude.
Two Bills fans?
They both of them are, yes. So then New Attitude, who I didn't happen to see whether they were a Dolphins or Bills fan, but I'm assuming a Dolphins fan. And then they donated a cup of coffee. And then John, Seattle's Fins fan, who we all enjoyed the other night up on the panel, this gentleman right here, rocks in with 10 cups of coffee, Batman, for $20, man. So I'm up to $26 in donations. And if I get to 100, I'm buying myself a new coffee.
That's Beanie John, man. Beanie John, bro. He's good people.
Let's get it, man. Let's get Culler to 100.
The address is scrolling at the bottom of the screen. buymeacoffee.com/colorcom. And also go check out TFTG's Patreon page. We're trying to get it up with some exclusive content. Go ahead and start joining, becoming members, so you tell us that it's worth us doing it and all that. So Miss Fins, who's going to the game on Sunday?
I'm going. Oh, Pamela's coming. She's gonna join us, Culler.
Oh, she's gonna be at the game.
Yeah,
nice.
I got her
All hands on deck, bro. All hands on deck. It's the game to be at, bro. Listen, the Jets game are the only 2 games left, and I want to hear that all y'all showed up, bro. I don't want to hear no half-ass stories talking about nobody came. Cause I want to know who's ride or die, bro. I need to know.
Yeah, I don't want to be seeing as much.
Ride or die, bro.
Right, I don't want to be seeing as much.
Is
green and
Javon
yellow
Holland gonna be at that game?
As purple. What's
Yeah.
that, Crypto?
I said, is Javon Holland gonna be at that game? Is he ride or die?
Maybe him and his horse collar. He's got that new horse collar. You know what I mean?
It's nice, man. I like that. He should keep it for the year.
Yeah, you should say thank you to the fans for that.
Hey, DTA, I'm gonna drop you back so my joke and get in real quick. If you're still there. If not, then you're a good candidate anyway.
He said he was gonna take the snow off the car. He said.
Oh, right on. What's up, Von Joe? Von Joe, who already has his snow off of his car.
Von Joe with the Dolphins
Apparently.
beanie. Is that a Dolphins beanie?
You already know.
In Detroit.
All right.
No, Von Joe, no.
Incognito Detroit Lions fan.
Your treason, Von Joe, is unacceptable.
Traveling to see my family.
True South
what you wanna do.
we found out you're a Detroit Lions fan. The cat's out of the bag, man.
Wait, did you drive all the way up to Detroit just to get a Christmas tree?
It'll never be that serious. Christmas will never be that serious.
No, he went to go get the
Right.
chicken bacon, Culler. He went to go pick up the chicken bacon for us.
That could be worth the drive. That definitely would be worth the drive.
Honestly, I
Oh,
think he's
man.
I think he's going
chicken
up
bacon.
to inspect some of Stephen Ross's philanthropy in downtown Detroit.
And two,
Von
and
Joe,
two-
how many flat tires have you gotten this year?
not what, bro? I've only been here for like 2 days, 3 days. So.
Oh, okay. Man, the road
Not from
systems are
Detroit.
shit, aren't they?
Oh yeah, no, the roads are absolutely garbage.
Yeah, TDR is like, well, 3 days, I calculate that to be about 4 flat tires.
Flat tires.
TDR, you from Detroit? Or you from down here?
Nah, I'm from down here, man. Fort Lauderdale.
Yeah, where at?
He wouldn't be wrong because the road system here
I'm on
is
Griffin right now,
atrocious, bro.
Griffin, you're in Pines?
They consider it. I don't know if
I'm in Sunrise,
I think
man.
they consider it Fort Lauderdale.
TDR, I work up here in Pompano Beach, but I live in Miami.
Okay. That's
A
what's up,
bunch
man.
of
Yeah,
crying Dolphin fans meeting
He's
up
from
soon.
Oakland Park, bro.
Oakland Park.
Color,
Okay.
imagine,
Yeah, no,
Color,
I'm from
imagine
Sunrise,
going down the street,
like by the Sawgrass Mall.
imagine going down the street with nothing
You
but
ain't far
mini
from me. I'm in
speed
Tamarack.
bumps.
What's that,
Yeah,
Vonjo?
I'm 2 minutes
I,
from Tamarack as we speak
I
right
was gonna
now.
say,
2 minutes.
imagine going down the
Yeah.
street with nothing but mini speed bumps
Oh, I know. I've
at
been up in
random
Detroit.
spots.
So bad.
I know
So
how
it's
it
like
is in Detroit. I've
I-95
been
in a
there a
sense. It's
couple
like
like months.
I-95.
No. Detroit makes I-95 look like the Autobahn.
Wow.
Okay, so stop it.
So Tyree Reese asks, why is Color so scared of receipts? I don't know. They're like, because they're usually made with like carbon paper, and I don't know. It just kind of has a really weird smell. You know what I mean? I don't really like receipts too much. And then the ink fades off of them, and you can't really prove nothing with them. And then Walmart's like, nah, we can't take back your stuff because the ink faded off your receipt. You know?
Yeah, me too. I can't stand receipts because of that.
I do like Ticketmaster's receipts, though. Ticketmaster lets you keep receipts right on your phone. So if you want my receipts, you can call them and try to pry them out of them.
Hey, Von Joe, get me a box of that chicken bacon, and I'll send you the money.
Bro, I'm gonna get a package just for you, bro.
I'll get my brother to pick it up. The one that you met in Orlando. I'll get him to pick it up.
All right, bet.
You know what's
I'm serious.
kind of cool in Detroit, Von Joe, is you can walk into any gas station and get liquor.
Well, Von Joe, I'm gonna tell you right now. Leave that chicken bacon over there.
That too, like hard liquor right there in the.
Yeah, Von Joe, that turkey bacon you were gonna pick up for me, Von Joe. Leave that shit in Detroit. I eat real bacon down here in Florida. I'm gonna get you off that swine.
I'm sure you got some real Canadian maple syrup up there, right?
Von Joe, if you don't really know that area like that,
I'm actually going to be
drive
going
safe,
across the border to Canada because it's right there. So we're going to be driving into Canada for a little bit also.
Hey, Lewis, we're all gonna go to CB's house, CB83's house, to make that chicken bacon with Von Joe. We're gonna eat it for a Dolphins game. Can't even hold the laugh.
Well, all right, guys, we're at 5 hours and 45 minutes. I'm gonna start getting y'all's thoughts because I gotta take a break. If
my final thoughts is, Color, you guys enjoy your holidays. Fins up, no matter what.
Oh, you too. We'll see you again before the holidays come. I'm sure.
Like a lot of people are telling me Tua had a great game. The only guys with multiple catches last game was Tua and Waddle. I mean Hill and Waddle. Nobody else had more than one reception. I think this offense has been figured out. It is simpled down, and it's gonna derail from here on out, guys. Sunday versus Green Bay.
Hey, Pete. I agree with part of that because I've been saying that shit from the beginning of the season. This offense has been watered down to accommodate Tua. Okay, and even Tyreek Hill said it in his podcast, in his snippet, that Mike McDaniels designs plays to where Tua it makes his reads easier. But if it makes his reads easier,
you got cut off, Monty.
It's a simplistic offense.
Hey, Culler.
Same thing. It's figured
Kohler, are you
out.
shutting it down?
No problem, Realtor. Yeah, if you want to fire up a debrief or a rabid dolphin, you're more than welcome to. I've still got enough energy to help and back. You know what I mean? We're at 5 hours and 45 minutes.
Bro,
I've been going all morning.
Yeah, Color said he wasn't going to do a live stream. Color be lying to all of us, man. Every time Color goes on, it's a fucking long stream.
I'm trying to stop it.
I was gonna fire one up here shortly, so I don't know if Lewis, if you want to come up too.
Well, y'all can continue the conversation. We've been having a great conversation on this panel. It's been so nice. Like nobody's.
Then keep it rolling. Y'all boys take off.
Listen, I need a trench
Hey, I
coat.
just wanted to take a second, Coop. I wanted to thank Kohler, man, because he just came up here and rocked a almost 6-hour stream this morning to bring absolutely great content, like a really good show, Kohler. It gives a lot of people, like on the way to work or on their lunch breaks, whatever, if you're in different time zones, whatever.
Yeah, we ended up catching both of them this morning, you know?
Yeah, for sure.
So thank you, Kohler. You rock it, man.
And I know one thing I did want to tell Color because I was driving, and again, I can't go back and forth, but Culler, it happened to me too. I heard you and DTA talking about it. I didn't mean to hop in just midstream of you going live, but
Oh no, that's
unfortunately
what
when
I
I went
figured.
in,
The same thing happened. Yeah, I don't know what's
Yeah.
going on with
it
it.
just threw me in, man. So
I
I'm
don't know
sorry
why it
about
does
that.
that. Yeah.
There might be some setting we're not aware of that's
No,
been
because
changed.
you guys have the StreamYard link, so when you automatically log in, it throws you in.
When did it start doing that though, Batman?
Well,
It
no,
happened to
we
me on Miami Sports Music. It happened, man. I didn't even know. I was like, what the
That
hell?
must
we
be a
both have
recent change or something.
me and
Oh,
Lewis
yeah.
both have admin Batman. So, but it
Yeah.
used to just let us go on. So like on Culler's show, I could come in and then I could wait for him to bring me up, even with admin. But this time it just threw me right on stage, which I don't want to. I hate it because it could be
Yeah, I
interrupting
didn't
the
like that
show.
neither. Yeah. Well,
Just
the only reason I hopped up.
close the links that you have on your phone that you have open for StreamYard.
Okay.
Close them. That way, when you open it again, you could be backstage.
The only reason I even hopped in was because I heard the homie asking if one of us could come help out so he could get another cup of coffee. So I was like, hey, you know what? As soon as I got my break, I was like, let me hop in, help out the homie. But
Yeah, I don't see any settings changed. They must have changed it on their own.
No, it's the problem is that you're probably using like the old StreamYard link, so it automatically throws you. If they've used the StreamYard before, it automatically, like it happens to me with Miami Sports Music. If I just click the original StreamYard link, it'll take me, even though it's a different link, it'll take me to the new one and it'll throw me right on live.
No. So I went to StreamYard, and then I saw, where it shows the broadcast. I entered the studio that way, and it still threw me right in.
Oh wow.
Yeah.
Hey, DTA, are you gonna fire up a live stream now? Because if not, I mean, we can also go to Twitter and fire it up over there. It's up to you.
I was going to here in just a little bit. I'm cleaning snow off a bunch of stuff. If you want to fire one up on Twitter, and then I'll come in and let you guys know when I'm about to fire one up.
All right, that'll work.
Just text me,
All
DTA, if you need any helping back. I'm aware. I gotta take a ride to the store real quick.
Yeah, no
Hey,
worries, Culler. I
everybody.
appreciate you, man. And then
Yeah, Culler, we appreciate it.
Hey, I appreciate y'all coming, man. I appreciate everybody in the audience too.
It's
Appreciate
been
it, Culler.
it's
Good
been
show
super
today.
nice having.
Yeah, it's about the
morning
longest
content.
cup I've
That
had
cup
too.
of coffee.
But
Hey,
make sure
everybody,
everybody's liking and sharing.
donate to the coffee.
Yep.
Donate to
Make
the
sure
coffee,
you're
everybody.
liking and sharing. Make sure you're using all the links in the description below for Fanatics, all of our gear, backroom collections. Check out all our shows every day, most of the hours. We're on and off. I'm trying to do it every morning now, which started this morning at I guess 8:30 today. I want to go at 6 o'clock. That's what I'm trying to shoot for. Use Cash App, $, the Fins Tailgate, Venmo, the Fins Tailgate. Catch all our great shows. You know the guys here: Lewis, Rabid Dolphin, DTA. You got Batman over at Finn's Holics. You got Pete always coming around to everybody, and we love you all, Pete. We all love you, Pete, because you bring it for everybody, bro. Whether people like to hear it or not, and that's much appreciated around here. So if everybody's willing to be a little hush hush and use their library voices, I will end the stream in the show by saying fins up, and everybody can just stay up here with me. So everybody, fins up, have a good one. We'll catch you shortly when DTA goes. If not, Capitan tonight, and if not, then you got me again tomorrow morning around the same time, 6 a.m. And thank you very much, everybody. Fins up.